Yeah, I mean, the reality is, we have to share a planet with people who believe in this guy, and
Right.
I like the quicker we can get to a understanding, like some type of peaceful resolve, to where they don't try to push their beliefs on us, they keep it to
Right.
themselves, and they're not causing harm. The better. I saw a video today. A young girl. I just want to ask to all the non-believers out there, to all the atheists, if your Christian friend invites you to New Year's Eve service on New Year's Eve, was it gonna hurt you to say no? I mean, to say yes. Was it gonna hurt you to say yes? And then she said, I mean, because what would you do if you went and that Jesus actually had what you need? But they will swear up and down. Like, why you get to make a video like this? Yeah, like y'all steady making videos about Pascal's wager and videos like, what's it gonna harm you to just say yes to come to church? But then say
Mm.
nobody's forcing Jesus on you. Yeah, you are. Like, what is it
Yeah.
going to harm you to just fucking accept no? Why can't you just accept that somebody said no? No, I don't want to go to church with you on New Year's Eve. You gotta make a whole ass video because you don't ask your friend to go to church with you and she told you no. Now you want all of TikTok to validate why you should feel some type of way because your friend told you no, she not going to church with you on New Year's Eve.
Yeah. I just think that, they get it confused. When it comes to me, especially, I'll tell them in a minute. I have nothing against your church. I have nothing against your God. I have nothing against your Jesus. I have everything against the people who believe in your Jesus, that believe in your God, and that attend your church. That's what I have a problem with. It's not the church, the God, or the Jesus, because frankly, they ain't never done nothing to me because how could they? Because they exist in the mind of you believers. So my problem's with y'all. It's not with none of them.
They don't understand that. So many of you are new. Do not type in caps in my comments. If you want to stay and enjoy the conversations, be a part of the conversations, if you want to preach for Jesus in the chat, if you want to talk shit for Jesus in the chat, do that shit in lowercase or you will be muted. Okay? You'll be muted 5 minutes the first time. Go ahead and block Obey God, please. You don't have to ask me twice, motherfucker. I'm not going to make you speak in tongues. I'm not going to make you bend the knee. I'm going to do that shit quick, fast, and in a hurry. You don't have to beg. But
Mm-mm.
for the rest of you that do want to be here, please do not type in caps in the comments. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment only. Okay, if you do get muted in the chat, you won't be able to come on stage until the mute is over. If you get muted the entire live, you won't be able to come on stage that live. And if we have to continue warning you about the caps, then we're just gonna block you and move on with the conversation. I welcome you talking shit in the comments. That doesn't offend. It doesn't offend me, doesn't scare me. Say what you need to say or feel like you need to say about Jesus to defend your Jesus. As long as you're not threatening to take anyone's life, you're not threatening to rape anyone, you're not being racist, homophobic, anything like that. Defend your belief in the comments. You will not be muted for that as long as you don't do it in all caps, okay? What's up to the YouTube fam? Over there, I see there's 16 of y'all over there so far. Say what's up in the chat. What's up, Silly Goose, Insultus, what's up? Are any of the mods over there yet? Make sure y'all smash the like button, share the stream out so y'all can have some shit talkers over there too. In the comments, and I do apologize. Yesterday, I'm gonna tell y'all what happened and why it was constantly on mute. So apparently, um, my phone device volume was down before I went live from my phone. TikTok has a different volume setting than the phone, so the the volume was up loud for those of us on the TikTok live, but the actual device volume was on silent. And in order for me to fix that, I would have had to end the entire live. So that's why we couldn't. That's why we couldn't do it. But I figured that out, and here we are. So we hopefully we have some good conversations tonight. Um, and I apologize. We had some good conversations last night. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, Sean, are you in the box on purpose? T. Nikki, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I don't like having to pull up the thing to bring people up. So if a mod can, if the moderators can be the ones to bring people up and for me, because I can see it on YouTube and it like covers the whole entire screen, and I know YouTube probably don't like seeing that shit. I don't like seeing it. So if a mod could let Sean up, I appreciate it. What's only subscribers? The live? What's only subscribers? Who's guest box? In guest box? Oh, okay. Oh, hey Sean, how are you?
Good, how are y'all? Hi,
I'm
Nelly.
I'm doing good.
Hey,
Um, I've been wanting to come up here for a little while. I've been up here probably 3 times already, but then I kind of chilled out a bit. So it's good to talk to you again. First, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you as well. How,
Um, I'm sorry.
I was going to ask how are you doing, as far as like dealing with the grief of the loss of your father and all of that.
I'm doing good. Doing a lot, doing good. I had like a really good cry, I guess, like probably a couple days ago. Um, It was kind of unexpected, but maybe it's the time of year. I don't know. Because he passed in September, but I hadn't cried as well as I cried um the other day. It was necessary for me, and it was I needed it. So just thinking about him and just allowing myself to feel is something that I'm learning to do. And also leaning on myself as I deconstruct from, you know, how I was taught, from being a Christian, leaning on God whenever I need help, if I'm sad or whatever. All I have is myself. So I'm learning to navigate life like that. And so it kind of opened up and understanding that I'm not just deconstructing from Christianity, but also deconstructing in other ways too. And I think it was, you know, I'm just learning how to do life on my own in every way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a very familiar place because you feel like the umbrella of protection when your father was here is gone, and it just feels like it feels like a weird place to be. Um, and so I'm very familiar with this moment that you're experiencing right now. So, but I'm glad to hear. It sounds like progress, and it sounds like you're starting to allow yourself to grieve the way that you need to in order to. Like I don't like saying healing because you'll probably never like that feeling, and that you missing them and stuff. My father been gone for 19 years now, and I still you know have that feeling. So I don't want to say healing, but growth, I guess. I don't know. Uh, well, I guess it is healing because it never goes away. It never really, yeah, it never goes away. I don't know that it's healing, but progress, grieving. progress. But yeah, I know exactly where you are. But I'm glad to hear that you're allowing yourself to grieve and to feel. You know,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
you're welcome. Did you come up to talk about one of the topics or?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of um touch on, is Jesus the problem or solution for humanity? I think have you ever had a similar question like this before?
Not a question. I just made a statement that he was the problem. He was the worst thing that ever
Okay.
happened to humanity. To me, he is
Yes,
the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
I agree that I think he is. He's the problem. He's a problem, and I say that because um, it leaning on Jesus takes away from you relying on yourself, and if that makes sense, you understand what I'm saying so far?
Yeah, because you can't give yourself credit, and you're always waiting on Jesus to tell you whether or not you're worthy for him to, do whatever it is that you're asking him to do. Like if you have enough faith, or if you've sinned, or if he thinks you're ready. So you don't
Hmm.
make decisions, you don't take risks, and then you don't take accountability when you fuck up. Thank you,
Exactly.
Lords. Yeah, so
And that's what I've had been dealing with my entire life, being a Christian and stuff. And it's what I was saying earlier, like um I'm learning how to do life and take full responsibility for my own life. Like I feel like I'm no longer um waiting on something to happen when it comes to, like God or just whatever. I'm not waiting on God anymore. It's me. But then at the same time, sometimes I feel, which is why I said earlier, I feel like I'm having to deconstruct in other ways because although I know that I'm taking full responsibility for my life, I feel like there's still fear there. And so I'm having I don't know, I feel childlike right now in this place. It's like, okay, I know that I have something to say. I know that um there's more to me than what I know that I could be doing more, but I'm afraid to do it. And I think it's because I've been I've been holding myself back for all this time, if that makes sense. I hope I'm making sense.
yeah, you're
And I second guess myself all the time too. I'm sorry to cut you off.
no, I completely get it. I told you, I don't know if you remember me saying this, but I have an issue with like self sabotaging myself, and a fear of success, right? Like I don't have a fear of failure. I dealt with a fear of success, all the pressure that would come with being successful, and I would sabotage myself. Like I would get emails with like major opportunities, and I would stare at the email or hurry up and close it down, and I would take forever to respond because I'm like, am I fucking ready for this type of opportunity? You know what I'm saying? Um, and I would sabotage it. I was
Yes.
sabotage it, and two because I was raised and taught that my gifts were for God and not for me to get paid. And so when certain opportunities would come, it made me feel like I wasn't supposed to take those opportunities because I'm supposed to do this for free. I'm supposed to give to people because I care. You know what I'm saying? I'm not supposed to want anything in return for it or charge anything in return for it. So I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. So that's the place that I'm in right now, just learning how to do life on my own. And I'm learning how to do it, just try not to be as afraid, trying to do it afraid.
Yeah.
And it's I'm coming around. Like I do a lot of writing. I got back in therapy, which is another reason why I was kind of scared to come back up here because I feel like sometimes in therapy, what is discussed is magnified in my mind, and then so I feel like I just do a whole lot of word vomit when I talk to somebody, and it's so annoying. And because it's so I'm just like I just need to be quiet and get myself together. But I'm just learning how to do life like on my own. And I'm okay with it because I honestly I feel good. I feel the best that I've ever felt my whole life. I feel free, but there is a sense of um okay, you're really doing this, you know? And now I'm having to do it, but I know I'll be all right and I'll get through it. And listening to you, I can't even explain how many hours. I have a pretty laid back job, so I can have like earpiece, like my earphones and stuff like that. And I'm like, I will literally just swipe all the way down to the bottom on YouTube and just listen to your old um lives and stuff like that. I'm learning so much, and I really appreciate you. Keep on doing what you're doing, please. Um, I know that it's gonna affect humanity what you're doing right now.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. That is helping you, and don't feel by yourself. You know when you're second guessing yourself. Like I said last time, use the community. I guarantee you that there's somebody in this community that can share an experience with you, and help you. You know, not giving you advice, but helping you see yourself in their situation so you can see how to navigate it and how to push forward and do it afraid. There is a book. Um, oh my gosh. I'm gonna send it to you. I don't know why the fuck I cannot think of the name of her book right now, but she's a venture capitalist for women owned businesses and founders of color.
Mhm.
Arlen Hamilton. The name of her book, I cannot think. Hold on. Her name is Arlen Hamilton. I met her a couple of times, and she actually her story helped me do shit afraid. Um, Her book is called like she went from it's about damn time. That's the name of the book.
It's about damn
Yeah,
time.
it's about damn time. She went from being homeless. She was living in a homeless shelter while she was trying to build her VC firm. And one day she decided, like, she was at a pitch meeting, and she said she just looked around and she saw like all these entitled rich white men come in with barely, any information, any progress on their business. And she said, well, one thing they had was confidence and fucking audacity. And she said she just decided to, you know, have the same fucking confidence that they had. And she said it's about damn time. And now she is one of the most successful VCs in tech, for women tech founders and, founders of color. But I mean, she got her first $1 million investment while she was in a homeless shelter from from
Wow,
just having fucking audacity.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm definitely gonna look into it. I wrote it down. Arla
Arlen.
Hamilton.
Arlen,
Arlen.
Arlan, Hamilton. And like a lot of times we look at our surroundings and our situations and we're like, I'm not good enough or it can't happen for me. Like has she had the mindset of I'm in a homeless shelter, what can I do? Who gonna invest in me? I'm homeless. She wouldn't be where she is today. It's something like we can't look at our surroundings, we can't look at what we've been through and let that define where where it is that we're trying to go. We can't get so tied to how we get there. Because like a lot of people will try to tell you that the path is supposed to look the same, like what Christians are doing in my comments right now. Like that, I don't know how many times I gotta tell their asses I ain't trying to go to heaven, but they still fucking type. I don't want your God to go to heaven, but like they feel like the path to the where you're trying to get to has to look the same for everybody, even their pathway to heaven. But the reality is how you get to where you're going is going to be completely different to how I get there, and we could be trying to go to the same destination. It won't be the same experience, right?
Mhm.
It's different experiences. It's not even just different paths, different experiences. Everybody talks about like the American dream. First off, that's just a fucking lie. But being able to get to what your dream is, right? Where it is that you want to go, you may fail 1,000 times. There's gonna be motherfuckers that's gonna point fingers at you and go, ha ha ha, she failed. Ha ha ha, she homeless. Ha ha ha. And you literally have to ignore that shit and keep fucking moving. That's the only thing that's gonna that's gonna make you different. That's gonna set you apart from everybody else. Is you're gonna have to be able or willing to do it afraid and continue doing it in spite of what everybody else say, in spite of what it looks like.
Thank you. I needed to hear that as my confirmation because I was just one of my journal entry for today was what could you tell your younger self um on something about your mental health or something. And I'm like, well, I said something similar to Shonda. I know that you have the tendency to start off doing your own thing, and then you look around and you see that everybody is doing things similar, and it's not at all the way that you're doing it. So you start doing it your way, and then you end up being overwhelmed, uh, feeling sad, you're depressed, you feel just distraught, and um, you don't feel good at all um, because you didn't do it your way. And so I was telling my younger self to do things your way, keep on asking those questions that you always ask, stay curious, and do it your way, period. And so I feel like hearing everything that you just said is confirmation. Um, so again, I truly appreciate you, thinker. For real. It hearing you, it challenges me to continue to focus on my inner self. We are all we have. And if we want change to happen regarding humanity, we need to know who we are and stand firm in our own identity. And it's the only way that we would be able to do things outwardly as if we are standing in who we are fully, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Do
And I
you,
appreciate you. Thank you so much.
you're
Y'all
so
have a
very
good night.
welcome. Thank you. Same to you.
You too. I couldn't have said that better myself.
Yeah, it ain't no joke.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't no joke. That shit is no joke.
Mm-hmm.
Can Amar bring up the next guest for me, please? If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. Okay. Uh, Grace and Mercy, can y'all block them, please? I feel like that is an account that's been blocked. Like they're just gonna keep coming in and doing that all night. Warrior,
Yes,
hi, how are you? Thank you, Joshua.
I'm good. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
Early 30s.
Okay. Are you in a? Well, I guess you are a believer based off your username. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Really, I want to know what your positions are.
Okay, I
Positions
don't
are.
debate. This is not a debate. There's no debating in here.
No, no, whether you believe or not. That's what I meant. You
Yeah,
believe there's a God.
I'm an atheist.
In
Okay,
general.
the room says right. This is a deconstruction room. I'm an atheist, but
No, but you could have been making something I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
know.
No, which topic do you want to discuss? Is
Okay,
what
I
I'm.
see. I see. Okay. So the lying part.
Which topic are you wanting to discuss?
The lying part.
There's no lying part. There's
Did
no.
God lie?
That's not. That's a whole topic up there. There's a whole topic to that.
Oh, he's the solution.
No. Those are those are two different topics. That's why they're two different colors, right? But this here is an entire sentence. It's an entire question. It's not just did God lie, right? It says did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them? That's an entire topic. Do you want to talk about that topic or the alternate topic?
That's what I said. The lying part.
No,
Did God
no.
lie?
That topic has nothing to do with the lie. It's not discussing lying. The topic is discussing why did this God tell them not to eat from that tree? Was it to protect them or control them? That's the topic, not
To
that
protect.
word. That's
To
not the topic.
protect. To protect.
Okay, why? Why are you saying that? Want to expand on that?
Because he warned that they weren't supposed to learn the good and evil because they couldn't handle it
Who
in the sense.
who can't handle knowing?
Adam and
Hold
Eve.
on, hold on. Who can't handle understanding morality and immorality?
It's a little deeper than that. It's if they bit from the tree, they would uh pretty much like open the treasure chest of sin.
I understand the disobedience is sin, but without them knowing morality or immorality, the difference with that, right? What that is, they didn't know they were sinning. If
No,
you
they,
can't
no,
hold
no,
on,
they didn't. They
you
didn't,
can't
which is
hold
why
on,
he said not to do it.
hold on.
You gotta let
Yeah,
me
you
talk too,
no
though.
no no no. I'm the one talking right now. That if I'm talking, you don't talk, and then when you talk, I don't talk unless I have to keep you on topic. But you don't get to interrupt me when I'm talking. They don't know the difference between what's morally good and what's immoral. So there is no way for them to understand the concept of sinning. A person can understand yes and no or do and don't, but they don't understand what the implications of those actions are without a moral conscience. And what your God commanded them to do was not gain a moral understanding of their actions. Not knowing how to identify whether something is moral or immoral does not stop you from doing the stuff. Five,
Can I
four.
talk?
I knew he's gonna say that. Can I talk now? Y'all, I don't know
I'm,
why
I'm
y'all don't
trying.
know
I'm
how to
trying to.
have conversations.
I'm trying to respect. Come on,
Yeah,
bro.
y'all all say the same thing, but like the proper way to have a conversation is if I'm talking, you don't. And then the moment I stop talking, if there's silence and there's an opportunity for you to speak, that's when you speak, but not when there's sound coming out of somebody else's mouth.
All right. So you answered it yourself without even realizing it. They were disobedient. He gave them instructions and they didn't follow it because he knew what would result in it. The serpent lied to them, said he was lying, and they still did it anyway, which resulted in the actions.
Are you saying that before they ate from this tree, Adam could not have slapped Eve. His body, his hand wouldn't have worked, and he could not have slapped Eve in the face before he ate from that tree.
No, he made them essentially perfect.
Where does it say he made them perfect?
He made them in their image. What do you mean?
In your God's image?
Yes.
Okay. Is your God wrathful?
When there's injustice, of course.
But is that a part of his image?
So you can say that, I guess.
Is he jealous?
No. Yeah, you can say that.
Nope, I don't have to. There, it shouldn't be. You can say that. He literally says, "My name is El Kana. I am jealous. I am a jealous God." He is jealous. That's a part of his image, correct?
Okay, go ahead.
Is it a part of his image?
I essentially said yes, yes.
Okay. So is he also the God of destruction, a destroyer?
What do you mean by that?
Does
If you
he
can
does he
elaborate.
command destruction? His
He
name is
doesn't.
El
He, do- he,
Shaddai.
do- he, doesn't-
His
he
name.
doesn't.
Hold on. His name is El Shaddai.
It's silent. You
His
see what I
his
mean?
name
I
his
gotta be
no,
careful
it's
here.
not. You literally asked me what do I mean by that, and I'm trying to answer it. His name is El Shaddai, which in Hebrew the shade is destruction, destroyer. He is the God of destruction.
What's your next question? Okay.
Is he the God of destruction? Is he El Shaddai?
El Shaddai, yes, he is.
Okay. So are those characteristics of his image: jealousy, wrath, destruction?
Let me think about that. No, because then they would be divine as well. They weren't divine.
So then they're not made in his image. You're not made in his image then, right? Because his image is divine.
No, because he made humans in human nature.
So humans are
They're
not
not
made in
divine.
his image.
In the divine aspect, no.
I didn't say anything about a divine aspect,
No, I'm saying that.
but I didn't. You
I
said
didn't
that
say you did. I didn't say you
you
did.
said that he's
I
made.
said
You said humans are made in the image of your God. Therefore, they were perfect. Do you remember saying that?
of course.
And therefore, Adam couldn't. His hand couldn't slap Eve prior to eating from that tree because they were perfect like your God. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
And so now, are they perfect like your God? Or are you trying to say that his jealousy, his wrath, and his destruction characteristics are imperfect? Those are the imperfect parts of your God.
No, not at all.
So, are they a part of the perfect part of your God?
Yes, not the divine
I
aspect.
didn't say anything about divine.
That's my
No,
answer.
no.
You don't like
What
this one.
you're doing is trying to say all of these features right here are divine. Therefore, they're not part of the perfectness of the image of God. Either you're made in the image of your God or not. Because let me ask you this: are humans destructive today?
Oh, of course, because of sin.
Are they jealous today?
Of course.
Isn't it interesting how the divine characteristics of your God are what make you a sinner?
Repeat that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it again.
Listen, if you're gonna
It
be
is
condescending,
really
then
interesting
this isn't
that
gonna go anywhere.
then you can hop down. I mean, you get yourself out of it.
All right.
You're not gonna
God bless
tone
you.
police me. Fuck you in your God. I'm not finna like. Don't come up here thinking you're gonna tone police me, or thinking that I'm gonna rub your fucking ego. And what you really did is fucking ran because you know you put your fucking foot in your mouth when you tried to say that they were perfect and you don't know your God. You had no idea that those characteristics were a part of your God's image. And the moment I said that are humans today destructive, right? Are they jealous? And it's those motherfucking characteristics that make you a sinner. And you've classified those characteristics as divine. That's what you get for being dishonest as fuck. Because it's, according to you, it's your God's divine characteristics that makes you a fucking sinner. And if you didn't have as much of your God in you, then maybe the earth would be perfect. Fucking whiny asses.
They kill me with that.
Man, god damn. That got talking about they got the Jesus Christ, but you want to fucking whine about somebody. I don't know. Like, I don't even talk about some condescending because I even put up with your bullshit. I'm not gonna talk to
Yeah, he
y'all like no fucking
stuck his foot in
baby.
his mouth. That's
Yeah.
all that was. He couldn't come out of it.
Like, what the fuck?
Assalamu alaikum.
I can't stand whiny ass people, man. I swear. I don't.
Assalamu alaikum.
I'm gonna take it down. This conversation is about the God of the Christian Bible. Okay.
Well, if we're gonna talk
All
about
right.
God, don't call him a liar.
Nope. Have a good day. Y'all, the conversation in here is about the God of the Christian Bible, not the Quran, not Islam. Okay. Empire?
Yeah.
Empire? What is that? Empire. Goodness gracious.
Empire.
Goodness.
Empire Cat 1, yo.
Okay. How old are you?
49. I said 39. Well, I'm crazy.
You done lost a whole decade? I ain't
Man,
even finna front
damn.
because sometimes I be like, damn, how old am I? Like, shit. I forgot I turned
get too
45.
old and
Man,
shit, like-
birthdays don't mean shit no more. Just another year. Like, how old are you? Shit, another year, motherfucker. I don't know. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a spiritual believer in the spirit and the word.
Okay.
No religion.
Is it
no
the God of the
religion.
Bible though? Okay, that's okay. I'm not talking about religion, but is it the God of the Bible? The word is the Bible?
Yes, the word does confirm within myself. Yes, I believe that.
Okay. When you say confirm within yourself, you're talking about the Bible, the what's in the Bible, because that's what we're discussing. Nothing out. We're discussing that story, even like including like apocryphal text or whatever, but it has to be the story that's written about this God.
Yes, I do. But I would also say that in nature and how times and storms and everything happens, I see God in that
Yeah,
too.
but we're not talking about that God. We're talking about the God in the
Okay.
Bible. So
Okay.
the topics in here are very centered and focused for a reason.
For a reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're not just talking about
Okay.
any God.
Okay. Well, I do get the spirit from the Bible, and that's true.
Well,
And
okay,
I'm
so
not afraid about that.
well, I'm not asking about if you get the spirit. Do you believe in the God of the Bible? If not, then I'm gonna have to take you down. Or like, are you deconstructing or an atheist?
No, hold on a minute.
No, don't tell me to hold on. I'm trying to hold
I
on.
do believe
Hold on. No, wait.
in the God
Hello.
of the Bible.
Okay. Nobody's ever going to be able to come up here and control my stage. That's my job.
Well,
Nope.
I didn't know that.
No,
I didn't know
you
that.
should have known that because this isn't your life, right? And what I'm
You're
trying to
right.
do, right? And what I'm trying to do is qualify you for the conversation to see if this is going to be
If.
valuable for us.
I
Why
got
are
it.
you talking while I'm talking? This is crazy.
I got it.
No, stop.
Me and you
Stop.
are like,
No, we're not.
We're together.
No, the fuck we're not. No, we're not. Like
Okay,
you're already
okay.
starting off wrong. Like you started off okay, and you're already starting off wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like this is ridiculous. I don't know what it is about. It's either men or believers who.
It's not
Hey,
that.
stop. Like I don't know what the fuck kind of conversations y'all are used to having in life. I don't. This is why y'all don't understand each other. Why a lot of y'all have are throwing shit at each other at fucking Christmas parties and shit because y'all don't know how to communicate. When someone else is talking, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. You should be actively listening. One, to make sure that you're in the right place, because I swear you're going to ask me some shit that I've already fucking said. And then to be honest, like your breathing is really loud, right? And I can barely pay attention to myself, so I know that you can barely pay attention to the things that I'm saying. Right? You keep moving a lot. The microphone is loud. And we're not going to be able to have a conversation. Stop. We're not going to be able to have a conversation if you're already showing me that you're going to behave this way. I'm just going to go and take you down because it's too fucking early in the live to be cussing motherfuckers out. It's too early for that shit. I don't want to do that. And then you just told me you're 46 or 64. I can't fucking remember. But your age is about to say you're no. Don't fucking call me baby. Nope. Bye. You done fuck the fuck up. Don't fucking call me baby. I ain't your fucking baby. Don't fucking come up here and disrespect me like that. Don't lost your fucking mind.
Yeah, I kind of knew that one was gonna go bad, just based on how he was breathe. I can't stand when people just breathe all in the mic. I just can't stand it.
I tried not to say anything about it because I figured it might have been, you know what I'm saying, like a
Yeah.
health issue. Okay, all right. And on the first day of Christmas, there you go. You should have made it rhyme like that. You should have did it to that fucking melody, bitch.
Wow. These clowns is crazy. Thank you guys so much for the gifts.
I never told y'all asses I was a lady. I don't know why y'all keep trying to put that motherfucking label on me. Y'all like stop trying to make me be something that you want me to be. First off, like what the fuck? That's y'all's fucking problem. You go out in life and expect people to be what the fuck you want them to be. You need to find what the fuck you want. I don't owe you that shit, motherfucker. New York City.
Hey, how's it going tonight?
Good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good.
How old are you?
I am 38.
Are you a believer, a deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah,
Please hurry up.
atheist. It's because sometimes I wonder if I'm in between deconstructing and atheist, but I'm like, no. I just like having debates about it.
I don't debate. I'm
Oh,
not.
not debates, but like talks. Sorry. I like to have conversations.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like I like your prompt. Did God lie to Adam and Eve?
No,
You know,
like if you're just up here to talk, just to hear yourself, I'm not interested in that. Like this is, it sounds like you thought that we were going to debate, right? And I'm not here to debate. And then you changed your what you were gonna say, and it just doesn't sound authentic. Like I'm not interested in just having conversations just to have conversation. That's not what we're here for.
So if you're not here to discuss,
No, just for the purposes of hearing yourself talk. I'm not interested in that. And like I talk to people who are actively deconstructing and actively questioning their faith. People who are active believers who question this stuff, or atheists who have information or different perspectives to share. Like I'm not here to make friends or to just talk to hear people talk.
no, but I'm an atheist who would like to share my opinion. I mean,
I'm not
don't
here to
see-
get opinions. I said different information. Like this is a research-based live. Like I'm not here to just hear you talk is what I'm saying. Like this isn't a hangout. Does that make sense? This is not a place to this isn't that type of live. Like there's a goal in here.
So no discussion.
It is discussion, intentional discussion. Intentional discussion. Does that make sense?
That's what I'm trying to have with you.
No, you're trying to share your opinion because it sounds like you just want to talk about something.
You're asking a question in your prompt,
But
and
there's
I'm
a
answering
reason.
it.
Like you came up, right? You
Oh,
switched from right. Yeah, you don't fit. Okay. Goodness gracious.
I don't understand why is that so hard to understand.
I don't
That
know.
How you
I
doing?
don't know. Good. How are you?
I'm okay.
Um,
I was just sitting here listening,
okay. How old are
and
you?
I'm 58.
All right. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm deconstructing. I
Okay.
said all three of them. I'm deconstructing some stuff right now.
You said all three. How you an atheist and a believer?
Cause listen, let me explain it to you. Some things I believe in, some things I don't.
Right, but an atheist doesn't believe in a God. So how are you a believer in a God and don't believe in a God at the same time?
Okay, you want to shape my thoughts? You want me to explain it to you?
I did. Why?
Some
Do
part,
you understand?
some
Hold
part.
on. Wait. Do you understand when I say how? When I say how are you, that means that I do want you to explain because I don't understand.
Okay,
Based on the definition, right,
right,
of what a atheist is,
right.
and based on the definition of what a
Miss,
believer,
my IQ is what? Listen, my IQ is one.
god
You're not
damn,
gonna
what the
give me
fuck
nothing
is
to just
wrong
give
with
that
you
lady.
fucking
You're not gonna give.
believers? What the fuck is
Listen, you
wrong
don't.
with y'all?
You don't need a
Huh?
show,
What
Miss.
the fuck is wrong with you fucking believers? You can't fucking be an atheist and a fucking theist at the same goddamn time. The very fact that atheist means anti-theist, not a theist. You can't fucking be both. That's like saying you're A and not A at the same fucking time. That's why I asked you, how are you saying you are both, motherfucker? God damn,
that's
I
got to be the
swear.
craziest thing I've ever heard.
I just sat there and listened to you scream at the other lady like she was stupid. You can't shape people's perspectives.
You
You
don't
gonna
you
tell me
don't
I
have
can't be?
you don't
I
have a
can be an
perspective,
atheist.
motherfucker. Like
I can't be
you
an
need to
atheist. See, you
fucking melt
sound like
like fucking Frosty, bitch. Like you need like your fucking brain, your fucking brain is in a fucking Wendy's cup, motherfucker. It's on
you don't need
99
a
cents
platform.
special, bitch. Get the
You
fuck off
don't
my
need a
stage. Get the
you don't
fuck
need a
off my stage,
platform.
you fucking Wendy's Frosty.
You need to be
And
yelling
and
out
a
the
kitty
window.
Frosty at that, motherfucker.
You need to be yelling.
Get the fuck
You
off
don't
my
need a
stage, you
platform.
McFlurry bitch.
Yeah, you
I fucking can't. I swear,
That
what the fuck? These dumb motherfuckers. I swear.
I don't even think he realized what he said. That's I have to say that is the craziest thing I've ever heard on this live. Somebody coming up here saying that they're both. How- Wow. Okay. Yeah, you both. Yeah. Okay. You must got split personality or something.
This motherfucker said, I'm on three. I'm on three. Duh. Then I said, well, how are you a believer and an atheist at the same time? You want to shake my faith? You want to shake my perspective? You want me to explain it to you? You gonna tell me what I am? Bitch, what the fuck you think how me, motherfucker?
That's crazy.
I swear, this is dumb.
Wow. Okay. Who's next?
Then they fucking get scared. They fucking start running and shit.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, well, It ain't no honest. I know he just didn't know what he said. He didn't know that. It's no way he knew what he said. It's impossible.
He just wanted to come up and take up for the lady because I said no. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to just talk to you because you want to hear yourself talk. You don't have a
Right.
reason to be up here. You don't have a reason. You literally let me know that when you switched it up on me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like when you do that, you letting me know that this is gonna be a boring ass conversation because I'm just gonna sit there and just listen to your ass ramble because you just like hearing your voice. No, that's not what this live is about.
Right. Wow.
I don't know. I keep bringing that motherfucker up every time I do. You drop out. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Y'all do the thing. I don't know if motherfuckers is trying to like report the live, but every time I bring somebody up, they bounce right back out. I don't know. 1972.
Hi, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm good. How old are you?
Um, Almost 40.
Okay. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist? Yeah, hold on for a second. Y'all please I keep forgetting not to work the guest box. If y'all could do me a favor and like try to bring them up fast, because I know I know I'm getting on they fucking nerves with this screen. So if y'all can kind of like tap me on the hand so I stop doing this to YouTube, I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist? I didn't hear you.
Atheist.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
I think God lied to Adam and Eve. If you were to consider it as like truth aspect of a faith, the myth of Christianity. If that myth is true, he lied to them.
Well, the question doesn't say did God lie to them. The question says did he lie to them to protect them or control them. That's the whole question.
Sorry. Yeah, to protect or control. I would say control.
Okay. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah. So, firstly, the according to the myth, it says that the tree is of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right?
Yeah.
So, the whole idea of that is Adam and Eve, prior to eating of the apple, they don't know what good and evil is. They don't know what deceit is. They don't know what doing good stuff and doing bad stuff, what that means. They have no knowledge of that because they have not eaten of the apple yet. So when God says, hey, don't do this, they don't know what it means to do it or to not do it. So that's kind of like the first lie, is because he just set them up for failure, basically. And so he's just trying to control them. He's not protecting them from anything. He's just trying to control them. And they don't know good or bad or any of that concept at all.
So, do you think in your eyes is good and bad and good and evil or right and wrong all the same thing?
Well, yeah, like bad and evil, like you can split hairs, but they're kind of sort of synonymous. So like I would say they're associatedly the same.
Do you think everything good that you would call good is morally good?
Um, well, I mean, you can qualify it. So, like, for example, you can say morally good. You can say like law-abidingly good. And those
Right. So they're
often
not the same,
can
right?
come at a clash, even though one, yeah, so like, yeah, good can have qualifying aspects to it. So, um, I'm assuming if we're going by like the Christian faith, the statements from God, the good and evil, those are the presumption is like it's the moral aspect of it, and strictly the moral aspect. If And from that stance, if Adam and Eve do not know moral good and moral evil because they have not eaten of the apple yet, they don't have that knowledge yet, then how could they ever choose one way or the other and have any sort of fault from that because they don't know anything?
I mean, they can choose to do right or wrong. They just don't know the moral implications of those choices, right? I'm sorry. It's my turn to speak.
Go ahead.
My grandson tonight, oh my gosh, every time I told him not to do something and I would say no, he knows what no means. If I would say sit down or go to the corner, he knows what that means and he would go. Does he understand what the implications are of him making a choice to disobey? No, but he knows when he's disobeying because he sneaks and he'll look and he knows when he's doing something that he should not be doing, right? So there's with Adam and Eve, they knew that they were not supposed to eat from the tree, but they did not understand the moral implications of that. And I think a lot of times when we have these conversations, usually with believers think that they couldn't do right or wrong. I mean, they couldn't do anything bad because they didn't have the knowledge of good and evil, and that's just not the case.
And see, I disagree with that because, again, it's the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam doesn't have that knowledge yet. Eve does not have that knowledge yet. You are all, the example you are talking about is the kid has the knowledge already and they do it anyway. Mm-mm. Adam and Eve do not have that knowledge yet. That's the problem of the myth. They don't have the knowledge yet. They were simply told it, and they haven't been taught it yet. They were just told. It's basically the example of like a puppy that hasn't had any training whatsoever, so they don't know what's good and what's bad, or a child that hasn't been taught the good and the bad, the yeses and the nos. They don't know any of that yet.
But can a puppy?
They were simply.
Hold on, you keep repeating yourself.
Into existence.
Hold on, you keep repeating yourself. Wait, no, don't repeat yourself again. Don't repeat yourself again. Can a puppy do something bad without knowing that it's bad? Can a puppy? You just brought in the example of the puppy, so I'm using your example. So hold on. You brought the example of the puppy in.
I know, but puppy, kid, cat, whatever, it doesn't matter like what it is. It can be a kid. It could still be like a toddler.
Can it do something bad without knowing that it's bad?
No.
It can't do anything bad. So a puppy can't shit on your bed without knowing that it's bad?
To the puppy, was it a bad act?
But is it bad to you? I'm not saying do they know. I literally said do they know. But can their bodies do it without knowing it's bad? Huh?
And I am gonna say no, because
so a puppy can't shit. Bad. It doesn't matter. Did they shit on your bed?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so their bodies can do things without them knowing how to classify it or categorize it as morally good or morally bad, correct?
And I would honestly categorize that
as no. Can their bodies do? I didn't say it was morally good or bad, so stop, okay? Because you're acting like a Christian up here. I don't know fucking why you're doing that. Can their bodies do things without them being able to categorize them as morally good or morally bad? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you mean you disagree with what I said? Because that's literally what I said.
The whole idea of so them doing it from their point of view is not good or bad.
I didn't say it was.
It's just them.
I never said it
There you go.
was.
All right, so
I never said it was, but they could still make choices. They could still do
Right.
things without knowing what the moral implications are. That's like saying because Adam had a hand that his hand wouldn't slap Eve. That because he doesn't know whether it's moral or immoral, he's just gonna sit there like this and hand ain't gonna be able to do anything. That doesn't
Right.
make any damn sense.
Which is why morality is very much subjective. It is.
I'm not
just,
talking about morality. We're talking about doing. We're talking about the fact that you said that originally said they couldn't do anything bad because they didn't know how to classify it as whether it's moral or immoral.
Right. Do anything bad because
It's
they can
still
do
bad.
stuff.
It's
Well,
still bad just
that
because
again-
they don't.
well,
So when
the-
so
the
because
bad
men
is-
think
the
that it's
bad
okay.
is the
Hold on.
subjective.
So is it fucking bad for a man to rape a woman? Is it bad for a man to rape a woman? Huh?
Yes.
So it's subjective though. It's subjective because somebody else is gonna say it's not bad. So is it bad? Can because you say it's bad and then another man say it's not bad? Is it bad when that man raped a woman because he said it's not bad?
It's still bad.
No. Oh, really? You just said it wasn't. You just said that because they didn't know it was bad. When the dog shits on the bed, it's not bad. Because Adam didn't know it was bad. If Adam slaps Eve, it's not bad. Do you see the problem with what you're saying?
It requires a little bit more dialogue and a little bit more nuance to actually go into this conversation than just like little bit of snippets.
Who's snippeting? Are you snippeting, Nelly? Are you snippeting?
No,
No.
Who's snippeting?
I didn't say snippeting. I said snippets.
I know
of
what you said.
conversation.
Who's doing that? Who's using snippets?
I want to ask a question. Are you literally saying that Adam and Eve didn't know anything?
They didn't know good from evil.
So
I
did they
definitely
know
don't
good
think
from
he's
bad?
atheist. I'll be right back, Nelly.
hmm
Well, yeah. Like I said earlier, bad and evil are basically synonymous in terms of this aspect. It's the moral bad, the moral evil. Bad and evil. Different words, same concept here in terms of
Okay, so
morality. Yes.
now I need you to understand what you're actually saying. Because if what you're saying is true, okay, let's run with that. If what you're saying is true, then how could God expect Adam to obey what he told him not to do? And how could you expect Adam to understand that that was wrong if he didn't know what was wrong?
I don't. That's one of my issues with the Christian mythology. Adam could not understand that. He was set up for failure from the onset.
Well, well, according to the story, that wouldn't be correct because Eve specifically told the serpent that God said not to even touch the fruit. The touching
Well, no.
came in on that part, and
So,
if
so,
they
so,
did, they would die.
so, God gave the commandment to Adam. Adam relayed the commandment to Eve.
We
So
don't know
first of
that.
all, there's also a separation of a tier of
Did you hear what I
separation between the
said?
commandment.
Did you hear what I said?
Say it again.
We don't know that Adam told Eve. We know that Eve knew, but we don't know if Adam told her because it doesn't say in the story that Adam told Eve.
Okay, well, we know because God only told Adam, and if Eve knew and God only told Adam, then how else would Eve know?
What conversation did Eve and the God have when he took Adam's rib and went off somewhere and made Eve?
As far as I'm aware, none.
How are you aware that there was no conversation that took place? When he
Well,
breathed into her, hold on, when he breathed into her, and she became alive, how are you aware that they didn't talk?
According to the mythology, there was no talking.
Where does it say there was no talking? Where does it say that?
Unless you want to say that there's stuff that happens that isn't explicitly stated.
I mean, did
you're
he take her?
assuming.
Did he take her off? Did he take his rib and go somewhere and make her? Does the book say he breathed into Eve's nostrils? Does the book say that?
Does it say anywhere that God
Does it
told
say that?
Eve the same?
Does it say
Does it
he
say
breathed?
that?
Does it say he breathed into Eve's nostrils?
No.
No, but you assume that happened. But you assume that happened though,
No.
right? Oh, so how did Eve come alive? How does she have breath?
Directly ripped from Adam's rib cage, which is a weird thing because that's.
So she breathes from Adam's rib cage. Her breath is from Adam's rib.
No.
How does she have breath?
You're saying that.
How does she have breath? How did Eve get breath?
That's a good question. You should ask a
is it
theologist about that.
or is it that your lying ass, and you probably a Christian? I don't think you're an atheist.
Where did I lie?
Yeah, I don't think
did
that your
I
ass
lie?
is an atheist. The way you up here
Hold on.
caping
Where
for this shit.
did I lie?
The way you
Where
up here
did I lie?
caping, shut the fuck up. The way you up here caping for this shit, I don't think you're an atheist. And then you're not even using any type of logic. And then the way you're running from logic, it's ridiculous. Like why
exactly
the fuck? Like you're literally running from logic. There's nothing in this book that says that the God breathed into Eve, but you know that she fucking got breath. There's nothing in this book that says what. I'm fucking talking right now. I'm talking. There's nothing in this book that says whether a conversation took place between this God and Eve prior to him bringing Eve to even meet the fucking dirt monster.
I never said that either.
You said that it didn't happen. You said no conversation took place, and you don't fucking know that because the story does not tell you. It does not give you any information about that. So you cannot definitively say that he did not tell her. Just like we cannot definitively say that he did. We don't know who told her in the story.
Okay, so I'm going off the assumption that things don't happen unless they're told that they are.
There is nothing in this book that says Adam told Eve. Nothing.
And nothing in the book says Napoleon met Jesus. I'm gonna assume that never happened.
He could have,
unless the book says
he could have fucking met. He could have fucking met him, dumb fuck. And it does not say. And it does not say that Adam told Eve. So we don't fucking know. I don't know why y'all think y'all could come up here and fucking lie and say that you were an atheist.
I'm not lying.
You are fucking lying. Yes, the fuck you are.
Conversation.
You are not no fucking atheist.
I absolutely. Yes, I am. I just know the book.
No, the fuck you don't. You know the book the same way a Christian know the book.
Okay, so where did I lie? Point where I lied. You called me a liar several times. Where did I lie?
I just fucking told you.
You know, I'm gonna tell you what's kind of funny. Hold on, sir.
My lie.
Calm down.
Okay.
You know, when you read Genesis
where is
3,
my lie?
I could lean more toward God telling Eve this than Adam telling Eve this, and just reading Genesis 3. So
hold on, Nelly. Hold on. Telling me to be calm will get your ass blocked. Don't fucking tone police me in my comments. Go ahead.
So if you go to Genesis 3 and you go to, let's say, verse 2, it says, the woman said to the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden. But God said, you shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you shall die.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, she said God said.
Yeah. That does not rule out God told Adam, Adam told Eve. That doesn't rule out that.
Well, I mean, I was just wondering why she didn't say, but Adam said.
Because also she did not say God told me. So she didn't say that either.
She said, but God said.
But she didn't say God told me.
What kind of
No,
atheist do you think would argue over that bullshit, Nelly?
exactly.
None. None.
Wow.
Okay, so again, going back, where did I lie? You called me a liar 20 times. You have not pointed
Shut
out
the fuck
a
up
single
and
point where
and
I
shut
lied.
the fuck up. You lying now, motherfucker.
Where did I lie?
Wow. Did you have anything else, sir?
I'd like to know where I lied because I never lied, and she's called me a liar 20 times. So where did I lie?
We're not going to go back over that. Did you have anything else
We
to
never went
add to the
over in the
con?
first place. Y'all
Okay.
keep ignoring it.
Okay. We're ignoring it. Now, can we move on? Is there anything else you'd like
No,
to add to
no,
that topic?
no. I would like to know where I lied at.
Okay, well, you don't
Apparently,
control. Hey, I'm sorry, you don't control the stage, sir. So I'm asking you, is there
well,
anything else that you would like to add to the topic?
I'm just I want to go on, but I'm just curious where I lied at because I'm pretty sure I never
Lied.
lied. I just said I represented the mythology. I said I was an atheist, which I am, no matter how hard you want to say it otherwise. But I'm never lied.
Okay. Now, is there anything else you'd like to add to the topic, sir?
Yeah. Where did I lie?
Okay, that's not the topic, sir.
Well, it is right now because
No, it's
she
not.
called me a liar
That's
20
not the
times.
topic, sir.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, then you can have a good day.
Yeah, I'm
Go
gonna
ahead and
show
drop
you how
down.
much is the fucking
Yeah.
topic.
Yeah.
That's how much is the topic, motherfucker. Daydream about it.
Wow. You told him where he lied, he still didn't hear you. You said it again, he still didn't hear you. That's crazy.
I swear that behavior. That's Christian behavior. They can't hide the shit. Power Pig, are you in the box on purpose, Mr. Curtis? Keep in mind if you are a sub and if I don't see a comment saying on purpose, then I'm not gonna bring you up because I'm gonna think TikTok threw you in there on accident. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Oh shit, I keep forgetting. My bad, y'all. I'm trying. So y'all got to be quicker than me. Are y'all bringing up somebody? Last caller was Ned Flanders. Mr. Curtis said he was in there on accident. No, you left on your own, K2. Why are you playing? Why are you playing? You know damn well you left on your own. Y'all don't be trying to get in the box, then get brought on stage and then drop so you can go and lie and say we kicked y'all. You left on your own. You weren't even up here for 2 seconds. That's crazy. You know what? Sometimes I think believers coming on this stage is like going to an amusement park and getting on like the biggest ride. You motherfucker be like standing in line. They get to the front where it's time to get on the ride, and then they
And
turn around.
it's
Hello, hold on, Power Pig. Hello, hello.
yes, hi.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you hear me talking? Could you give me just a second, okay? Um, you know how when you were young, you go to the amusement park and you want to feel big, like you got on the biggest ride, and the whole time you in line, right? You in line with all your cousins, and you scared to the motherfucker, but you trying to pretend like you not scared, and that you gonna get on this ride, and as soon as you get up there, you turn around. That's what K2 has just did. I feel like that's what he just did. I don't know. Because like literally you were in the guest request. I brought you up. You were up here for 2 seconds and you left. Then you get in the chat like 2 minutes later talking about, hey, why you dropped me? Get back up here. We're gonna make sure we strap you in this time, okay? Power Pig, what's up? Power Pig. Am I saying it right?
Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Hi. Sorry about that.
That's okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Hello to your panel.
Hello.
Did you come up to talk about the topic or deconstruction or?
I did. I did. Um, the topic is Jesus the problem or solution for humanity. I do think you always choose very very good and deep topics. Um, I do think that also the topic that you had before these sets um, where where it was asking if Adam could be abusive. It seems to circle back with these topics because people tend to uh, fixate on certain words, especially this what the top one with the word lie in that they just keep going to that word. But beyond that, your topics are very deep and thought provoking. So congratulations on that. Um, right. So two quick things. Jesus teaches or taught or is said to have taught, blessed are the meek and poor in spirit. And I do think that this can idealize passive and docile states and allow them to proliferate, especially in our community where suffering is seen um, as a badge of honor then, and it encourages or discourages confidence actually, and ambition, and may dissuade personal agency, uh, because we can't take credit for anything. Uh, and as an atheist, I think a lot of times it gets a little annoying when you see people they work hard and they do their best and they may achieve something, but then they say, oh, praise Jesus. And like, you just basically gave away all the credit even though you were the one who did all of the work. So it's definitely a problem as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we talked about that earlier with Sean about how being indoctrinated into this religion made it difficult for us to step out and take risk or take credit for the things that we've done. And I've shared, several times before that it's made me indecisive as a young adult where I had to get validation from someone before I made a decision, and it took a director when I was working at AT&T. It took for her to point it out that I was indecisive, and I had to figure out like where that was coming from. and I definitely think it stems from the blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth, teaching us that we have to be humble, that our gifts are for God and not for us. And I can remember I started doing that with my oldest son, and I still don't think that I've been able to repair that when I yelled at him so bad because he was bragging on himself for making like 7 touchdowns in one game. And I yelled at him. I was like, "You don't do that. You be humble." And I feel like I took something out of him that day, and I don't like it. But I've been working really hard to restore that fire, back in him. But I definitely think that that's an issue. And we were talking this morning with Fee about how our grandparents beat into us this doctrine, but what they were just whooping us for was for saying something offensive about an all-powerful deity as a kid. And this
Right.
all-powerful deity is just sitting there watching us get beat for asking a question about his existence. That, like, it's very abusive. So yeah, I agree. It's a whole ass problem.
Right. I have a friend, a very good friend of mine. And he went to he did like a project management course. Some big time project management thing, and he did all the certifications and all that stuff. And he's a Christian, and he's telling the story about how he didn't know any of the questions on the exam, and the spirit was kind of was telling him the answers, and I'm like, oh my God, bro, like, did you study? Like, but he passed, but he's not giving himself any credit whatsoever. As far as he's concerned, um, the spirit is the one who helped him pass this exam, and it was like, are you serious right now? Like, did you study at all? Like, well, yeah, I did study. Well, then that's you, bro. Like, and like, but you can't come to grips with taking credit for it and just feeling good about it. And I think this is just terrible, and it's harmful. And I mean, beyond, I hope in my heart that he doesn't really like repeat the story to anybody else, because I'm like, my friend is gonna sound crazy right now. So saying you're in an exam, and something is whispering to you the answers, and you eventually found out that those were the correct answers. But that's you. That's called memory. But it's just one of those things that's just harmful.
Yeah, I agree. I saw a video right before finals. The lady did a TikTok praying for people to pass their finals. And she's like, "You may not have studied, but God's gonna bless you." I'm like, "What? That is such the wrong message to send." But she did a whole ass video, and it had uh, like tens of thousands of likes. Like, it was over 60,000 likes.
Wow.
Yeah. She's like, "You may not have studied, but God's gonna bless you. I bless it. I pray that you pass each final." I'm like, "What in the hell?"
Well, if you didn't study, then you're probably not gonna pass. So um, I don't know what God's gonna do about that, because Jesus doesn't know the answers either. He's been
Jesus can't
nursing
even
it
remember
down.
what the fuck he said in this book. Like, he can't even tell them what Genesis 2 and 3 said. Like, ain't no way he gonna be able to tell them the square root of 2 if they ain't studied it.
Right? Like, straight from the beginning, they had two different versions. So I don't
He
know. Like,
forgot. Yeah, he forgot that the beginning of the book say in a beginning, not in the, like. Yeah.
so um, yeah, it's yeah, it's definitely harmful. And as for our community, we stay entrenched in the hardships because it's seen as virtuous. see it's equated to holiness. So, and that's a part of the reason we don't pursue ventures, because the rich person is never gonna make it to heaven, so why bother? Um, it's insane, really. It's insane,
Yeah.
and this is while everyone else um passes us by on their way to success, and we think that, okay, we'll be getting our riches in the next life, um and we kind of throw this one away.
Wow, the ones that Jesus say are going to be able to get to heaven as rich are classified as the chosen. It's
Yeah.
it's interesting, right? This is what I was saying in the video that I did about King David and that group that was in that Netflix documentary, and how most of them are wealthy, but they classify themselves as, the chosen, and they live by a different set of rules, and they're going by the Bible. The crazy thing is they're living according to the stories in the Bible more so than those that are poor and waiting to get theirs in the eternal life. And I don't think, like, a lot of them don't pay attention to the fact that they have to reinterpret the Bible to make it match what they believe this Jesus said or wants to do for them. They have to say, you got to read between the lines. You got to have the spiritual eyes. Like, what they believe isn't in the book, right?
Right.
But what those that claim to be chosen and that's living by this different set of rules, it's in the book. And they don't have to reinterpret. They don't have to have spiritual eyes. They
Right.
can just read it and it's there. They're the ones following it. That's crazy.
Right. Um, but yeah, again, congratulations on just what you're doing for the community as a whole, and your uh, community itself is with you at the head. You're doing a lot in kind of opening up.
Hold
Um,
on, let me just say that I am not at the head. I'm not at the head of
well,
anything. Like, so
okay.
yeah, no.
Well, you're a thought leader then. So let me put it that way. And I don't think you can deny that, that you're a thought leader. I think you're probably not giving yourself enough credit right now.
No, I
But
don't want the job. I don't want that job. No, I don't want that job. Y'all can give it to Justice Deconstruction.
okay.
Yeah, Jessica
But
Deconstruction can take that job. I don't want that job.
I see. I was trying to. I was thinking about coming up last night, but you were having some wild guests, and people are just. I kind of see how they kind of misinterpret what you were saying, because I see it and I don't, because there are people that are kind of trying to figure out what you meant when you say, could Adam be abusive, and they can't see past like what you're saying, and it's kind of so frustrating because you can see clearly what you're getting at, but then they're missing the point, and they just keep going left over and over, and like, well, can they do the thing even if they don't know that it's wrong? Can he be abusive? Like, yes, it's like easy to see, but then they're like, no, they didn't know. So he couldn't slap her because he has a hand. No, he can't slap her. No, no. Oh my God. Are you kidding me right now?
When that guy said that the dog cannot shit on the bed without no, that I'm like, now you just fucking with me at this point. Like, what?
Well, I guess it's not real shit if the dog doesn't know. It's
Like,
like,
they
oh
so
my God.
dishonest. Yeah.
Is it that they're just dishonest, or it's just the Christian brain though? Because that guy was definitely Christian. He wasn't. He
Yeah.
wasn't atheist.
Well, I
Like,
think I think the Christian brain forces them to be dishonest because, like,
mm,
this is my thought, right? That God is a deceiver. He's the God of deceivers, right? He's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? We know that. Abraham was a deceiver, and the God protected Abraham. Isaac followed his father's footsteps. He was a deceiver. Jacob was a deceiver, right? And then through Jacob, they get that changed to the Israelites, right? To
Israel. Hmm.
yeah, but he is the God of these three deceivers. And then
Right.
we know that it's like whenever they are calling on the name, like they'll say the God I call upon the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and then there are times in there where they say I call upon the name of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel. And so there's different things that they're doing when they do that. But they'll switch back and forth between Jacob and Israel.
Israel.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and we see that the God does deceptive things in the text, right? And so this is my theory, because their God is the God of deception. The way the text was put together was through a deceptive means, right? They have to kind of become a deceiver in order to defend it.
Hmm.
So yeah, so they may not want to become or be dishonest, but they don't have a choice, because this is what they've become loyal to. This is what they've adopted as truth for themselves, and fear, right? If they find something what they believe to be true to not be true about this God, I think they get scared, and so
Hmm.
lying and dishonesty just feels like safety to them.
So you believe it's more that they do realize and they're in denial about it, or they choose to ignore it, or they just don't see it? Because I'm thinking that a lot of them really just don't see it. That's what I think.
Do you really believe
Just
that last guy didn't think that dogs could shit on the bed?
no, no, no. I
So,
know, I know, I know that that guy was bullshit. Though that guy was bullshit, like for sure. Um, but I think a lot of what did I say? Um, Bible believers, they just don't see it, and I think I guess in a way I'm trying to put myself in that situation because as I was a part of the religion, as were many of us at one point, and we just didn't see it, and
but
it's
I've
we're
also
just going
never,
along.
but I've never defended it either as a believer. And so, and I can honestly say that I'm not the type of person that's going to defend, that's going to reject facts.
Right.
So, like, I wouldn't have made a conscious decision to lie in the face of factual information.
Mhm. When I spoke to you before, and something you said really stuck with me. And you said, like, if you have the type of mind that will basically, not verbatim, but if you'll basically, um, if you're able to take apart the puzzle, so to speak, and then if you're not afraid to take it apart, I should say, and then put it back together, then you will probably deconstruct, as opposed to someone who is given the puzzle with all the pieces and they're protected with their life because they don't want any part of it to go missing, basically. Um and I think that in a way kind of encapsulates what I'm trying to. I think when we were in it, we were just kind of protecting it. I don't know if
I don't know.
I
Not
could
not
say
to
maybe
I didn't to dishonesty though. I didn't, and I think because I started to recognize the dishonesty in it is what caused me to deconstruct, right? And caused me to constantly ask questions. But I didn't defend this to dishonesty.
Well, I'm not talking about the dishonesty part. That's I think that's
Oh,
for
that's what I'm
who
talking about.
have started to read the Bible and started to study it for themselves. Then you'll see the dishonesty. I'm talking about when you're kind of lukewarm. I believe when you just kind of go to church and you kind of take the lessons as they're given to you, and you don't really go research it for yourself. So you'll probably, or I know I would have probably, in some cases, um, be seen as defending it because that's what I was taught. And
No,
but when I
you asked
started
me
to,
if I thought that they were being dishonest on purpose. So that's what I'm talking about.
okay,
I'm
okay, I
answering
got you,
that
got you.
question. Yeah.
Okay, okay, very well. Okay, I guess those are two different ideas.
Yeah. I'm saying
All
that
right,
I think that when logic hits, right? Like in while you're in a conversation and then logic hits and your brain says danger, danger, or savior, danger,
for sure.
they make a conscious decision to either, manipulate, gaslight, and reject, or just straight out lie. And we've talked about this several times over, the 2 years that we've been doing this. We can almost hear the brain, like the fucking wheels
Mm,
turning in the exact moment that they've decided to be dishonest. Like the exact
right,
moment that they make that decision, am I going to accept this logic and it changed what I believed about my faith, or am I going to lie? Am I going to reject? I'm going to pretend like I don't see it. Am I going to make some shit up to fight logic?
right.
We see them do that every day on this stage.
But those are for the people whom I would say you're giving the credit that they do have somewhat of a logical outlook or interpretation of a thing. Because I've met persons who just it's just theology. They're just spitting theology as they get it. It's no rhyme or reason. Just
But
you
I'm not
know.
talking about theological. I'm talking about just science based. Like a lot of times they just lie about words in a book. They will literally just reject what a text says in a book and say it doesn't say that. You got to read between the lines.
Mm,
Like, I don't discuss theology in here.
right.
Like theology is
Okay.
opinion based to me. They outright reject facts and evidence, things that's right in front of their faces. And when they make the decisions to just straight out lie to defend their faith is what I'm talking about.
Mm. I asked a pastor about, and this was early on when I was just starting to read on my own, and I came across a lot of the slavery that was in the Bible, or the endorsement of slavery, not just slavery, but the endorsement of slavery. And I asked him about it, and he said, "There's no endorsing of slavery in the Bible." And I just kind of ended the conversation there because I'm like, okay, either he has not read it or he has no idea what he's talking about, because it was like obvious to me at that point then that it's just one of those two things. um, and I guess the person, was kind of, I held in high regard, so I did not want to believe that they were just straight up dishonest. I'm
Well,
like,
that's
okay,
not. You haven't presented any facts for him to even push to dishonesty, because the next thing that I would have done is said, well, what's the definition of endorse, right?
mm,
And then
okay,
it's when they start making up definitions or denying definitions, right? Or once they say, well, the definition of endorse is to
condone.
condone or promote, right? Or to allow, right? If you say they condone it, you give them the definition of that. They agree on a definition, and then you take them directly to the scriptures in Leviticus 25. Then you take them to Luke 17, and you show that he's not condemning it. He's accepting it and allowing it to happen. Whether you can say that you don't know if the God sees it as moral or immoral, he's allowing this to happen. The moment that they decide to reject that information, and then they start saying something other. They start going back on what they've agreed upon with what the definition of condone is, what the definition of endorsing is, right? And they start making up stuff or rejecting what the text actually says. That's dishonesty. Or they stop answering questions. They start deflecting. They start gaslighting and trying to blame, like shift the blame to you. That's dishonesty. They might not be outright telling a lie, but there's a lot that goes into being dishonest,
Right.
right? And so that's what I mean. And somebody said it in the comments, like, we can literally see the moment that they're about to do it.
Right. Right. Wow. Okay. I see your point though. Now I regretted not um carrying that conversation on a little farther, but that's why you're a thinker. um that's all I had for now. But thank you for letting me up and talking to me.
You're very welcome, Power. I hope you have a great rest of the night. Thank you for coming in.
All right. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. K2, are you in so we can strap you in?
Do you know who I thought? I thought that was when I first heard him talk. I thought that was I can't remember his name now, but he gets
Theo.
Theo. I thought it was Theo.
That's what everybody said. So
Yeah.
YouTube kept saying they thought the same thing. Well, damn. I was hoping K2 was ready because we got your car seat up here, bro. Are you back in line, K2?
Hello, I appreciate y'all for adding me.
How old are
I
you?
just wanted to. I'm turning on my light right quick.
How old are you? Don't turn your camera on. I don't allow cameras
Oh
on.
no! I just turned my light on. Just for me.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a believer.
Okay, which topic did you want to discuss?
A little bit of both, but
you can only do one.
Okay.
Which one?
Well, we'll speak on Adam and Eve then.
Can you read the whole topic and let me know that you understand what I'm asking, so that I.
So you asked me which topic
No.
speak
Can
on,
you
and there's
read
two topics.
Can you read the
Did
topic?
God lie to Adam and Eve
Hold
to
on.
protect them?
Hold on.
Oh.
God, goodness gracious. What I'm asking is for you to read the topic that you chose, so that I know you know what I'm asking in that topic, so that we don't get stuck on the wrong part of the question.
Okay.
Thank
Got you.
All right.
So the question I want to discuss is: did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them?
Okay. Go ahead.
So I did not join when you were discussing the direct lie that you're speaking of, but in the comments, everyone's saying,
Now, don't talk about the comments.
Okay.
Yeah. This is why I asked you to read it, because it's not about the lie. Okay. This is about them not being able to eat from the tree. I don't want you to get stuck on the word lie.
Okay.
So I'll rephrase it. Why didn't the God want Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Was it to protect them or control them?
Okay. So I believe that he did not want them to eat from it because, it's more so first of all, I don't take that verse literal. Hold on, my connection's poor.
I swear, the way this background is, I feel like Eve in a garden hiding from Yahweh ass. I swear, look at the tree. I swear, go ahead.
Okay, I'm back. So I just want to say that I just feel like with that text, it's basically saying before the fruit was eaten, there was no sin. Right or wrong? Is that not true?
Right, well, what does
I just
that
seen you
have
make
to
a
do
face.
with-
So
Because I'm trying to figure out what that has to do. Because I'm asking why he didn't want them to eat from the tree. What is there? They're not
because
being-
it shows that it's deceit. It's if I tell you not to do something, you do it. You're opening up sin.
Yeah,
That
but
that
why
is
didn't he
sin, and
want
it's
them to have the knowledge of good and evil? Is the question. Was it to protect them or to control them?
because it opens sin. It's not to control them. It's to look out for them. It's like
Is to protect them?
don't touch the stove. Correct.
Okay. So, do you know what the knowledge of good and evil is?
I do, but not specifically. Like
What is it?
not to
What do you
not
think it
to
is?
argue it. No.
Okay, just tell me like a basic, quick understanding of the knowledge of good and evil. What do you think that tree gave them? What type of knowledge?
It basically told them that they were like nude. They you don't have clothes on. Basically, you're a man, I'm a woman type of deal.
So they knew that they were nude. They just didn't have any shame. Remember,
So I wouldn't say that they knew that they were nude because
it says they were
nude.
naked and they were not ashamed. So how can you
Correct.
not be ashamed of your
Because
nakedness and not
nude.
hold on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
How can you not be ashamed of your nakedness and not know that you're naked?
It's more so the fact of like I'm trying to see how to word it correctly, but like if you're not aware of it, or if it's like I can know that I'm black, right? But I wouldn't know that I'm black specifically until I saw a white person because they're different. So it's like
Do you think my grandkids don't know they're black?
if all that they saw were black people, there wouldn't be a color or like a black or white or
No,
you know.
they know they're black.
I disagree. I feel
They
like
do. They know they're black.
well they know that they're black because of other races.
No, they know they're black
Yes.
because we teach them that they're black.
Why do we teach them that they're black?
Because they're black. What the fuck? Because they're black. Why would I
Okay.
not? Why would I not teach them that they're black?
But if there was only black, you wouldn't teach someone that they're black.
Like, what do you mean if there's only black? You said they wouldn't know that they're black until they saw a white person. That's not true. You didn't say that the world was only black. You said they wouldn't know they were black until they saw a white person. That's what you originally said. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's not true.
Okay. Well,
It's like you're saying Adam and Eve's eyes didn't work. Like they didn't know.
I never said that their eyes didn't
Well,
work.
you're saying they had no idea they were naked.
It
Was Yahweh naked?
nakedness
Wait,
is
when they saw Yahweh, was he naked too?
I don't know.
Are you saying Adam and Eve saw Yahweh's nutsack?
Probably. But
Yahweh was
you don't
walking around earth with his balls
I
hanging out,
just
is what you're
it's
saying.
it's more so the fact that like you're trying to like basically
I'm
say
asking because if they saw Yahweh with clothes on, right? They saw Yahweh covered, and this came from Nelly's granddaughter. If they saw Yahweh covered and they look and they're like, wait, why he covered? Right? Like he's covered and we're not, but they have no shame that their breast is hanging out, their nutsacks is flying everywhere, but Yahweh's covered. So they know they're naked, but they have no shame. Unless you're saying that the reason they didn't know they were naked is because Yahweh was naked too. And they
no.
didn't know because you just made this comparison, right? That
Mhm.
everybody in the world is black and you wouldn't know you're black. There's no reason to say, hey, you're black
Mhm.
because everybody's black. So
Mhm.
there's no reason for them to identify nakedness unless everybody's
Mhm.
naked. And so
Correct.
that means Yahweh had to have been naked too.
So why did they cover up after they ate from the fruit?
Because they knew they were naked, they just had no shame. Because what they lacked was a moral conscience. That's what I was trying to see what you understood about what type of knowledge they lacked. It wasn't educational knowledge or like scientific knowledge or mathematical knowledge that they lacked. book knowledge. It was a moral conscience. It was understanding the moral implications of actions, of laws and commands. That's what they lacked. They knew they were naked. They just had no shame.
I'm trying to see why they would be ashamed to be. To me, it's more so like, I don't know. Like, I don't look. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I haven't read the Bible completely, you know what I'm saying? This is just from, I'm just a believer. Um, I just feel like if once they ate the fruit and they covered themselves, they're ashamed because of the fact that they ate the fruit, not because they're naked.
It literally says in the book that they were ashamed that they were naked.
The book was translated though.
I,
So
and,
I don't
and
take
do
the
you
book
read
literal.
Hebrew? Do you read Hebrew?
No,
I
I
do.
do not.
I do. I do.
That book was not properly translated.
I did. I'm not reading the translation. I just told you I read Hebrew. And it literally says, first off, the nakedness in that story refers to not just their body, but also their wisdom, their moral consciousness, because they lacked what the serpent had. The word naked there is a play on the word that's used to describe the wisdom that the serpent had. So the serpent had something they did not, and they were not ashamed of lacking that. So when they gained it, the shame kicked in, right? There's a song that I wrote called Fruitophobia. And in that song, I talk about how when people have this irrational fear of something, like simple as fruit, and then when they face that fear and they engage with the fruit and they realize like, damn, it's just fruit. This whole time I was scared and it's just fucking fruit.
Mm-hmm.
And you get that after you realize that you've been scared of a fucking banana for no reason, the shame and the embarrassment kicks in. You kind of, are amused at what you allowed fear to make you believe. Right? Adam and Eve, they're at the tree. Eve examines the fruit. Right? She remembers that she's not supposed to eat or touch it. She's there at the tree. She's touching it, and she's like, this shit look just like the rest of the fruit in this fucking garden. And then she eats it, and nothing happens. She doesn't die. And then she hands it to Adam. He eats it. Nothing happens. He doesn't die. And then all of a sudden, damn, that was just fucking fruit, and we was fucking lied to.
But the word, when they say that in that context, they're meaning it like symbolically, like not physically. Like they didn't physically die
Tell me how you know that. If you are
because they
saying,
didn't die.
hold on, if you are saying that this story was translated incorrectly and you don't read Hebrew, how do you know that? Because you don't trust the English translation and you don't read the original language. So where are you getting this from?
Did Adam die?
Where are you getting that? Where are you getting it from, though? I mean, I have the answer.
I mean, either or. The Hebrew or
where are you getting it from is what I'm asking.
I mean, I've looked over a couple of different versions, like
Versions of what?
the Bible.
But you don't trust the English translation. Remember,
I didn't say I didn't trust it.
You just said that book was not translated correctly. You don't remember saying that?
Correct. That doesn't mean I don't still read the book.
I didn't say you don't read. I said you don't trust it.
No, I just don't take it verbatim.
You don't. This is what I mean when I say y'all get to the point where you start being dishonest. Because did you forget that you said that it wasn't translated correctly? Okay. And so, therefore, you didn't trust it earlier when I talked about why they were naked, with the fact of them hiding. Now you trust it when you get to the spiritual death concept?
They didn't die, though.
But I know why they didn't die. But again, because I read Hebrew, you don't. You've already said that it was not translated correctly. And so why do you hold
properly.
on?
I'm sorry.
Right,
I'm sorry.
properly, correctly, same thing. Why do you trust it for this like them not dying. Why is it that you're saying that they had a spiritual death and death doesn't mean physical death? That's not in the book. None of what you're saying is in the book. And you're like, but they didn't die. Okay, cool, they didn't die. Why is that not your assumption? Where is the spiritual death? And death means something else. Where is that coming from? That's my question.
But because before they ate of the fruit, they were at peace. There was no sin. There was no shame. There was no
What does that have to do with whether they died or not?
that's the death. That's the
No,
death.
where are you getting that from? And my question again is, why didn't you go to automatically that it was a lie and go to, oh, death doesn't mean physical. Death means spiritual. Where are you getting that from?
Because I stated that I don't believe that the book was translated properly. So
Right.
it's like
That's
symbolism.
not
Like,
in there. Right. So where are you if it wasn't translated properly, where are you getting what you're saying?
from the book. What am I saying that's off? What am I saying that
Show
the
me where.
death
Show me
part?
the spiritual death. Do you understand the question that I'm asking you?
I am.
I'm asking, where are you getting the spiritual death? That death doesn't mean physical death. That it means spiritual death. Where are you getting that from? Because it's not in the. It doesn't say that in the text. But you also said that the text was not translated correctly. So where are you getting the spiritual death? And death doesn't mean death. Where are you getting that from?
I'm basically saying that their peace died. The peace that they had
Don't
inside.
add to it because you still haven't answered where you got the first part from. Where? Do you understand what I'm asking? Where?
You want me to use a different word than dead then? You want me to
Where? Listen to the question I'm asking. Okay. Where? I'm asking you for your resource, your reference. Where are you getting this information from? If the book wasn't translated correctly, where are you getting this correct translation from? What resource? Who?
context clues? Is that not a thing?
Okay.
Can I say that?
Yep. Okay. So context clues that they did not die, right?
Physically.
Okay. You don't see a spiritual death in there either. But my question is, why didn't you think, oh, okay, it was a lie? Why all of a sudden, or why not all of a sudden, why automatically is it, oh, it's a different type of death? Where did that idea come from for you?
I mean, just from reading the book, and I told you that I don't fully agree that it was properly translated, and that's my opinion. There wasn't, words like you said. You read Hebrew, so you know that a lot of the things from the Hebrew text aren't easily translatable to English or anything like that. So,
Like what? What's
I mean,
not
there's just
easily
certain words.
translatable? Like what?
It sounds like you're
I'd have to look it up.
translating it.
I'd have to look it up to be specific. I don't want to lie.
Did you hear what I said?
I heard you.
I mean, that's what it sounds like. Because what you're saying is not in the Hebrew text, it's not in the Bible, nowhere. And she's asking you, where did you get your resource from? Where did you get this information from?
The book.
It's not in the book.
It is in the book, though.
No, it's not. Show me in the Bible where it says that they died a spiritual death.
Okay. Would you like me to go mute and find some type of scripture that
Please, by
backs up
all
what I'm
means,
saying
whatever
first?
you got to do, turn, flip, dance,
Yeah.
whatever you got to
Give
do.
me a minute. I wanna
Okay.
have some.
That kills me when they say the phrase, well, I haven't exactly read the book like that. I just believe. You sound like an idiot when you say something like that.
No, I said I didn't read the book completely.
Well, if you don't read the book completely, then how can you have an understanding of the book?
I can have an understanding of a verse.
Okay, well, you show me the spiritual
But we're
in
asking where
there.
you got that understanding. How do you expect us to believe you have an understanding? You can't even tell us where you got the understanding from.
I'm I'm just not trying to lie. I want to find that exact part for you so that I could say it. That's why I haven't. I'm
You're
not trying to just like
you're
imply.
love. There, you're not. You're gonna waste our time. There is absolutely nothing in that story that says anything about a spiritual death. And I'm gonna tell you that Hebrew has phrases or words that it used to give the context of a spiritual separation from the God or the covenant, and the word that's used there is moot, and that's not it. And then it's repeated. There's a literary device that's used in the story of repetition, and it says moot to moot, which means that dying you will die, right? It's an immediate, imminent death is the context of that story. But you're because you don't understand Hebrew and you're just looking at it in the English. With English, you could play around with words like that. Like words are very vague in English, but in Hebrew, it's a contextual language, an intentional language. The words have different meanings, multiple different meanings, and there is no one to one for English when it comes to Hebrew, right? Like it's hard to explain, but
No, I get it.
that word there, moot means the physical. It's a physical death of the physical body. It doesn't have a spiritual context to that word at all. And in fact, in Genesis 3, when their eyes are opened, there is a word in Genesis 3, vatif kana. It says vatif kana ani. Give me just a second. Let me go to it. Vatif kahana. Vatif kahana ene. Shanahim, like their eyes were open. That's a spiritual. That word there gives the context of a spiritual awakening. So if there's no way that if they're having a spiritual awakening in verse 7, that they had a spiritual death. It just does not fit the Hebrew. How can you have a spiritual awakening and a spiritual death at the same time?
I get it. I can't really argue that. I would say, that I don't know. I kind of still stand on it, but I like to hear y'all discuss it and stuff like that.
You
So
still
I'll probably
stand on
just
what?
leave and let's um the fact that it wasn't a lie.
We're
He
not
didn't.
talking about who's discussing whether
I
it
know
was
you
a
asking me
lie.
what I'm standing on. I'm just
But
I'm just letting you
what do
know.
you mean you're
Like
standing on the fact that it wasn't a lie? When did you and I discuss whether it was a lie?
I was just gonna say like just what I stand on in general about the situation or about the topic.
What is that? What are you standing on? Because we didn't discuss whether it was a lie, but what are you standing on?
I just feel like God didn't want them to eat from the fruit because it would open up sin. That they they literally disobeyed a direct order. Like they had complete freedom to do anything besides that, and they did.
They had freedom to do anything. Did Adam have freedom to beat the shit out of Eve?
Yeah,
And and your God didn't want Adam to know that beating the shit out of Eve was good or bad.
I don't think. Mm, I don't think beating them were. I don't think Adam beating Eve was a topic.
No.
Like
You said they had the freedom to do anything.
I know, but
So
you
he
know,
had
when
the
you don't have sin,
no, no,
you don't
no.
have sinful
Where
thoughts.
is it a sin to beat your wife? Where is the law that says don't beat your wife? Where is that a sin?
I think hurting others is a sin.
No.
You don't think that's a sin?
Show me the law. Murder. But show me the law where it says don't hurt other people as a sin.
I'm gonna sit this one out then.
Hmm?
I'm gonna just have, sit that one out. I don't have direct text on it. I can't just.
There
I don't.
is
I
no
don't want to
law.
just.
There's no law that says don't beat your wife. It's not in there. There's not a lot of laws in there to protect, that protect your women. But if Adam could do anything, then Adam could beat the shit out of Eve, and he would not know that whether it was morally good or morally bad. And your God wanted it that way, according to you. It is sinful for Adam to know that it is morally, it is immoral to beat his wife. And likewise, I could say it is immoral. It was sinful for Eve to know that it would be immoral for her to chop Adam's dick off while he's asleep.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the mindset your God wanted them in, not knowing whether their actions were morally good or morally bad.
But I see it like a little like. I don't see it as that black and white because it's like there was no sin. So you're speaking
Where
of
did I just name
sinful.
a sin? Where did I
I
name a sin?
see that's where the difference is though. I believe that it's a sin to harm. So,
We're not. Show me.
but that's what I'm saying. I told you I
Show
would
me
sit
where.
that out
So
because
if
I
it,
can't.
but if there is no sin, where there is no law, there is no sin. You're literally saying that their bodies couldn't do harmful shit because there hadn't been a law that said don't do the harmful shit. That makes no
No,
sense.
I didn't say that
Well,
they
that's what
couldn't.
you're saying.
I
So
didn't say that they
so
couldn't.
so
They're
again,
physically able to.
okay. You're saying that they wouldn't do it because there isn't a law that says don't chop off Adam's dick.
No,
So
that's not
Eve
what I'm
could have
saying.
chopped off Adam's dick.
Correct.
All right. Or Eve, and it's possible that Eve wanted to chop off Adam's dick.
Incorrect.
Why?
I wouldn't go that
Why?
far.
Why?
Because why would she want to? Why
Because
would
y'all
she?
are irritating as fuck, and I'm pretty sure that if it was only Adam and Eve in that garden, she wanted to chop off that motherfucking dick.
See, that sounds more like you wanting to chop off.
No,
Me.
humans. I don't. Humans are irritating as fuck. Being around
Adam
another.
ain't do nothing
Hold
to
on,
Eve.
hold on.
I'm sorry.
Being around another human for fucking ever, and it's just them two. Just being human. And you're saying that they had the freedom to do whatever, but you're saying that they didn't want to because there wasn't a law that said don't do it. That makes no sense.
I didn't say that they didn't want to.
You just
They
said
didn't have
that.
the thought. You don't have the
That
thought.
is not wanting
I said
to.
before sin.
I
there
just
was no
said that.
sinful
I
thought.
just said that. It's not a sin. A sin is a transgression against the law of your God. That is the very definition of a sin. It is to miss the mark of to transgress the law of your God. It's not a sin to chop off a man's dick. It was not a sin for a man to beat a woman. That wasn't in your God's law. So we're not talking about sin. We're talking about whether something is moral or immoral. And it's almost as if you think that your God prioritizes morality. He does not. Your God prioritizes obedience. He doesn't prioritize you being moral.
I get you. Well, it was a nice conversation. I'm gonna go back to the comments though. I'm not leaving because my comments stopped loading for some reason. So I'm gonna just leave and come back right quick. But I am staying for the conversation. I thank you for adding me.
Don't you get in the chat and start talking shit.
No, I'm not gonna talk.
Y'all always do that. Y'all
We
get
had
in
a
the
good
chat, y'all
convo.
start
I liked
talking
it.
shit, and then you don't back up what you're saying when you're on stage. But thank you for coming up, okay?
Thank you.
Then you can take the next one.
Okay. Um, does that say minister something? Or
Yeah, minister something I can't say.
are you there, minister?
Yes, thank you so much for bringing me up.
Okay, minister. Can you can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 39.
39. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Or are you deconstructing or you're atheist?
I believe in God in the Bible.
Okay, and which topic would you like to discuss this up top?
Yeah, I wanted to discuss the one you were talking about, the garden, Adam and Eve in the garden.
Okay, well, that would be the first topic. Can you read it for me so that I can understand, make sure you understand the question?
Did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them?
Okay. All right. And what's your thoughts on that?
I think to protect them.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes. Um, how God created us. He created us like as humans, and He never created us as gods. So, as God, He created us as humans, and He knew what was good for us and what was not good for us. Not for us to know what was good for us and what was not good for us. That's why He went on and said, "Do not eat the tree of knowledge of what is good and what is not good." So which means God didn't want us to go for things that were not good for, that were not it's like giving a child your child, a child that is 8 years old, and like giving him, I'm trying to get an example that is clear. Can you just, it's like giving a child that is 8 years old a responsibility to run a family, of which he is just a child. So God knew that there are things that when it's given to us, it is definitely going to affect us. So rather, by protecting them, he told them not to eat of the fruit of the knowledge and of good and evil, so that it will protect them. He did this to protect, not to control
So,
them.
okay, so what you're saying is basically he did it to protect
Yes.
Adam and Eve, and so Adam and Eve don't know what's good for them or what's bad for them. It was God going to make the decision to what's good and what's bad, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Is it a sin to disobey God?
Yes, it's a sin to disobey God. Yes.
Okay. So how would Adam and Eve know it's a sin if they don't know what's good and bad?
They were not supposed to know what was good and what was bad. They were they were supposed to be told what to do by God. That's obedience. That's the obedient part. To be obedient when God, remember in the Garden of Eden, God called them to meet with them, and they were supposed to meet and be instructed on what to do. And if they were to be instructed, whatever they were instructed to do, that's what they were supposed to do.
Okay,
Not for
first of
them.
all, hold on, let me slow you down. First of all, we have no evidence of God telling Eve anything. God told Adam not to eat of the tree, not Eve. Eve wasn't even a part of it yet.
Yes.
Okay, so now the second thing that I'm having a problem with is that you, based on what you're saying, if Adam and Eve does not know what good is or what bad is, then how would they know that it's a bad thing to do what God said uh, not to do? How would they know?
Remember, these people had a good relationship with God. They would meet and talk just like what we are doing now. So if I meet with you and talk to you and you tell me what you want me to do and I will go and do, and then I come back and I say, this is what I've done. So I've done good to you because I am doing what I am because we are still communicating. There's a good communication between me and you. So there's no need for me to know because I still communicate with you. Just like when you are, let me say, okay, I don't know let's say you are working for a company, or you communicate with your manager and you are working for for a company. That communication, even if you don't know the managing skills, but because you communicate with your manager well, you can be able to handle anything because you are
Oh,
still in communication.
okay, so let's keep running with your theory. So now I want to take that into a real reality situation. So you're telling me that my 2-year-old grandbaby would know that the stove is going to burn her, even though I told her don't touch the stove. She's going to know it's going to burn her. Is what is basically what I'm asking you. How would
Okay,
she
okay.
know? Because she's 2 years old.
Yes, let me give
And
you,
she
let
don't
me
know
explain.
she don't know what's wrong, she don't know what's right. I'm telling her, okay, baby, don't touch the stove now, it's hot. What do you think she's gonna do?
You said if you don't tell her that the stove is hot, she won't know.
I know if I told her, if I told
Yes.
my 2-year-old grandbaby, hey baby, don't touch the stove because it's hot, do you and she doesn't have any knowledge of what's hot, what's cold, what's good, what's bad. She only know that I instructed her not to touch it.
Yes, you see, that's how it worked. And remember, these people, they were naked and not ashamed. I liked it when you were speaking to the other guy who was here. They were naked and not ashamed because the shameful part comes in
Okay,
from knowledge.
we hold on. We moving off topic. I'm not talking about nobody being naked. I'm trying to get a clear understanding. You're
Yes.
saying that God did not want them to know what was good or what was bad. He wanted to make the decision for them what was good and what was bad. So they had no knowledge of either, correct?
Yes.
So then, if that's the case, if they had no knowledge of what's good and what's bad, then how would they know it would be wrong to disobey God?
Disobedience is not is by eating the fruit of knowledge. That's the greatest disobedience they did.
Okay, okay. So, let me back it up a little bit. Let's say this, because I think what you're trying to say is that Adam and Eve uh, had no sin in them at all, is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now let's run with that. So if they had no sin in them, and it's a sin to disobey God, correct?
Yes.
Then Eve said not to even touch the fruit. Now she hadn't even ate the fruit yet, but she reached out and touched it. So we can stop it just at the touch. Didn't she just sin? But she hadn't ate it. She hadn't ate the fruit yet. And you said she was sinless, but yet she reached out and touched the fruit.
Now I want to say, reach out and touch somebody's fruit.
The problem here is there are things that people were not supposed to be involved in, and that the moment you get involved into those things, even some discussions that we are having today are coming as a result of such knowledge that we now have. Because if we didn't have this knowledge, we couldn't be here
Okay.
speaking.
We're not gonna go there. No, that's a cop out, and we're not even gonna cop on that. Yeah, we know we have knowledge. We use our brains.
Now we
So
have
when you
knowledge.
okay, whatever you want to say, I'm asking you a specific question based on what you said to me. You said that Adam and Eve were sinless,
Yes.
and you also said that Adam and Eve had no knowledge of what was good or what was bad. Correct?
Yes.
And Eve said that God said not to touch the fruit, but yet she touched the fruit, but had not ate of the fruit. So she sinned, correct?
Yes.
How did she sin if she was sinless?
Remember, God did not see their sin after they touched the fruit. God saw the sin after they were
I didn't
now
ask you
refusing to.
what God said. I didn't ask you what God saw. I
No,
asked you,
that's the,
you listen to my question again. I said to you, based on what you told me, you said Adam and Eve were sinless. And then I asked you, is it a sin to disobey God? You said yes. I said, so when Eve touched the fruit and God told her not to touch the fruit, according to what the line says, God said not for her not to even touch it. She reached out and touched the fruit. I'm asking you, how could she do that if she was sinless, if sin did not exist in her?
I want can I read for you the Bible? Are you okay with that? So that
Sure.
so that we can all understand. Read the book from the book of Genesis chapter 2. Let me just check here.
You mean Genesis 3?
Genesis chapter 3. Yes,
No,
Genesis chapter 3.
no, start at verse 2.
No, not there. I want to read. You wanna start? You wanna start the whole of it? Okay, you can start it.
Read it. And the serpent what? Go ahead.
Now I wanted to start on verse 10, chapter 3, verse 10.
Why you want, okay, go to 10. Go ahead.
Okay, let me start on 8. During the cool part of the day, the Lord God was walking in the garden. The man and the woman heard him, and they hid among the trees in the garden. The Lord God called to the man and said, "Where are you?" The man said, "I heard you walking in the garden, and I was afraid. I was naked, so I hid."
Okay, stop. This is way after they ate the fruit, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we're talking about her eating the fruit before she
Le-
ate the fruit. So
let
you're
me
gonna
show you
have to move
something.
up.
I want to show you something. Let me just finish here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The
I'm gonna
man
let you
said,
finish.
the man said, "I heard you walking in the garden, and I was afraid. I was naked, so I hid." The Lord God said to the man,
Who told you you was naked?
Who told you that you were naked? Did you eat the fruit from that special tree? Now God is now knowing that this man and woman have eat from the tree because of their character, things that they were now doing, things that how would they hide away from me? How would they say we are ashamed, we are naked? How would
O-
they say we are
Okay,
afraid?
I gotta stop you now. What does that have to do with her touching the fruit before she ate? That has
No,
nothing to do with
now,
what I asked you.
now this is where I want to answer you why I am saying it's got nothing to do with touching the fruit, but it's got something to do with themselves.
Okay, it has everything to do with what I asked you. Asked you how was she able to touch the fruit? First of all, let's take it a step further. How was she able to not only touch the fruit, but able to put the fruit to her mouth and bite the fruit if she did not have sin in her? How's that possible? If she
Remember,
was
these people.
capable, hold on, if she was capable of sinning, you're saying that Adam and Eve weren't capable of sinning.
Remember, these people were naked always, and they were
Why you
doing
keep
whatever
going
they.
back to the butt naked part? I'm not talking about them being butt naked. I'm asking you exactly. Let me say it again. I'm going to say it one more time. If Adam and Eve wasn't capable of sinning, then how was Eve able to not only touch the fruit, but put the fruit to her mouth, bite and chew it, turn around to her husband, and he bites and chew it? If they were incapable of sinning.
Who told them they are sinners? That's why God is asking them. They were not sinners.
Am I doing something wrong here? I mean, am I making sense here?
Yeah,
You,
like
you,
I don't know
you
why he want to talk about nakedness for some reason. I don't know.
that's where the sin started.
It started with them being butt naked.
When God realized that there's something wrong with these people after they started talking about nakedness.
He realized it. What? So he didn't know where they got the
No,
idea from.
no, what matters to God, what matters to God is not the sin, but is the relationship with you and me.
Right. So he didn't know where they got the information from that they were naked. Is what you're saying?
The problem started when the relationship was affected. That I want to have a conversation with them, they are running away. So
Oh
that
wait, who's
becomes
running away?
Adam and Eve, they're hiding.
Right. So he didn't know where they got this information from. Are you running away? Did you hear what I asked you? Did he know where they got?
Yes,
He knew where they got the information from.
he immediately, that's when he realized, oh, did you eat of that fruit? Because this character does not come unless you eat the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. You were not supposed to eat.
And so he asked them, "Who told you?" Right.
Yes, who told you? That was the first question.
So did he know who told them?
No, before they even replied, he said, did you eat of that fruit?
Yeah, but did he know who told them?
No, I don't think so.
So
But he's all knowing.
he didn't know that he created. Like he didn't know he created that serpent and put that serpent in the garden.
I think the knowledge told them that you are naked.
No, no, no. Did your God created this serpent, right? And put this serpent in the garden that was wise and prudent, right?
Yes.
And it was the serpent, the wise and prudent, critical thinking serpent that told them that the God was lying to them. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And then when the God comes and he sees them hiding from him and see that they have covered themselves, and he goes, "Who told you that you were naked?" This all-knowing God didn't know the serpent told them that.
No, it's themselves which what can I say? How can I explain better this?
No, listen,
If
hold on.
if
Hear the question that I asked. Okay,
yes, I
I want you to answer the question that I asked. Okay,
yes.
did your all-knowing God not know that the serpent told them that the God had lied to them?
God had nothing to do with the serpent.
Did the serpent? I trust me. I know wisdom tends to hide, right? Wisdom tends to not be seen by ignorance. I know. Did your God not know that wisdom told them
Listen,
that your God lied to them?
There are so many things that we can say that we know, but there are things that we do. We can know a lot of things, but we do what we do.
you
So
okay?
I have
Okay, hold
explained
on.
very
Slow down.
well.
Slow down. Slow down. I gotta back you up. I'm sorry. And the reason why I gotta back you up, you said God had nothing to do with the serpent.
Yes, he had nothing to do.
Okay, well let's read verse 3. Now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made.
Yes.
So I ask you again, the God don't have nothing to do with the serpent?
Mr. Nelson, you are breaking. I didn't hear you.
I asked you again, does God have anything to do with the serpent? Because you said he didn't.
God created everything and
Okay,
everything and
so the
everything.
okay, so that's
Listen,
great. God created everything. He created every little molecule in your piss. We understand that. Now, my next question is, did God have anything to do with the serpent? Because you said he didn't, and I just read verse 3 to show you that he did.
but everything have to work to work with God, not to work with any other. I don't know what how can I explain it, but
Oh, so
everything
everything God made has to work with God, right?
with God.
Okay, it
So
has to work with God. So now that just tells me that now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. That means he made the serpent smarter than he made human.
that's what you may think, because
No,
a
that's what
human
it
was not an
said.
animal.
That's what it says. I'm
Because
not
a human was not an animal.
okay. Was the serpent wise? Was the serpent crafty? Did the serpent have intelligence? Did the
Did
serpent know what was wrong and right?
I'm saying, did you hear yourself? You said than any animal that God created. So was a human an animal?
Okay, that's not what it says. It says it does say animal, but what I'm saying is it made it more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. So what I'm
Yes.
asking you is, was the serpent crafty?
Yes, definitely it is
Okay,
written.
did the serpent know right from wrong?
I don't know.
What you mean you don't know? The serpent is the one who told Eve, basically, God is lying to you.
There are things that are not supposed to be known with us. That's why God said, do not eat of the tree of knowledge of what is
Man,
good and what is not
you
evil.
stuck on the wrong thing. You keep jumping. You jump from one thing to the other. And some of you got this fixation about being on naked for some reason. I don't know what that's about, but we're not gonna go there. I'm just asking you a simple question. First,
Yes.
you said that God had nothing to do with the serpent. Well, I proved to you that God not only had something to do with the serpent, he made the serpent, and he made the serpent with wisdom. He made him crafty. He made him all these things. So the serpent knew right from wrong and all these things, right?
But the serpent had nothing to do with man according to how God created it. God gave a
Answer
man
my
authority to
question.
listen. God,
No,
God,
answer my question. No, answer my question. Did the serpent know right from wrong?
God, okay, the serpent knows right or wrong. Yes.
Okay, stop. Did Adam and Eve know right from wrong?
They didn't know.
Do you hear yourself?
They didn't know.
Right. Adam and Eve did not know, but the serpent knew. So that means that God made the serpent smarter than he made Adam and Eve.
Remember where the serpent was coming from.
Where did the
Remember the
serpent come from? Where did the serpent come
remember
from?
this. Remember the serpent was thrown from heaven.
Huh? Where are you getting that from?
You were breaking. I didn't hear you.
I said, where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that the serpent was through from heaven? Where are you getting that from?
The serpent was the devil himself.
Show me in the text where it says the serpent was the
Throwing
devil.
from heavens after knowing he was thrown because
Oh,
there was a
stop,
reason.
stop, stop. Show me in the Bible, in this story, where it says the serpent is the devil.
Woe unto you, world, for the devil has been thrown unto you. Revelation. I'm trying to get there. Okay. Oh, and you. Hey, I'm gonna use the same phone now because I wanted to show you something, but it's fine.
Okay,
Let's jump
well,
this one.
here's the thing. There's nowhere in this story that it says the serpent was Satan. We're going so, but you know what? Just for your sake, I'm gonna let's run with that. It still does not negate the fact that God had something to do with the serpent. It still does not negate the fact that the serpent was smarter and crafty and knew right from wrong, and Adam and Eve didn't. Doesn't negate that fact. Whether you want to call the serpent Lucifer, Satan, Samael, I mean, is what they call him, Samael, whatever you want to call it, don't matter. It doesn't negate the fact of what I just said. You're saying stuff that's not even in the book. You said Adam and Eve were sinners, so you basically you're one of those believers that believe Adam and Eve were perfect. They were made perfect, correct?
They were perfect, 100%.
Easy, I
There's no
practiced.
so so if they were perfect, how did they become imperfect?
Because one of the animals told them you are imperfect.
What? Okay, where did he say you imperfect at? Show me that scripture.
After they eat of the fruit, the first time they met with the okay, verse number, chapter number 3 of Genesis.
Okay, hold on, stop. I gotta stop
Yeah.
you there. You see, right now you're just saying shit. Because first of all, after they ate of the fruit, there's no more words from the serpent. Serpent ain't said shit to him after she ate the fruit.
The serpent was not supposed to tell them. They were created to rule over every animal and over every crippled thing, but they were told with a crippled thing. That was the greatest sin they made.
Well, if that's the case,
Can I ask a question
I
right
make
quick?
you
go ahead. Because
How are they going to rule over a serpent if the serpent had more knowledge than them? Like the serpent was wiser than them. How
they
how
were
how?
wiser than the serpent.
No, they were not. The
They were
serpent that
wiser.
no, they were
Serpent
not.
was wiser,
Hey,
was
hey,
wiser
hey,
than
hey, hey,
every
hey, hey,
animal.
hey. You don't have to talk while I'm talking.
Okay. Sorry
The
about that.
Thank you. The text says that the serpent was more prudent, more sensible, more wise than any beast in the field. And
Yes.
it says that Adam and Eve lacked that wisdom and they were not ashamed. In the Hebrew, the word aram, right, means, which is the word that's used for crafty or subtle or shrewd, is the word that used to describe the serpent's knowledge, right, which was wise and prudent, a rational thinker, okay? And then the word in Hebrew to describe their nakedness is arumen, right? I can't say that word in Hebrew. It's in the plural, but it's an idiom to be the opposite of the knowledge, to represent the opposite of the knowledge of what the serpent had. So they lacked the knowledge that the serpent had, and they were not ashamed. So how are they going to rule over someone that they had less knowledge than?
So here, the snake was the most on chapter 3. I want you to go with me slowly so that you understand that it was not wiser than men. It was wiser than all wild animals. The snake was the most clever of all the wild animals that the Lord God
I'm sorry.
had made.
Did you hear what I said though regarding the Hebrew? Did you hear what I said regarding the Hebrew text regarding the words in Hebrew?
Does the Hebrew say that
I just said
than
that.
Adam and Eve?
I just said, okay, that in Hebrew there Genesis 2:24 has a play on words when it describes their nakedness. It's arumim, okay? The word for naked there is arumim, okay? And the word for shrewd or cunning, and for the serpent is arum. Okay, so it's a play on words. It's an idiom, a literary device used in the story to reflect that the humans, the nakedness in Genesis 2:4 is they lacked the wisdom that the serpent had in Genesis 3:1. Okay, so Aram in the Genesis story means that the serpent was wise. The serpent was a critical thinker. The serpent was prudent. Okay, that is the knowledge that the serpent had. Arumim is the nakedness that the humans had, but it represents where are the mods at? Like, do we not have any mods in the chat right now? Where are the mods? Is everybody asleep? Thank y'all.
Got it.
Damn, that went long. I was sure somebody was gonna get that. Appreciate y'all. So the in the Hebrew, the play on words is to reflect that the humans lacked the arum that the serpent possessed.
But here on Genesis chapter 3, it's clear that it was clever than all wild animals.
I understand. Listen, in Genesis 2:24, where it says the two of them were naked, the human and his wife, yet they felt no shame, right? The last verse of Genesis 2. And in the Hebrew, in the original language, that word for naked is arumim. Okay? It is the same root word that is used in Genesis 3:1 to describe the knowledge of the serpent. So the serpent possessed arum. The serpent was arum. And the humans lacked arum. And they were not ashamed. That's what the story says. So how are they going to rule over something that had more wisdom than them?
No, I think that's where the problem is. Let's deal with this slowly and let's get to understand something, because we are sitting here where it tells us that the snake was the wisest amongst all the wild animals. Yes. You
need to deal with Genesis 2:24 first.
Yes.
And the word for hold on. And the word for naked in Genesis 2:24 is the same word that describes the serpent's wisdom.
So when God killed an animal for them,
you're switching. No, don't go to that. We're talking about Genesis 2:24. Go to Genesis 2:24.
I saw it.
Okay, all right. Hold on. No. And that word there, right, is for naked is the same root word that's used in Genesis 3:1 to describe the wisdom of the serpent. But it says the humans lacked that.
Now, when God unalived an animal,
why are you going to that? Why are you going to that?
No, I'm trying to say, was he giving them wisdom, or he was?
We're not talking about what happened after they ate from the tree. We're talking no. We're talking about right now in Genesis 2:24. It says the serpents lacked, right? The idiom there is aram. They lacked it and they were not ashamed. That's what it says. Why are you skipping that? You're on mute.
I'm saying, are you talking about Genesis chapter 2, verse 25?
Genesis, I'm sorry, 225. It says the two of them were naked. Arumim, right? That is the same root word in Hebrew. And that's in Genesis 3:1 that describes the serpent's wisdom. But it says the humans lacked that. That is an idiom that is used in the Hebrew text to describe the lack of wisdom that the humans had, and they were not ashamed. So how are they going to rule over someone or something that they had less knowledge than?
Yes, that doesn't matter, because so many times you work for a company when you are clever than the manager, and the manager will still have control over you or even fire you.
What? How are they going to rule over something that they have less knowledge than?
It is God who made it like that, and no one must question that.
I'm questioning it, motherfucker. Nobody can tell me not to question. How are they going to rule over something that they have less? Hey, how are they going to rule over something they have less knowledge than?
If it is good for you to question that,
then answer the fucking question. If you don't know, just say you don't fucking know. But this shit that y'all do, trying to tell people that they shouldn't question a God because you lack fucking knowledge, is just crazy. And it's the same shit your God did when he fucking lied to them in that garden and told them they eating a piece of fruit was going to kill them. And it was the fact that they ate the fruit, the fact that they touched the fruit and realized that it was just fucking fruit, that opened their eyes and made them realize that they were lied to.
there was nothing lie. Because they lost, because immediately after this, they lost protection. They lost provision.
They didn't have protection in the first place. If they were protected, if your God didn't want this serpent to get to them, if your God didn't want them to sin, it would not have happened if they were protected. They didn't fucking have protection in the first place. And that is the lack of wisdom that your God wants you to be in. You believe, you state shit while also recognizing that they were not protected. He sat there, and if he's all knowing, he sat there and he watched them have this conversation with the serpent and didn't do shit. And then you're going to say, well, it had to happen that way because free will. Where was the protection then that you are claiming they lost? They didn't have
They
it.
were protected but disobedient.
If they were protected, they wouldn't have never disobeyed. If they were protected, the serpent would have never been in the garden with more wisdom than they. They were never protected.
If you tell your child not to play in the
if I tell my child not to play, if I tell my child not to go in the street, I'm going to watch them. And then the moment that they try to run in the street, I'm going to run out and I'm going to grab them. I'm not going to sit there and watch them run out in the street and say, well, I told that little motherfucker not to run in the street. I'm going to run after them and I'm going to grab them to protect them from getting hit. Your God didn't do that. Where was the protection to stop them from disobeying him? To stop them from so-called falling? Where was the protection? Because protection prevents harm, not allows it. Where was it?
God needs you to know who you are, not for
I know
him
who the fuck I am. Where was the protection?
Yes, that's good.
Where was the protection that you are claiming that they lost? Where was it?
That knowledge was their protection.
No, where was the protection that you are claiming they lost?
have dominion on every crippled thing, every animal. They were dominated with a serpent. That was the wrong move for them.
I'm gonna ask again.
Instead,
I'm gonna ask again.
instead of
Hey,
them to
I'm gonna
dominate,
ask
they
again.
were
I'm
dominated.
gonna ask again. Where was the protection to keep them from falling that you claim they lost?
Was in the message that they were given, never to be dominated with an animal, but they were dominated. That was their protection.
That
So
doesn't
many
make no
things we do
sense.
today.
That don't
So
make no
many
sense.
so
That
many
doesn't
things we
make
do today.
sense. That doesn't make sense. The question that is being asked is, where was the protection? Just because I tell you something to protect you, where was the action to protect?
What gives you protection when walking as a pedestrian on the road?
Hold on.
Like,
If you,
I'm just
hey,
kidding.
hold on, hold on.
This
If
is
you,
an
hold on,
honest question. This is
if
an
you,
honest question.
if you tell your child not to go into the street, if you tell your child don't go across the street to the ice cream truck, right? Your 5-year-old. You say don't go across the street to the ice cream truck until I come outside. And then you see you went inside to get your purse, you turn around and you see your 5-year-old standing at the street corner about to step into the street. Are you just gonna sit there and watch your 5-year-old step into the street, or are you gonna run out and grab him when you see a car coming? What are you gonna do?
This is you.
Answer
not
the
God.
question. Answer the question. What are you going to do? You've already given them the command. You've already given them the order. Don't go into the street to go to the ice cream truck without me. You've already given them that. Okay? You turn your back to go in to get your purse, and then you turn around and you see your 5-year-old stepping into the street and a car is coming. Are you just going to sit there and let them go in the street and get hit by the car, or do you run out there and grab your child to keep them from getting hit? Which one do you do?
That is you.
I'm asking for you. What do you do?
I will grab them.
Is you will grab them. That is
I'm
called.
a human.
Hold on. And
I'm
when
not God.
so your God has less standards as a all-knowing deity than you do as a fucking human.
When you grow into understanding, you see that you will
Your
discover
hold
that
on.
God's
Protection to you as a human is preventing harm. Your God did less than your ass as a whole ass human.
God's decisions might sound stupid at the moment, but as time goes on, as you grow in understanding, you will discover that that's the best decisions you should have made.
You just sound dumb as fuck. So now when you're going to mimic your God and become dumb or dumber, right?
Yeah, we think.
Oh, okay,
we think
okay,
we are
cool.
clever.
He said, yeah, you and God gonna sit there and be dumb and dumber. And when you see a child get ready to cross the street, you're not gonna run out there and grab them. You're just gonna let them fucking get hit, right? You're
As
gonna.
you grow,
You're hold on. As you grow, Minister Dumb. As you grow, okay. As you grow in the dumbness, when
I
you
used
say,
to be wise.
hey, you used to be white.
I used to be wise. I mean, wise. But I'm happy. I'm so.
Hold on, wait. Did you say
I'm
you
so
wait?
happy to be stupid.
Wait. Did you said you're happy to be
So
stupid?
proud to be stupid.
Oh, I know you are. I know.
Yes.
That's what Jesus wants, unwise people. Hold on.
You
Listen.
think
Hey,
unwise.
hold on. I understand because that's what Jesus wanted. Jesus wanted
Yes.
stop talking while I'm talking. Jesus wanted unwise people, right? He wanted uneducated people to be his followers. I'm not debating you on that. But my question to you is, as you grow in the dumbness and the unwiseness of your God, now do you, when you see a child get ready to cross the street, do you just let them get hit now instead of running out to protect them since you're dumber?
Can I tell you my story?
No, answer my question.
Yes, I don't even worry because I had my daughter.
No,
and
answer my question. Do you just let them get hit?
yes, that's me.
So now you will let your daughter get hit by a car.
That I don't care, because God has a purpose why He brought them here on earth. You cannot
And hold
protect
on,
your
hold on.
children.
And
That's
that,
why.
okay. And so that means that growing wise in God. Can somebody clip this for me, please? I just want to make sure I understand. Okay. That you are saying that you used to be wise. And now that you are
Yes,
filled with the Holy Ghost and you have a
yes.
relationship with your God, and that you and God grow together in dumbness. And the dumber you become, the higher you go in Jesus. And where there once was a time where if you told your child, don't you cross that street without me. And if your child decides to step their foot in the street, you would run out and you would grab them to protect them, because keeping them safe from harm meant protection to you as a wise human. But the more you grew in Jesus, the more you realized that you needed to be like your God in the garden. And once He says a thing, if you step out and you disobey, I'm not going to protect you. I'm going to watch you mess up. So now that you are one with Jesus and you are dumber and dumber, if your child steps out in the street after you tell them not to, God has a purpose, and that purpose includes her getting hit by the car. And so you realize that it is not your place to step in the way. You realize that child is supposed to go to heaven that day. And that's what Dumber and Dumber says. Do I understand you correctly? Did I get you
That's
right?
100%.
I just want to make sure I did. I just want to make sure I did.
Right. That's one thing that people don't understand. It's very. I'm so happy because when I joined very early, and you were speaking and say, if you have something new to tell us that you have, come here and share with us. We want to understand. We are not here to waste time. I want you to know that in this world, that's
You
why.
know what I want you to know? Stop.
That's why.
No, I'm
That's
tired of
why.
hearing your
That's
dumbass
why
talk.
on a
Do
funeral.
you know? Do you know
Please stop. When I just
that?
want to finish something.
Hold on, shut up. Do you know? And I need you to understand this. Do you know that this live is recorded? Do you know? We don't know who's all listening to this live. Do you know that if Child Protective Services would have heard you say what you just said, it would be a problem.
Nelly, you keep saying song lyrics. Now I want to say, Minister, do you know you done lost your mind? Like, why you keep singing these song lyrics? God damn, Nelly.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was doing it, but I just hate to hear this man just said that he has a daughter, and
One
you
of the
would let
days,
your daughter walk into harm's way because of this guy. You are a very sick individual. You don't deserve children because you're no kind of guidance for a child. Period. You're not a good father. Hell, you're not a good person to say something like that behind your God.
it's not like I don't love my children. It's not like I don't
Bullshit.
protect them.
I call bullshit. You just said that you would let your daughter get hit by the car.
Stop putting words in my mouth.
You didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that.
This
Yes,
is
you did.
exactly why I asked somebody to clip it. Because
I,
you
I
definitely
said
did. I
if
even preached it back to you word for word.
I
Yes, the
said
fuck
if
you did.
you grow in understanding, you discover that it's God who protects our children and our family.
That's
That's
not
why
what
we
you
come
said.
at a funeral.
That is
That's
not
why
what you
we
said.
see tears at a
Mm-mm,
That
funeral.
is not what you said.
mm-mm. No.
This is now my point clear now.
I
Why
tell
do
you
you
what,
cry?
you can
Why do
keep.
you cry at a funeral?
Why do we what?
Why do you cry at a funeral when you lost somebody?
I cry at a funeral if I lost somebody because it hurts me to lose somebody that I love and care about.
Why
That's why
didn't you
I
protect?
cry.
Why you didn't protect?
If I could have protected it, I would have, but I couldn't.
Yes, you see now, so you can't protect. Do
What do
you
you
accept?
mean? Are you talking about protect from death?
I'm saying
Nelly, if you
you
in the
can't.
car, if you're in
Do
the
you
car with your
believe?
grandkids,
Do
Nelly,
you
Nelly,
believe you can't
Nelly,
protect?
Nelly, Nelly, if you're in the car with your grandkids and somebody you see a wreck up front, right?
Mhm.
Do you accelerate into the wreck that's up front, or do you slow down, put on brakes, and detour so that you don't also become a part of that wreck? That
I'm
wreck.
gonna slow down detour, and if I have to stop, I'm a complete stop.
And doing that, making those rational decisions, using, critical thinking, and rational, being a sensible thinker. Are you protecting your grandchildren that are in the car with you?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you can protect your kids. You don't need Jesus to do that.
No, I don't need Jesus to do that. Mm-mm. No, I'm sorry. I don't need Jesus for that. Hell, I don't need Jesus for shit. But
What if you lost them? Did you fail to protect?
Yes,
So you can't protect. Do you
I
believe?
can protect, and then I can fail to protect. Trying to protect is different. Like, trying and failing is different than not doing it. Your ass
Do
said you
you know?
wouldn't. You said you wouldn't do it. Do you remember
Do you
saying
know the
that?
story?
Do you
Do
remember
you
saying,
know the story
wait,
of
no.
David?
Do you remember saying you wouldn't even try? That you would just let her get hit by the car?
I just let them go.
No, you said you would let them get hit by the car.
No, I
Yeah,
will let
I
them
can
go.
play it back. You did say that. You did say that.
I said I can let them go into the
No,
street.
you said you would let them get hit by the
They will be
car.
protected by God.
That is
They will be
not
protected
what you
by
said.
God.
You said because your God is in control. Like your God
Now
has a way,
listen,
and I literally preached your every word back to you.
now I'm still the same person. I'm saying I did not say they will be hit. Now I correct my statement. Maybe you didn't hear me clearly.
Oh, you
I
guys,
said I'll
y'all are
let
so
them
fucking
go.
dishonest. Power Pig, this is what I mean. This is the moment that they decide to become dishonest. Because it's shit like this.
yeah,
It's shit like this. Because you're being dishonest.
No, I said okay. I'm saying I'm being honest. I'm sorry I said that, but now my statement means this. How do you take
So
it now?
first off, what you need to do is apologize for trying to fucking change our perception of reality and gaslight the fuck out of us and tell us that we misunderstood you.
You
Correct?
didn't understand me.
No, you're just fucking lying.
My point was I will not stop anything from
You
happening. God will
said you
protect.
didn't say what you said. If you want to change what you said, that's one thing. But trying to tell us that we misunderstood you and that you didn't say it, that's another thing. The blame
But you can give
shifting,
me
the blame shifting you're doing right now needs to fucking stop. And this is why I say y'all are dishonest as fuck. Because you're trying to shift the blame on us and say we don't understand the words that came out of your mouth. We even repeated them back to you. You clarified them. You verified them.
Okay, let's work on the statement I said now.
No, no,
Let's
no,
work on that
no,
one.
no,
Don't continue
no,
on the old one.
no,
I'm
no,
saying
no.
I will let them go.
No, what you need to do,
God will
no,
protect them.
somebody mute him for me, please. What you need to do is apologize for fucking lying and then apologize for trying to gaslight us before we move on. And then if you want to change what you said, you can do that. But what you're not finna do is blame us for your shit.
I can apologize 100 times. I am sorry for making you not understand me. But my
No,
point
no,
is I will
wrong
let them
thing,
go.
wrong thing. You need to apologize for flat out lying and then for trying to blame us for your fucking lies.
I'm sorry for lying.
Okay, and then the next one.
My point was, I
No,
wanted you.
apologize for trying to blame your dishonesty on us, for trying to gaslight
I,
us.
I am sorry. I tried to blame you for my dishonesty.
Thank you. Now you can
Thank you
move
so
forward
much.
and change what you said. Go ahead.
So my point was, I will not close them from going outside, but God will protect them because nobody can protect.
You sound you sound so ridiculously stupid. I don't even know if I even want to conversate with you anymore. You sound ridiculously stupid. I mean, do you see how you have to the jumping jacks and the break dancing and the moonwalking that you have to do in order to stand by your God? Do you see all the mental gymnastics that you're doing right now?
I think his microphone went
You,
out. Are you even there?
I'm here. I'm
Yeah.
listening. I want to give him time to speak.
He's asking you questions and you're not answering them.
What did he say? Just come again.
Do you see the mental gymnastics that you're doing right now in order to stand by your God?
It's not a gymnastic. I am explaining the protection part of God in our lives. That it is not because the topic is talking about protection. So if we forget the protection part, we will continue talking and leave that part which is very important. God protects.
God protects what?
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego put in the fire. God protects.
So right now, if you was to drink some gasoline, God gonna protect you.
God protects. That's why the Bible says that to those who believe they shall drink poison, it shall not harm them. That's
Okay,
God
So
then.
go,
protects.
So if you drink some gasoline right now, God gonna protect you, right?
I did several times. I did that.
that,
Yeah, shut the
yeah,
fuck up.
stop, because you're going to fuck around and get my live taken down with that misinformation shit. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You are like what you're doing right now. Sitting up here saying that you've drunk gasoline and your God kept you from dying is dangerous as fuck. Shut
Definitely,
up.
I did.
Stop. That is dangerous as
Mm-mm,
hell. And you have no idea who's
mm-mm.
listening to you. You don't know any if there's any young minds listening to you. And the shit that's coming out of your mouth puts them in danger. Now this is me protecting them from your lies, from your lying ass. You need to stop it. Y'all cause so much motherfucking damage, so much harm when y'all tell lies like that. For the sake of defending your belief system. You know damn well you haven't drunk no damn gasoline multiple times, sitting up here lying.
That's that mental gymnastics I'm talking about.
This is not for the people who ate the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, but it's for the people who are free from it.
You
You
Man,
guys have
listen
knowledge.
what you just said.
You
This is
guys
for
have knowledge.
this is for the stupid people. I'm telling stupid people that I
Yes.
I drunk gasoline multiple times. Listen to what the fuck you just said.
mm-mm-mm, mm-mm-mm.
You probably do tell people who you know don't think critically, who don't ask questions. You probably do lie to them and tell them that you've drunk bleach and God didn't you didn't die, God protected you. That you walk through walls. That's what y'all do. Y'all fucking lie. And then y'all create so much motherfucking harm. You don't think twice about who you're hurting.
Oh boy.
And then admit I don't talk to people who are intelligent. I don't talk to people who think critically. I don't talk to people who ask questions. This isn't for those type of people. This is for foolish people. The same thing that Celsus wrote about the early followers in 248 AD. That the early group said they only recruit uneducated people, people who are foolish and unwise. That they did not want the educated because they knew that the bullshit they were pushing would not work on them. And y'all continue this shit, and now we have an entire fucking society of dumb fucks that cause harm.
Mm. Something wrong with him. Something wrong with all of them.
Yeah, you can drop me now. It's fine. I see we cannot understand each other.
Can somebody
Okay.
please drop his dumb ass, please? Minister Dumbacon. Can y'all, can somebody drop him for me, please? Thank y'all.
Golly, that dude is dangerous. He's very dangerous.
That motherfucker straight lied. I've drunk gasoline multiple times. No, the fuck you haven't.
Mm. I wish I was there with him. I'd have gave that motherfucker a cup of unleaded right then and there. This shit.
What Fee was telling us about that pastor who was saying that boiling hot water wouldn't harm him, and he had them boil water and like tie him down to a chair, or he was sitting in a chair and they poured the hot water on him, and Fee said he lost his shit and ended up having to come up out of all his clothes, like. This is who the fuck you like. Y'all out here believing that boiling hot water ain't gonna touch your ass because you believe in a fucking ghost in a book.
Oh man, I'd have paid money to be a fly on the wall in that one.
That's crazy. And then that pastor who was wrestling that snake, they got the snake and the snake bit his ass.
Mm. I think I heard about that one.
Like y'all out here playing fairy tale in y'all head, superheroes in y'all head, forgetting that you whole ass human out here. Like
It's crazy.
there was a kid that jumped off of the monkey bars because he was trying to. He said, "I believe I can fly." I expect shit like that from a kid, not grown ass adults.
Exactly. Because we know better. Mm.
Trucker,
Yes,
hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 31.
And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Which topic did you want to discuss?
Let's do the did God lie to Adam and Eve?
Can you finish the rest of that question for me, please?
Yeah, to protect them or to control them.
And then before we begin, can you please tell me what it is you think I want to know? Don't answer the question, but can you let me know you understand what the actual topic is discussing?
Yeah, did God lie to them?
Nope. See why I see? I figure I have to do that. No. So I'm gonna rephrase it because I don't want you to get stuck on that word lie.
Hmm.
Did he command them not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil to protect them or control them?
He certainly told them not to eat from the tree.
Is there something that's giving you the impression that I'm asking you if he told them not to eat from the tree?
I don't think. See,
What
I'm
what,
a
what is it that
different
you
type.
think I'm asking? Let me ask the question again, okay? I'm gonna ask the
Hmm.
question again. Did he command them not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil to protect them or to control them?
I think to protect them.
Okay, there we go. All right. Do you want to tell me why? Do you want to expand on like why protect them? Because and how? Like, why do you think that? Like,
because I think he knew that it would be harmful to him.
what would be harm? What would be harmful to him? Fruit?
Now, because in my belief system, um, sin equals death.
Was it the tree of sin and death?
Now, it wasn't the tree, so to speak. It would be disobeying God because he told him not to do it.
Why did he tell them not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
Because it says in the text that they would know good and evil, and that would be sin.
Knowing good and evil is sin.
Yeah, because sin is only unrighteousness towards God.
Knowing good and evil is sin. So if I say knowing good and evil is unrighteousness towards God, is that the same thing?
No, well, the thing is, they were created without the knowledge of sin.
Were they created without the knowledge of good and evil?
They were only created for good.
Were they created without the knowledge of good and evil?
No, they had the knowledge of good
Where does it say they had the knowledge of good?
because the tree was to know the knowledge of good and evil. And it said, and he
So
said, when I
where does
created,
it say that they had the knowledge of good?
because when he created them, they could only do what he commanded them, which is good. He created them good. He
Yeah,
created
but who
everything good.
decided what is good and evil?
God.
Okay. And so if they could only do what he commanded them to do, and
Mhm.
everything he commanded them to do was good. So if your God tells Adam to go and chop off the head of like a neighboring nation, that's automatically good.
He wouldn't do that because, well, I mean, you're only holding me to Genesis, but you already know that in the commandments, thou shalt not kill, and God is the standard of um, righteousness.
Are you saying that he doesn't command for his people to go and kill people in this
No,
book?
at that time, right in Genesis, they were created good.
But does your God change?
No, he doesn't change.
Okay, so if he commands people to kill people, and later on in the story,
Mhm.
what makes you think he wouldn't command his humans to kill people had they never eaten from the tree? Like you're saying that they could he created them to do only what
Mhm.
he commands them to do, and everything he commands them to do is good.
Correct.
So if he's the type of God that sees telling a human to kill another human is a good thing,
Mhm.
he would have done it from the beginning, he would have done it in the middle, and he would do it at the end.
That's not true.
So he does change.
No, he doesn't change.
So then that means
That's not a
if
change.
hold on, if he doesn't change
Hmm.
and we see him command humans to kill other humans, that means he would always do that. That wasn't a new development, correct?
He doesn't change.
Okay. So if
But
we see him command humans to kill other humans, that
hmm
means that as humans grow, right, as they populate, if he wanted humans to die, had they never eaten from that tree, if he wanted humans to die, then he has no problem commanding a human to kill a human.
is God the author of life?
In your belief, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Because God can't murder.
I didn't say he murdered. I said he commanded humans to kill other humans.
I know that that's what you're saying,
That's what I
but
said.
so how is that command from God not good if God is the
I'm
author of life?
asking you. So if he commands if he commands a human to kill another
Hmm.
human, then that's automatically good, right?
Well, is it murder? Do you think
We're
that
not
that's good?
talking about whether it's murder. Is it good? We are talking about good and evil. Is it automatically good if your God commands a human to kill another human?
Well, it's not good or evil because God is the author of life.
Well, you said that he only tells
It's
them
a
to do
false
good.
dichotomy.
It's not. You said he only tells
Yes, it is.
them. You said he only tells them to do good.
Yes.
Okay, so
He
if
only tells them
you
to do
said,
good.
okay, so if he tells them to kill another human, is that good?
It's a false dichotomy.
Does he only tell them to do good? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if he tells them to kill another human, is that automatically good?
It's not good or evil
So he
because
does.
he's the
So he
author of
doesn't
life.
only tell them to do good.
No, he only tells them to do good.
Then so if he only tells them to do good and he tells them to kill another human, then that's automatically good.
Do you think killing another human is bad?
It doesn't matter what I think, because remember,
Okay.
we're at a point where humans lack the knowledge of good and evil, and their God decides that. I don't get to decide that because I lack the knowledge of good and evil.
What I stated in the beginning is
We're
they
talking
didn't
about
have the knowledge of
exactly.
evil.
So who
So if he
decided it
told them
for
to
them?
do,
Who decided it for them?
okay, it was God.
Okay, so without the knowledge of good and evil, and God decides that.
They had
If
the
God,
knowledge of
if
good.
they didn't, no, they didn't, because your God was their knowledge. And if your
Did they
God,
name
and
all
if
the
your
animals?
God says that's not knowledge, that's not moral knowledge. Naming animals has nothing to do with morality. If your God says go and kill someone, then that is just good in your eyes.
Don't mute me if
I will
if I have
fucking
a
mute whatever
conversation.
the fuck I want to. Don't talk while
All
I'm
right,
talking.
but then
Don't
you don't
talk
want me to
while I'm
cook you then.
talking. Then don't talk while I'm fucking talking. Answer the question.
So do you want me to answer or what?
Answer the fucking question.
Because I mean,
Hey, stop
you don't
whining.
want me to cook you.
Stop fucking whining and answer the question. Is it good?
We don't need the meta, sir.
You muted me.
Is it good?
Is what good?
If he tells them to kill someone, if he tells them to go and kill someone, is it automatically good? Because they lack the knowledge of good and evil, and your God is their so-called knowledge of good.
It's a false dichotomy.
Do you even know what a false dichotomy is?
Yeah.
Explain
God
it.
is not God is the author of life, right? So it'd be a false dichotomy to say that it's evil or good because he's the author of life, so he can take life and give life,
Okay,
right?
so he doesn't only just tell them to do good things. He tells them also to do amoral shit.
No, he doesn't.
So if it's not good or evil, then it is amoral, correct?
That's not true.
It is if it's not good, if it's not evil, it is void of morality, correct?
So if I created life and I take
I
life,
don't
right,
give a fuck.
is that evil or
I,
good?
it's amoral according to you. It's
So is it
amoral.
evil or good to you?
It's neither according to you. It's
Say it.
neither. Okay, so he don't only tell them to do just good shit. He tells them to do amoral shit too.
No, what I'm saying is the act of what the human is doing, right? Of course it's evil. But what
Wait,
you're
when did it
saying
become
is
evil?
if God
Who gets to
if
decide that it's evil?
God can command what God can command you to go kill a nation
If
for
he could, I didn't say
so to
anything about
speak,
a
right?
nation. If he commands you to go kill another person without the knowledge of good and evil, and your God being that knowledge for you, and according to you, your God only tells you to do good shit, and your God, and it's neither good or evil if he tells you to kill someone because, hey, he made the humans, then your God is automatically seen as either amoral if your God commands you to kill another person, or it's just automatically seen as good because He just tells you to do good shit, and everything he tells you to do is good.
Now you said without the knowledge of good and evil,
That's
right?
what the fuck we've been talking about this whole fucking
Okay, so
time.
he can't command you to do evil without the knowledge of evil.
And why is that?
Because you can't do evil without the knowledge of it.
Why is that?
But you can do good
Why? Why can't you do evil without the knowledge of it?
because evil doesn't exist without good.
So a child, is it evil for a child to steal?
Yes.
So a child walking out the store, a 2-year-old child picking up a piece of a candy bar, walking out the store with it, cannot steal a candy bar because they don't know it's evil. They don't know it's wrong.
No, you can't commit evil
No.
that
You
God
said they
commands
can't
you.
do evil. Not so. Can a child steal candy out of the store without knowing that it's wrong to do, without knowing that it's evil to do?
Well, that's because see that's what I'm saying is you don't know that
But can
we
your
have a sin
body? But
nature.
can your body do it?
Of
Can
course, if you have the sin nature,
so Adam and Eve's body
they
didn't.
didn't have a sin
Hold on.
nature.
Okay, so their body doesn't work like ours.
No, their nature. You know what a nature
Yeah,
is?
yeah. But did their body work like ours? Did their hands work
The-
like ours?
Of course,
So my hand, if I wanted to, could slap you.
of course,
Could Adam's hand slap Eve?
of course.
But they didn't have a sin nature.
They didn't have a sin nature, so they wouldn't do that.
Oh, but their bodies could.
Of course, they could.
Okay, so did Adam and Eve have hormones?
Of course, they did.
Did Eve have a period?
I wouldn't know that. I don't know.
Was she created to give birth? Like when she was created, could she give birth?
Yes,
Okay, and so the monthly cycle that she goes through, and the hormones and the pain of shedding her uterus lining, right? The uncomfortableness of shedding the blood, the cramps, the psychological effects that has on her body. Did she experience that?
not till they gained the sin nature. That's what I've been saying.
Hold on. Okay, and so after they ate from the tree, did your God go and like do bibbity boppity boo and then put like five like give her a different reproductive system or something?
No, before the sin nature, they didn't have the ability to do evil.
We're not talking about evil. We're talking about feeling hormones. We're talking about feeling cramps, the effects that has on your body, on your psychology. We're not talking about doing evil right now. We're talking about, did their bodies work the same way ours work today? Did Eve have monthly periods? Did she have the cramps? Did she have the hormones that affect her mood? Did she have all that before the so-called sin nature?
No.
Okay.
I don't
And
think
so, all right. And so after the sin nature came, like we know he didn't go and make them a new body, right? So did he like bippity boppity boo and then all of a sudden she has pain receptors? She has hormones in her body. Like how did she get the pain receptors in her body?
because they no longer were in a glorified state.
I
So their state is
understand.
glorified.
How did she get the pain receptor? How did the pain receptors get inside her body?
The glorified state no longer was in them.
The
Didn't he
what?
say, I multiplied childbirth and all of that, the
Right.
pain in childbirth?
Yeah.
At that time, that's when they got all of the pain, childbirth pains and all that. Yes.
I understand, but do you understand that pain, that your body has nerves, like pain receptors and neurons and shit, and that, okay, so if they didn't have pain, hormones, they didn't experience hormones or anything like that prior to eating from the tree, how did these hormones, these pain receptors get into the body if he didn't make them a new body?
Because the glorified state, their bodies that they had was glorified, meaning they didn't have any
Do you
corruptibility.
understand the word?
They,
How did they get in the body? I understand
yeah,
they
I'm
didn't have
saying the
it.
Bible doesn't
How
tell us how to
how did
make
it?
toast.
So did he create them a new body?
He didn't create them a new body. No.
So they had a body without pain receptors, and then all of a sudden they had a body with pain receptors.
Yeah, how is that not like, is that illogical or something?
You don't think so?
No, because that's the same as how did Christ still keep his body? I mean, it's the same thing.
Makes it logical.
Oh wow, y'all should be embarrassed.
Hey, wake me up when the cooking begins, thinker.
Explain to me how that's illogical.
How it's illogical that you believe that humans existed without pain receptors, and then all of a sudden they just magically had pain receptors. They just magically had hormones, magically had a period, just magically. You believe that humans existed without the ability to, their hands, like without emotions. Like you think that they didn't have the psychological makeup of feeling anything. They couldn't feel love. They couldn't feel fear. They couldn't cry. They couldn't get upset, disappointed, and then all of a sudden eating this fruit made them grow these neurons, these pain receptors, these nerve endings, these ovaries, this uterus, this cervix.
What you're stating is that they just had a totally different body. I'm not saying that. I said they had a glorified state.
And so
So their
what? And
bodies,
so what happened in this glorified state? I've been asking you for the fucking longest. Is how did the pain receptors get in the body?
I mean, the Bible doesn't tell us about toast, but I don't know that.
Were they just turned off? Were they always in the body and they would just turn off? Is that the glorified state? Like he turned that part of the brain off?
He didn't turn anything off.
So no, were the pain receptors always in the body and working?
I don't know that. It doesn't say that.
God, why are y'all so fucking dumb? Why?
That's
Why?
not dumb.
What? Okay. Why does Jesus want dumb followers? Why does
He
Jesus?
doesn't want dumb. Because
Obviously,
I'm one of the smart ones.
you are.
Hmm. Hey, can you show me from your book why your belief system is right?
I don't have a belief system, dumbass.
Oh,
And
oh.
atheism
So you,
isn't a
so
belief
so
system.
you,
Stupid. It's a lack of
so you
one.
don't have. Oh, so you don't have any evidence for your belief.
I don't fucking
He
have a
think the book
belief.
is his evidence.
I don't have a belief, stupid
Book is his
fuck.
evidence, and he's smart one.
Like you're dumb as fuck. You're dumb. I hate to say it. No, I don't.
Why you gotta
You're
mute me if
fucking.
I'm
I'm
so
not.
dumb?
Do you fucking? I'm not fucking
I didn't
muting you,
mute.
dumb fuck.
Somebody's muting me.
Like I'm sorry, you're just not
I didn't
smart.
mute you.
Okay.
You're not.
If I muted you, I would have said it, but I didn't mute you.
Let me ask you a question. Did your
What's
God?
up?
Did your God know? Um, did he know that animals were gonna have to fuck to reproduce?
Yes.
And so when he created animals and he wanted them to reproduce, he created both male and female.
Yes.
But when he created Adam, did he only want it to be one human?
No, that's why he created Eve.
Well, I mean, he obviously realized that he fucked up by not creating Eve.
Where did he fuck up at?
When he looked down and he said, it's not good for man to be alone.
How is that a fuck up?
What does it's not good mean?
It means he saw that he should have a helpmate.
Because he didn't create him one first, right?
Is there something wrong with that?
Well, did he create the male and female animals at the same time?
I don't know that. It doesn't say that. It just says he created all the animals.
Did he? It says he created male and female animals. It does say that.
Then if he created male and female animals, he created male and female animals.
But did he create the male and the female human at the same time?
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. And so he realized that the man needed a female, right? That's what he said. Because he
So
wasn't smart enough.
is
Hold
that
on, hold
somehow
on.
wrong?
Well, how is he going to reproduce? What was your God's plan for reproducing humans without a female? Like he knew what his plan was for animals to reproduce. What was his plan for humans to reproduce without a female?
So I'm gonna turn the question back on you. Then how did he make the female?
No, answer the fucking question that I asked you.
He's God. He can make another female.
So how was he?
just made
What
one.
was his plan? What was his plan for reproduction for the
I'm not.
humans?
I'm not God. You're asking me something that God would know.
The hell? This too small. Okay, I'm going back on mute.
Like, are you okay? Like, I think only a
Are you okay?
only a dumbass man would come up with this stupid ass story, right?
Are you sure?
Yeah, because it's dumb as fuck for anybody to believe that an all intelligent deity would create animals, right, and tell animals how to fuck and reproduce, but then create humans and say, oh, you know what, dog, I forgot. He gotta fuck something. Oh, I forgot. He don't have ovaries. Oh, I forgot. That motherfucker ain't got a cervix. Oh, he where the fuck? Where is a human gonna come out of that motherfucking pole? That's the conversation your God had to have with himself. That's a dumb fuck, right? And then he goes and he creates a female human from supposedly this man's rib. And then, like, it never ever dawns on you dumb motherfuckers, like, why he created your ass from dust, but decide to create her from another substance. But with the animals, he created them at the same damn time from the same thing. Why the fuck would this God create your ass from dirt and create the female from some destroyable shit? And then he goes off and the purposes of her being created is because, hey, you can't fucking reproduce another motherfucking human. So he goes off and he puts in her a cervix. He puts in her some ovaries. He puts in her some fucking fallopian tubes. Reproductive shit. Creates her a body that allows her to have milk that also feeds humans. But he forgot to fucking make her at first. This is the dumbest motherfucking story of patriarchy that only dumb fucks believe. Or your God is just a fucking dumbass man.
And you don't have a God, right?
No. And
So
I
you
don't have a fucking man.
So what's your epistemology for believing what you believe?
I don't have a fucking belief, you dumb fuck.
Exactly. So you have no epistemology, right?
No,
can't
you
justify
dumb
it.
fuck.
So why is evil wrong?
Evil is wrong because it is harmful, stupid ass. Let me ask you a question. The fact of you asking me why is evil wrong, while you're up here to fucking answer why the fuck your God didn't want you to know why evil was wrong. And you're showing everybody why your God didn't want his so-called precious humans to know when evil is wrong, because he needed y'all to be dumb fucks so that you would say that he has every right to command you to go and kill somebody. And you have no right to tell him that it is wrong for you to go and kill somebody while believing that he is the giver of life, The motherfucker that you believe wakes you up in the morning, but don't have the fucking power to take the life unless it's your motherfucking hands doing it, stupid ass. You ignore the fact that you have lungs. You ignore the fact that you don't die when your ass go to sleep. He ain't giving you life again. Bitch, you breathed the whole fucking night. Your lungs worked all fucking night. And why the fuck, if he is the giver of your life, why the fuck he need your dumb ass to go and kill it? Why the fuck can he give it, but he can't kill it without your dumb ass? You don't give life. Ain't shit in your motherfucking body but some motherfucking sperm. You are fucking water. You are fertilizer. You ain't the giver of life. So why the fuck you think that he needs to use your ass to take it? Y'all are dumb as fuck.
So you know God.
You are stupid as fuck. I'm
sorry.
There's no fucking motherfucker. Your God is a piece of paper, bitch.
But you could
your
tell
God
me
is a piece of paper.
God.
Your God is a piece of paper. You ain't seen a God. Okay. You ain't seen a God. You ain't seen a God. You ain't talked to a God. Your God is a piece of motherfucking piece of paper. You don't know, bitch. You don't even know how many stars is on your fucking wall. You can't even fucking count the fucking stars on your wall, motherfucker.
Exactly, God does.
Get your dumb ass. You are stupid as fuck. You don't. Get the fuck off my stage. Yeah, you're. I know. You don't get you're just dumb.
You can't refute me.
You don't have anything to refute. You have nothing to refute. You are stupid as fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I muted you again.
You should be embarrassed. You just embarrassed yourself in front of 800 people.
All right.
You're not smart enough to be embarrassed, thinker. You're not smart enough for that.
This dumb motherfucker said, God knows the stars. God knows how many stars. Why don't you ask him right quick? Can you ask him how many stars is in the sky?
Man, let me tell him.
Can you ask him?
Y'all keep muting me. You want me to talk?
Ask him how many stars in the sky.
I can't ask him.
Why?
Because he's on a different plane than me.
So what plane he on? Spirit?
Yeah, he's in
Spirit Airlines.
You don't believe in them?
He on Spirit Airlines.
He on the broken. I'm sorry, I had to mute myself.
I mean, you can't take a flight. He don't like you enough that he don't give you a flight. I don't give a flying fuck about your philosophical bullshit. You can't even fucking motherfucker. At this point, you are just fucking fodder. Like, I'm just fucking playing with your dumb ass at this point.
And I'm playing with you too.
Sure.
Because this is an easy topic.
Yeah. So and with a topic that your motherfucking ass can't even fucking answer, dumbass. You
have no book or.
Y'all don't have to mute. You like you're what the fuck?
Yeah, y'all keep muting me for what? If you have the truth and everything, why you got mute?
Truth of what?
Exactly. You don't have any truth.
Truth of what?
So why are you trying to tell people the truth? And
truth
you have
of
no truth?
What, dumb fuck?
All right, what do you believe?
You are stupid as fuck. I done told you That's don't have a belief system. You so dumb
why are you trying to tell people how to believe?
How did I tell you how to believe?
You're saying that my God is dumb, right?
He is fucking dumb, and so are you.
And it's stupid to believe in it, right?
I didn't say that. You feel that. You feel it's stupid to believe in. I didn't say that.
Okay. Well, if you didn't say it, I'm sorry. But this is what I'm gonna tell you. Do you have any other topic about the Bible? Because this one you clearly can't refute.
I can't refute this?
Do you have something?
Hold on, wait. I can't refute this, is what you just said?
You clearly can't refute me on this topic. Clearly.
Like, are you fucking dumb? Like, why would I refute myself?
Exactly.
And then I'm sorry, hold on. Is this something to refute? What? This is something to refute?
Well, did God lie?
Is that the question?
It says, did he lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them?
So is that something to refute?
I'm asking you.
No. Is that question something to refute?
I said you can't refute me on the topic.
What's the topic?
I proved that God did not lie to Adam.
What is the topic? What's the
them
topic?
or control them
What's the topic? How do you refute a fucking discussion topic?
because it's not
What positive claim did I
God
make
didn't
right here?
lie.
What positive claim did I make right here regarding protecting or
You
controlling
made a
them?
negative claim.
What? You're fucking stupid. You dumb motherfucker think that a positive claim is me saying, like, you are fucking dumb.
Did God
I'm
lie?
sorry. Like, I
God doesn't lie
I
though.
don't like Jesus and I don't like his followers because I'm
All
gonna
right,
tell
all
you,
right,
shut the fuck up.
what,
Shut the fuck up. I'm talking
what
right now.
topic?
This is why you get fucking muted. Like, honestly, this, like, his whole entire, and the guy before him, like, his whole entire lack of knowledge, like his lack of education and his confidence in it is why, like, I don't like Jesus and I don't like his followers because they're proud to be ignorant. And like when the book says that they were naked and they lack no shame, right? And that word arumim matches the arum that the serpent had. And when it literally says, I want y'all to like really pay attention to this, okay? The serpent was prudent, wise, cunning, and Adam and Eve lacked that, and they had no shame. He is the epitome of that, of being ignorant, lacking critical thinking, lacking wisdom, lacking curiosity, and not having any shame. That's what that is. And this is why I could never, ever even acknowledge this God as anything but a fucking misogynistic patriarchal idea. Like, it's a patriarchal creation for dumb, unintelligent men. But he's a good example of it. Yeah, a tool. This is what it looks like to be naked and conscious, naked in wisdom, and not be ashamed.
Proud to be ignoramuses, but my Jesus thinks like me.
Are y'all done muting me? So was it bad for the serpent to actually be in the garden?
Yeah, I'm done with him. I don't have anything else. Like, this is the stupidest conversation I've ever. Not. No, it's not.
Of course it's stupid because you can't refute me on this.
Yeah, you're right.
You keep you
Stupid. I can't stand a willful dumb motherfucker. Like, I swear I can't. Like it grosses me out. Oh shit.
They all sound just alike.
Tinker, can you hear me?
Yeah, my microphone went out. Give me just a second.
No problem.
Hey, AG.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How you feeling?
So far, so good. Hey, panel.
That's good.
And look, it's KRG.
What you got going on? It's fine. What's today? Tuesday?
Tuesday, I'm in, where am I at? Salt Lake City, delivering my load, waiting for my next load for tomorrow.
You dedicated or you over the road?
Over the road. State.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's rough.
What's up, AG?
Hey, thinker. I
Hey, how
just want.
you?
I'm amazed tonight. This has been really interesting. But I'm gonna go with: Is Jesus the problem or the solution for humanity?
Okay.
And after tonight, definitely the problem. I am seeing that Jesus has taken our people and have taken their brain away. He has taken their ability to think. He's made them into liars. He's made them into deceivers. And he's made them believe this falsehood that's just crazy. I don't understand how people can sit there and know that they're lying, and for a believer to lie, that's supposedly a sin, and willingly do it. It's just absolutely crazy to me.
Yeah. It's yeah. It's the not even just the lying, but the willful ignorance that irritates me. Um, I don't know. That combination is just very dangerous, and I don't think enough people have paid attention
No,
to
and they, yeah, and it seems like they have this arrogance about them, and they're arrogant, and they're wrong, and they're just confident and they're wrong, and it's just I'm scared because they walk amongst us, and they're very harmful,
Yep.
and they will allow bad things to happen to people in the name of their God.
Not allowed. Do a lot of them do the harm?
So true, and it's just I'm saddened because they're with us. Like um, these are like our people. These are supposed to be humans, and they've lost humanity. They don't care about their fellow humans, but when you get on them, the first thing they want to say is, "Oh, Jesus says, love thy neighbor." But they don't love thy neighbor if thy neighbor is anything besides what they believe in. So it's like a sick cult, and it's spreading, and that's the scary part about it.
I think for me the scarier part is that they don't recognize them. They've been so brainwashed and convinced that they're not a cult, that they're different from the cults that they do see, right? That they're hated not because of their bad behaviors or because of their willful ignorance, right? Not because they cause harm, but because they're special in that regard. They're special in their ignorance. They're special in their harm that they cause, right? And they have a right to do it because it's God, and it's almost like a hidden, like it's almost like it's hidden, but it's not. It's so fucking sinister, and that's what makes it dangerous. And because people that otherwise wouldn't advocate for it or defend it are, and they don't know that they are, and that's the crazy thing, right? Like it's, and that's what irritates me so bad because sometimes it feels like if demons did exist, it feels like it feels like I talk to demons on a daily, and they're it's like they're you know laughing at the fact that they are hiding in plain sight, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I understand what you're saying completely. It's like how you were saying, if God is like deceiving them, like they're toys, like they're being played with.
Yeah.
And as far as like the protection and controlling, it's an actual control thing because their mind is gone. They're like walking zombies, and they all say the same thing. It's either going to be free will or God can do whatever he wants to do. And they all, I'm noticing they're all the same, and they even sound the same. They're very nasally, they're very arrogant, their egos are super big. And then when they get cornered, then they lash out. Then they turn into something evil. They call you names, they say bad stuff, and then they run
Look,
like cowards.
and the crazy, like they don't fucking listen. Because the very first thing I said was, if demons were real, right?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I said.
Yes.
And then this dumb motherfucker gonna say, how you believe in demons but not the God, but not God? They don't fucking listen. Like, and the thing is, like, they grab on to one little small thing to either help them feed their hate, to either help them feed their belief, and they run with it. And like,
Completely.
I wish that they had not been made to feel so scared to use their own fucking brains, or believe that they have to have some type of supernatural charge to use the shit that's in their fucking head. But when you are convinced, when you allow yourself to be convinced that mortals existed without pain, that pain didn't exist, and then somehow some magical shit happened, and all of a sudden humans have pain receptors,
Yeah.
right? Like, it all of a sudden, bodies, like organs are in their body that didn't exist before, like without the God creating them a new body. Like, you're a grown ass human who have probably at this point fucked, who have probably birthed children. You've
Yeah.
had wet dreams, you've had periods,
Things
and
that
and
you
and
can't
you
control.
still and you still in your mind think humans existed without this shit before somebody ate a piece of fruit from a tree.
Yeah. And then the fact that the funny part is how they try and threaten us with hell, not knowing that fire is an earthly element. It takes oxygen, it takes other things. How the fuck does a spirit burn? How does a spirit have pain receptors? How? Just, they're fucking dumb. And then they're thinking about going to heaven and getting a mansion. How the fuck is there buildings up in the sky or wherever heaven is? And if you get a mansion, who the fuck is going to clean all them rooms? Are you going to take a spiritual shit? Do you spiritually cook? What are you going to do? I'm sorry I'm cussing, and I normally don't cuss, but they worked my last nerve tonight. I'm just dumbfounded by them. And like when we talk about humanity, I don't know if many people have talked about what happened on Christmas Day. And supposedly it's in the name of this God. When the US wants to go ahead and bomb Nigeria and to play on these idiots saying, oh, it's because of Christianity, a boom boom doesn't know the difference between a Christian, a Muslim, an atheist, or anybody else. It just destroys. But since they've been told that, oh, it's for Christianity, oh, it's okay, let's do it. They don't think. And a friend of mine lost some family members that had nothing to do with religion. They don't know nothing about Christianity, Muslims, or any of that. These were babies that passed away. So I'm just at a loss. I'm emotionally upset and just going through it.
Yeah, don't let them get you upset. They just, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to, and I'm gonna bump some more of your album tomorrow and get some peace. So I've used my second phone, and your album is on continuous play, even if I'm not listening to it, just to make sure you get your props for it.
Thank you, I
So
appreciate it.
I thank you, and you can let me down, and we'll see what happens tonight.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
Bye, G. I should have said that before I let him down.
I don't know. Is there, can a mod bring up somebody?
I got him. Unless they bounced out. Okay. Can you see?
They're not connecting.
Okay. Mm.
I don't think she's up here for on
Okay.
purpose. I think it's in her.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're a subscriber and you don't see on purpose in the chat, don't bring them
Oh,
up.
I didn't see host subscriber by her name. This one bounced right back in the box, and I didn't even mean to bring them up.
Only subscribers need to type on purpose. If a subscriber is in the request, only they need to type on purpose. If you're not a subscriber, just request.
I don't see Mianelle in there. Oh yeah, I see her now. Or them.
There's 19 people in the request. You don't see?
I see.
Oh.
But nobody's connected.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
31.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them?
Okay. What are your thoughts?
I believe it was to control them.
Okay. Do you want to expand on that and tell us why you believe that?
Well, honestly, the story kind of reminds me of my mom, how she raised me. She would withhold information she would withhold information and lie to us about things to just so she could control us. And it only got worse as I got older.
Do you want to compare that with the story or the God or?
What do you mean?
Like, do you drawing parallels with how you see the God doing this?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's how. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Like, how do you see the God doing the same thing that you're saying your mom did?
Because my mom would only give us pieces of information, and then, and I feel like he only gave them a part of the information on purpose. He withheld information from them.
Well, when you say to control them, what is there like a specific reason that he would want to control them, or that he would want them to have this mindset to control them?
I believe it was so that he could get blind obedience.
Right, but why would it, a God not want them to have the knowledge of good and evil? Like, what combination does blind obedience and that do? Like, do you know why you're suggesting that?
Why?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking.
Oh, I think he wants blind obedience so that we won't question him.
Why doesn't he want humans to question him? Like, what I'm trying to figure out, like what, like, I'm trying to get you to go a little bit deeper in in your thoughts on that. Like, why would he not want that? Why
Because
does
he
he?
does.
Go ahead.
I believe the God in the story doesn't want to be questioned by humans. He just wants us to follow his commands.
But why?
That's a good question.
It's all like when we are deconstructing, which you say you're deconstructing, right?
Yeah.
asking ourselves why. Why do we think what we think? Why do we believe what we believe? Is the core of deconstruction, and it also guides our research process, right? It helps us understand where a lot of our core values came from, the good ones and the negative ones. It helps us be able to articulate, like if you decide while you're in this deconstruction process, if you decide that you no longer want to believe in this God, answering that why for yourself will help you articulate, you know, the decision that you've made, and be able to feel good and solid about the decision you made. But if you just, you know, say, oh, the guy wants to control, and then somebody asks you why, and you don't know why, right? You can't articulate it. You know what I'm saying? So, which it's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. What I'm saying is these are the questions that we ask ourselves, that we explore when we go through the deconstruction process, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm not here to give answers. Does that make sense? I'm here to
Yeah.
yeah, to discuss. Like I can only go as deep in the conversation as you allow it.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Let me explain like the comparison with my mom. With my mom, I bel my mom controlled us. My mom controlled us because she didn't want to be alone, and she didn't want to leave us. She didn't want us to leave her. And I believe that that's what God's doing. That He don't know how to be alone. Like the God in the story, not that.
When you say he don't know how, like he was trying to keep them in the garden with him, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I believe He was trying to keep them in the garden with Him.
Yeah. So you're saying like it reminds you of a an abusive situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I you can see the concept of the fruit being something that would kill them immediately. Comparing that, like if your mom would say, "Hey, if you step outside the house, uh, uh, what's those things from the cartoons, that anvil is gonna fall on your
Yeah.
head, right?"
Yeah.
And then you scared
That's
to,
basically that's basically how my mom was.
yeah, and so that,
Like she would say crazy stuff like we wanted to get our ears pierced, and she would be like, "Oh, it's gonna feel like you getting shot with a gun."
oh wow,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
so really extreme things like that, and then when you get it done, you're like, man, I can't believe I believe that shit. I get
yeah,
that.
when I got it done at 18, when I moved out her house, I was in shock that it didn't hurt.
Well, so was that? Did your mom have pierced ears?
No.
Well, maybe she was scared too. You think she was scared?
Yeah, I think she did put a lot of her fears on us.
Yeah, yeah. And so, but yeah, like saying things like that, I could definitely see, you know, where the God convinced them that if they ate from that tree they would die, and then when they ate from the tree or touched it and they realized that it didn't do anything, they was like, oh man, I done been lied to. We're like in a cage in this garden, right? And the serpent is, you know, the wise voice that's saying, hey, you're being lied to, you're being brainwashed, you're being held captive, so that this person can take advantage of you. This person can use your money. This person can live in your house and eat your food, or use you for labor, or use you for sex. You know, they're keeping your mind hostage, your money hostage, your heart hostage, your body hostage, through this one lie, through this fear, right? Because usually it's fear of being alone, it's fear of being hurt, fear of losing someone. they usually do it through fear, and that's what this guy did, right? If you eat
Yeah.
off that tree, you will die when you do it, and instilling that fear. And so getting rid of that fear and facing that fear is what Eve did, and then she helped Adam. And then the God, you're no longer valuable or beneficial to the God. Like the God has to get you away from him, because then your critical thinking, your lack of fear is threatening to him, to his existence, because without faith, you can't please the God. And the reason you can't please the God is because with the lack of unbelief, the God can't do anything. The God does not exist. The God dies. And so he got to get you away.
Exactly. That literally describes my mom. So reading the story is kind of triggering.
Reading the Adam and Eve story, the abuse.
Yeah, well, reading it now as an adult, it's dog because I started rereading it as an adult for the first time, and it completely reminds me of my mom. So now I'm like, do I want to even believe in God? Because I don't want to believe in a God that would that that would that would be life that would lie and be deceitful and keep stuff from me because he thinks it's protecting me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, did you have any other questions or anything else? Or
Well, also, I've been really stuck on the part. I'm past that part in the Bible, but it's been stuck on my mind the part about uh, uh, where they said the man is becoming as one of us to know good and evil. Who I'm just like, who is us? You know what I mean?
um, so I don't want to really get into that, and so like 'cause that's gonna be me getting into like scholarship and all of that. But the us is just the Elohim. It's just like back in the day, there were multiple gods, and Israel worshipped multiple gods. The northern kingdom did, and then the southern kingdom. So part of the Genesis narrative is redacted. Um, it's gonna be a lot for me to have to like
Oh,
explain that. Yeah, like I really don't want to get into that. But if you, I don't know if you because I didn't see that you were a community member, but we do have a Discord where a lot of that research is on there, where we discuss things like this. And then starting this Saturday, we have our sub only classes getting ready to start, where we go into, you know, how to study the text and all of that. But I don't typically do that on the live unless you're a community member.
oh, okay,
Yeah. But
okay.
yeah, it's really it is the Elohim, like the pantheon of gods that half of them served, and then only some of them were monotheistic, not all of them, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So yeah.
okay.
All right. Any other questions about the topic?
Um, no, I just wanted to say that I believe that he was trying to control them.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I look forward to talking to you again. And like I said, if you want, you can join the community where we have the private Discord, and then we have Saturday classes coming up, and we get more deep into the weeds and private conversations with like how to study the text, and getting into the textual criticism of it and all of that. Okay.
Okay, because I'm a thinker too, and I like to study stuff.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. It was great meeting you, Mia.
You too.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
All right.
Bye.
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 I am. I'm gonna put it in the Discord when Fee gets here and she gets on stage. I will put it in. I will work on that
I'm
and
sorry, y'all.
get it in the Google Drive. Yeah. Unless Selena wants to do a call. I don't know if Selena's away. I know her husband is usually asleep. I don't know.
He went in early this morning.
Oh, okay. Do you want to do a call?
I
Hi
can.
guys.
Okay. Hi. How are
Good
you?
morning.
Go ahead, Selena.
Yeah,
Hi. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
a non-believer. My family's Christian, but I was raised Christian, but I don't believe in it.
Atheist?
I'm here to kind of, I guess, share my critical thinking on what I think is that verse means or that part of the Bible means.
So are you choosing the first question? Are you over 21?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
like to assume. Okay.
yeah,
Are you
yeah.
choosing the first question?
Yeah. I think. I guess my answer would cover both of the questions indirectly. So, what it is I think that verse, we often talk about fruit and trees and Adam and Eve as like one person, but I don't actually think it's one Adam, one Eve, even any
We
fruit
just,
or any
so
trees.
pause right quick. So
Yep.
respond to the question first. Like, did God lie to protect or control Adam and Eve?
Okay, well, I actually think he made a threat. So the threat was, if you eat of the tree, he's going to kill you or kill them. But then he changed his
Yes,
mind
but
and
did
showed them some sympathy and actually banished them. So that was him showing
okay?
sympathy.
We know the story. I'm gonna try to keep you in the
Okay,
vein of the topic which we want to discuss. Does he want to protect, or did he want to control them?
to control them.
Okay. So in what way and why do you think he wanted to control them?
Okay, so he wanted to control them, their movement. And then for me to explain that, then I need to show you the critical thinking that I've applied to that Bible passage or the whole Bible section, even the chapter. So basically, in the Bible he walks. God, they say that the God walked in the garden. So if he's walking in the garden, he's some kind of a man. And where is the garden? It's meant to be the Garden of Eden. We know to be the origin of man. So it's in Africa. We can guess. So in Africa, there's some men that we know of who believed at the time that they existed to be gods, and we know them that they're in Kemet, and we know that they're in Egypt. So if we apply critical thinking, there's a God, he's seeing some kind of man, and then he says that the man doesn't know good from evil. But then the second time he walks in the garden, he knows that the man knows good and evil because they've eaten of a fruit. So we know that he knows this because they're wearing clothes. So good and evil, how would you look at somebody and know that they know good and evil because they're wearing clothes? It doesn't make sense, right? But that's only if you look at good and evil the way that we interpret the words right now. But good and evil could just mean sentient, like you're not wild anymore. So if we look at it that way, then when he saw them the first time, they were a bit wild. But now that they've eaten of a fruit, they're not wild. So then we had to look at the terms Adam and Eve. We also know that there are types of creatures that we call the male and female one thing, and we call the female the other. So like
Okay,
cow and
so
bull.
you're going
Yeah.
so far and so long right now. It's I haven't heard your critical thinking of how this is controlling.
Okay. Let me land first, and then because you'll see,
You've been flying for a while,
un,
and I think
it will take less
we
than a
are.
minute. It will take less than a minute.
Mm,
Can I jump in real quick, Selena?
yes.
And good morning, y'all. Part of the problem is that
Morning,
like
Fee.
I don't know if this is critical thinking or creative thinking because your retelling of the story doesn't match the Bible. Like the God didn't find them with clothes on. He made clothes for them. The God didn't issue a threat. He said that, it wasn't if you eat this, I'm going to kill you. It's if you eat this, you will die. Those are communicating two completely different things. So you're remixing the story and applying, I'm assuming, some trying to overlay science with it. Like you can't say that the garden was in Africa when it's listing rivers that flow out of the garden that aren't in Africa. Like that's not critical thinking. That's creative license that you've given yourself to try to make this story match with what we know about reality. And to Selena's point, that's not answering the question, was it for the purpose of control or protection? If you start with that, then maybe we can follow what you're saying, but we're still going to push back on the details that you've gotten wrong.
Yeah.
He said
In,
control, and we still haven't. So that's why
yeah.
I was like, I still don't
Because
hear the control.
Yeah.
okay, well, I'll tie up then. Basically, I don't think Adam and Eve is one Adam and one Eve. I don't think it's one God. I think it's a progression of time, and that Adam refers to the male of the species, and Eve refers to the female of the species. Over time, they saw them become more sentient. They kicked them out of the garden because they interbred with the civilian population, who they call the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's a bloodline, and the godlike or royal members of the population who have access to pyramids, they're known as the people who have eternal life. He says he's going to kick them out of the Garden of Eden, lest they eat of the tree of life also, because they've already mated with the tree of the normal civilian population. So it's not an eating of a physical fruit. It's an eating of it's interbreeding with a population, and
So, so this is of your own thinking,
yeah,
correct?
it's basically them telling the story of why they were kicked out of Africa, and you can see why it makes sense now that if you have a
No.
people, or if you have a different types of hominin, and one was slowly made more sentient, then you'd know that they're more sentient when they start wearing clothes.
They
But they
didn't.
didn't start wearing clothes. They were given the clothes.
He returns to the garden and finds them hiding, right? He finds them hiding and
Yes,
aware
but
of their
he gave
nakedness.
them clothes. But he gave them clothes. He didn't find them wearing clothes.
Like the
Okay,
book
I've made a
literally
mistake
says he
there, but
made them clothes.
Yeah.
yeah, but the point was that when he returns to the garden the second time, they have awareness of their sentience. They have awareness of their nakedness, and he
Yes,
basically, yeah, and
we
that's
agree
the
with
point.
that they were aware that they were naked. They hid themselves with leaves, and then he made them clothes out of skins. Like
Yeah,
what we do in here is we stick with what's in the text.
yeah. So
Um
in the text, he knows that they ate of the tree because they're aware of their nakedness.
mhm.
They're no longer acting the way they did before. So
But you're
before, when he met them, they didn't have knowledge of good and evil. And that was why they didn't have awareness of their nakedness.
So you made this story to make
It's
sense for you in a real world sense.
it's kind of it's kind of when I apply critical thinking, what could this fruit have been?
That's not critical thinking.
That's not critical. That's what. Go ahead, Fee.
No, I'm sorry,
What
Selena.
what what is a
No,
tree?
you
What
fine.
is yeah? When I look at the passage and I'm thinking, okay, he's been away and come back. and somehow he knows that they're not no they have knowledge of good and evil by their awareness of nakedness. How could that be?
That's not critical thinking. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're using motivated reasoning because you accept this story to be true. Critical thinking follows the data where it goes, like where it leads. The first question should be like, where does this story come from? If you want to apply critical thinking, then you've got to dive into the source material. When you look at the word, the original word used for this awakening that they had, or actually with the death that was referred to as an awakening, it's a moral conscience that they gained. Like, that's what this word means in the original language that it was written in. Why would the original language of this script be in Hebrew if all this shit happened in Africa? You're using motivated reasoning, not critical thinking skills. You're trying to get this story to make sense in the framework that you already accept to be true.
Yeah, I ran it through like GPT, and they said that it could be Mesopotamia. All I've taken was the actual. So I've kind of posited that it's the Garden of Eden is like in Africa, but it could be somewhere in Mesopotamia, and that was the way where it said was more likely for this place to have taken, or these events to have taken place if my my analysis
Where's
was correct.
Mesopotamia?
Um, you'd have to Google it because I couldn't explain it in
So you
words.
you just pick Africa?
What? Oh my gosh.
Because of the garden, because of like the origin of man and scientific reasoning, then I was
Well,
like, okay, that must
What
be
are you trying to
in
find
Africa.
it to?
But
no, no. The rivers that are listed that
yeah,
flow out of the Garden of Eden are not in Africa. We know that humanity came, or humans evolved out of Africa. That doesn't make this story true. Like, you
basically
can't just
Mesopotamia is in the Middle East, so it would be like where it would be
not Africa.
around near Syria. Yeah, it wouldn't be Africa, no.
Yeah. So like,
Yeah.
so you formulated this hypothesis based on.
I thought the place
Wait, hold on,
because of
wait.
godlike people.
Don't Wuntin. Or sorry if I'm butchering your name, but don't cut Fee off while she's trying to complete a thought.
Yeah. Like, I get that, a lot of people want to try to remix the story and make it make sense. I understand that. But you can't just move places that are referenced in the story and make it Africa. That's not how geography or reality works. We talk to a lot of people who grew up on this story, and they're like, well, this is the story of the start of humankind. This is one etiological story. Like, it's not the only one. It's not even particularly a good one, in my opinion, because I've read others that are way more interesting and less idiotic. Because why would you put a tree in the middle of a garden if you don't want people to eat from it? The prompt is about whether or not it was for the purpose of control or protection. We know that none of us can access the mind of a god if a god were even involved in the writing of this story. But what do the markers indicate? Like, what do we know to be the markers of a person wanting to control another person? And what are the markers of protection? I think if we're trying to assess the story honestly, we've got to look at it through that lens, not overlay our preference or try to overlay reality with fantasy, because that's what you're doing right now. That this garden was not mentioned as emanating it from anywhere in Africa. It's just not. So as opposed to trying to make these stories fit, if we know that we come from Africa and we know this story says that the first humans came from a place in Mesopotamia, what does the data show? That's how you utilize critical thinking skills.
You can come off mute and respond. And please tell me how to pronounce your name. I sent you an invitation.
All right, to the super nerds, the Google Drive has been updated with the syllabus, and I did link the Google Drive and the Thinker live chat to make it easier for y'all to find.
Thank you.
You're welcome. One time, are you there? Are you done? Are you no longer discussing this topic?
Hi. I think somebody put me on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, I said it 3 times that you could come off mute, and I gave you an invitation twice. Yes.
Sorry about that. Yeah. I guess if I'm sticking to the story, it would be the story of it would be an answer of control. He's basically made them a warning. You know, if they eat of the tree, they will surely die. And then he's basically seen that threat didn't work, or that control statement didn't work, and he's now kind of made a decision afterwards that was, you know, he basically gave him sympathy. I was trying to overlay, you know, my version onto the events to make sense of it. So that's where I believe that it's a bloodline and not a fruit. Yeah, my placement I said was in Africa, so that was me trying to put a place to it, even though when I cross-referenced it in GPT, it said it's more likely in Mesopotamia, and maybe a godlike people would be something like the Sumerians or something. But the timelines didn't match there. So yeah, it's me making sense of what's there, but it makes more sense to me that it's a bloodline because he says you'll become one of us, and also because
Wait, he
he
didn't
says you've
say you'll
eaten of the
become.
tree.
Yeah.
Hold on, he didn't say you'll become
You'll
one of us. That's not what it said.
you said you'll become like one of us, right? So
Like,
if
right,
they were to ever get the tree of life, they would become like one of them,
right. This
and
is,
we know that they
but we're not talking about the tree of life. He said man has become like one of us, not one of us. Those are
exactly,
two
yeah.
different things.
I'm kind of paraphrasing, so I made a mistake. But what we know is that they already had eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and that to me seems like their behavior is different. This is why he knows that they have eaten of that tree. And that to me is why I believe that Adam and Eve are the male and female species and not the name of one individual of that species.
I mean,
So it's your behavior wouldn't change if you ate of any fruit in a meaningful way forever. Like
well, it would. Like if you look at it, deconstructing,
which fruit would
right?
that be that would change your
It would be
behavior forever?
knowledge, right? Uncovering a
Exactly.
lie, right? It doesn't have anything to do with bloodlines. I don't see your connection to bloodlines here. And Genesis 5 does outline the lineage, speak about Adam as humanity. Genesis 5 does that. Genesis 2 does not.
And where would the other bloodlines come from when it's just 2 people? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. So the bloodline of the God who walked in the garden, he is of the tree of eternal life. That
What?
is his bloodline.
Why would he have a bloodline if he's a god?
I'm confused. Did I miss something? I thought he said he was a non-believer. Is he a believer?
I don't know what's happening right now, honestly.
I'm a non-believer. I'm saying if we're
He's a
sticking to the
non-believer.
story. So in the story, he mentions him as a god.
Yeah, but what?
What?
How do we get to bloodlines in
So
Africa?
in
What?
the okay,
That's his
the
whole
reason
premise that
that
Adam and
in
Eve are people and not just 2 people.
But even
exactly
if
so
that
that
was the
Adam
case,
refers to
what
the
the hell
males.
does that have to do with bloodlines in Africa?
Nothing.
Okay, so I'll
He's
answer
saying the
that.
tree is one bloodline. The
So
tree of
basically,
knowledge of good and evil is one bloodline,
And the
What?
tree of
Everyday
life is
people
another
are.
bloodline. Yeah.
So basically,
What?
the everyday. Okay, I'm not sure if you missed everything. So
Yeah,
basically,
it
the
wasn't.
God walks in the garden 2 times, right?
Say
The
that
first time he
again.
walks in the garden, the God in the Bible,
Mhm.
he shows up in the garden 2 times. So the first time he shows up, or the second time if we go there, he shows up. He knows that Adam and Eve have eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil
Mhm.
because they're aware of their nakedness.
Mhm.
So that means that the first time he was in the garden, they didn't know good and evil, right?
Right. What does that have to do with bloodlines?
Okay. So he says that they ate of the tree, and basically, lest they eat of the tree of eternal life, he's going to kick them out. So in their behaviors changed permanently. There's no fruit on this earth that would change your behavior permanently. But what would change your behavior
We just
permanently?
went
That is
through
a
that.
tree.
We just went through that.
Yeah.
It's just knowledge. It's just knowing that you've been
Mm.
lied to. Like if you're in a abusive relationship, right, and your abusive significant other has been lying to you, convincing you to fear a specific thing, and so you live your life in this cultish way or this
Hmm.
very closed off way because you believe the lies that your abusive significant other is telling you. But then the day that you decide to face, you know, this fear and find out if it's true or if it's false, and you realize that he's been lying to you, your behavior is going to change. I'm not understanding what this has to do with bloodlines.
Yeah, I read it in that God, because they say he's a God in the Bible, had access to a tree. His actual family, they have access to a tree of eternal life. The
We're not
rest of the
talking about
people,
the tree of eternal life. We're talking about the tree of knowledge and good of evil. Why do you keep switching to that tree when we ask you about a bloodline? You're not making that connection.
I'm actually trying to finish a sentence. That's why I keep starting there.
But you're
But
finishing a sentence about a tree we're not discussing. So it's
yeah,
not
but
going to
there's
help us
there's
understand.
two trees. So I'm referencing the first tree in relation to the second tree. But when I get to the first tree, you've interjected. So I'm saying that basically the bloodline of the God is the tree of the of eternal life,
How?
and he's saying that he's protecting that tree because Adam and Eve have already accessed the
How?
first tree.
You're not answering how the tree represents a bloodline. You're just telling us what the God is
Okay.
doing. How does the tree represent a bloodline?
Okay, so the tree represents a bloodline because of the permanent change in behavior as witnessed by them being aware of their nakedness
But
all
I've
of a
already
sudden.
addressed
So
that.
yeah,
Yeah, I've
but
already
you're
addressed
asking,
that. You're not, I'm
yeah, I
not
mean,
understand. A change in behavior doesn't have anything to do with a bloodline. You're not explaining why you are saying the tree is a bloodline. What does a change in behavior have to do with a bloodline?
yeah, I mean, what's happening here is you have a different opinion. So
What you're
you're
not
asking me to explain
explaining
my
it.
opinion.
What does a
You're ask,
change in behavior have to do with a bloodline?
yeah. So I understand your view
Can you answer that
that
question, please?
and the things that you've explained to me
Yeah,
already.
can you answer that question? What does a change in behavior have to do with a bloodline? How does someone's change in behavior automatically say bloodline? This is about bloodline.
Okay. Um, if you're talking about, okay, the answer to that question would be if the behavior changes, if the two species of two different types of human intermingle or have offspring. So if we have a more ancient type of human interbreeding with with modern man who we know is sentient, then they would witness an older type of more wild type of human becoming more sentient. And in doing so, they would say, hey, the second time I've seen you, in recorded history, you're now more human than when I first saw you. So you're now not you now have knowledge of good and evil, whereas before you seem more wild. So if we saw like a primate that exists now, like a something that's more like a halfway between a chimp and a human, if we saw something like that become more sentient, we'd say, this now has more knowledge of good and evil now. So that's where I say that it's a bloodline.
What?
Are you
I'll be
are
back.
you comparing the Homo erectus to Homo sapien line? Is that what we're doing?
I'm saying that
Is
in
that what
that
we're
time,
doing?
I'm saying that in that time that there, because all humans are not the same, so there's lots of different hominins that contribute to what we know as like there's lots of different there's lots of different human types. So we're now the predominant type. We're the Homo sapien, but in the time of that writing,
I mean, technically,
he's
we're
he,
Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yeah.
sorry, say that again.
I mean,
Homo
this,
sapiens sapiens.
yeah, but none of this really matters because ultimately what you're saying is the same as what believers do when they say, "Oh, God meant a spiritual death," because that's the only way this makes sense. This is not critical thinking. This is motivated reasoning. You're doing the same thing. You're just doing it on the side of the God isn't real, or I'm not convinced that the God is real. Bloodline does not equal fruit. Like you're stretching beyond the capacity of my mind to follow for sure. But
Mm-hmm.
these are cool stories, and nobody's telling you that you can't look at it this way. But what I'm saying, I can't speak for Selena and Thinker, but I am not following it logically.
He's
It does
speaking for
not
me.
follow critically to me at all because
Okay.
of the fact that when you look at the words that were used in the original language this etiological story was written in, none of it points to Africa. You can't get to Africa in this
I,
story
I,
at
I,
all.
I agreed with you there. I said it's, even the cross-referencing said Mesopotamia. So I agree with you.
Right. And hang on. And the tree piece, there's no connection. There's no through line between you saying that it's a bloodline and the details of the story. There's nothing in this story that would lead me to critically conclude that this is talking about a bloodline and the tree of life is different people. The us in that story is talking about the Elohim, the pantheon of gods that this etiological story came from, the Mesopotamian gods. Yahweh was one of them in that pantheon. We know that through archaeology and through historical data. You trying to overlay the reality of the genesis of humanity on top of the story just simply doesn't work. At least it doesn't from my mind. So the questions that I'm asking are pushing back on how does this comport with reality? It's a cool story, fan fiction, okay, but how does it comport with reality? Because I'm not concerned with how people see it per se. I want to know how you can show me that this is true. You're just telling us right now. Show us that this is what it actually meant, if that's what you're positing.
I mean, I think it's because the parts that he's talking about are behavioral. It would be very hard for me to ever show, or anyone to ever show. He talks about a behavioral trait that signifies that they now have a different understanding of life, a different perspective. And
It's
he
because they
says
grew a moral
he says to
conscience.
them, yeah, he says, you've now have knowledge of good and evil. So you've eaten of a particular fruit. So I'm positing that only type of fruit that you would eat that would change your behavior permanently would be of genetic change.
Well, that's not,
And
I don't agree with that because one, nobody said anything about change of behavior. It said now that you've become like one of us, knowing good from evil. It tells you what the tree is. It tells you what the tree gives you. Why are you changing that?
yeah, a genetic tree would do that. Would do exactly the same things.
What the
So a
fuck is a genetic tree? Like now you're adding things to the garden. So this is where I feel like we, in an effort to try to hold on to a narrative that we think is the framework for how we should understand things, we try to fit pieces in and push square pegs into round holes. That's not how we critically think. It's creatively, sure. but I think this, to thinkers, how she always tells people, this is a research lab. And if what we're going to do is have conversations about it could mean this, then we need to frame it in that way. But I do not mentally follow you when you say that this was a bloodline. That there's nothing in this story that indicates that. There's nothing in the people group that this story came from, the folks who this book was actually written to, which was not us. There's nothing
Yeah,
about this that says anything about a bloodline. That is a massive stretch, and I'm just not seeing how you get there.
I'm talking in the terms that they speak of tree.
It's a
So you
tree.
thinking like a family tree?
We even speak currently of family trees. There's not,
That
and it's probably not new linguistics, right? There's probably not new vernacular that we're using now. So in their vernacular, he says you've eaten off the tree. So
You'd have to demonstrate how that's the vernacular and what was being talked about and what was eaten.
exactly, was something even eaten?
Yeah, it's called a
Because
fruit.
because even in the book it says you the terminology now, it says you knew of these two people knew, and that means they
So in
courted, right?
so in
Yeah,
the story, when the serpent is talking to Eve and
it's
she eats from the fruit and
mhm.
hands it to her husband, who is there with her? What is that? Or do I not want to know? Since we're talking bloodlines and family trees and all that, like, what is that?
Okay. Um, they say that that's not even a serpent. So that was like a conscience, and the serpent would represent temptation. So the serpent would represent temptation for Adams and Eves of the time to mate with the people of the time who have knowledge of good and evil. So it would be more of an ancient type of human mating with a more modern type of human.
Where do you see that in this story? Like, why
That's
would
so you're asking my interpretation of that passage. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I get that you don't agree though.
No, I don't agree with it because it
Yeah,
doesn't make sense, right?
yeah.
Me agreeing with it is not relevant. Show me how you know this is where the relevancy comes in, and your mind making these connections because, oh, family tree, that means it's tree and fruit. No, that's, show me how you know that to be true. Take me to the etymology of these words and show me where they point to human beings. Because if you are not able to do that, in the same way I would say this to a believer, I don't
Mhm.
care what you know. Show me how you know it's true.
Yeah, I think I'd have to do more research. Is my answer.
I don't know what you're going to research to find that because I don't know that the book actually supports that. The Elohim has a
Mhm.
meaning. That term has a meaning, and it's not people of different bloodlines. It's just simply not that.
it's like he's saying the Australopithecus uh procreated with the Homo habilis.
I mean, you think about it
Habilis.
from an actual evolutionary
Hmm.
perspective, the reason there is speciation because the procreation can't happen. Like, you deviate genetically
Right,
so much that you
exactly.
can't procreate with the other person. So
Exactly.
how would this even be possible?
But we already know that it's possible because current humans have, Europeans have 2% Neanderthal DNA. So there has
What
to be crossover at
Neanderthal?
somewhere. Like
Well, crossover scientifically, yeah, but
yeah.
crossover from a tree snake no, like that.
No, I'm not
This
saying. I'm
story.
saying that there wasn't a snake. I'm saying that the snake is an allegory. It's like it's more like temptation. So when when the two types of species are mating there,
When was
it's
this story
more.
written? When was this story written? Like, how many years ago?
It should be about 2,500 years ago, right?
When did humans evolve and
Oh,
start migrating out of Africa?
Um, well, that would be 50,000 years ago.
oh. Okay, I'm going back on mute.
But we're not in Africa, right?
So account for that time.
50,000 years. Sorry.
Yeah, that math is way off. But account for, even if it were 50,000 years, account for the time between 50,000 for 48,000 years. Account for that. Who told the story? Who narrated it?
In this story, I believe it's the people, the Middle Eastern people who's telling that story. That's their story, isn't it? So that story is all the Abrahamic stories are of their people. So it's not an African story, I guess.
So how are you still trying to overlay it to the origins of civilization, or humanity, I should say, not civilization?
I'm just saying that it sounds like a bloodline. More like a bloodline. That was my opinion. That it sounded more like a bloodline than a physical tree. So it
Well,
sounds more like a tree, a generational tree, rather than a physical tree. It sounds more like a forbidden fruit, the mating between two different peoples, than a fruit that's a physical fruit.
that still
It's
doesn't
more like a
account.
serpent who's like a representative of.
Right. I follow the story. I
co-
followed the story the first time you said it, and I simply didn't disagree. I didn't agree with it then, and I don't follow it or agree
That's
with it
fine.
now. But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you. The story was written 2,000 years ago. Who was there 50,000 years ago? Which that number's off as well. Who was there then to tell you that this was a deviation from humanoids or ancient types of humans? Who dictated that? Who put those two pieces together? Because there was no DNA 2,000 years ago to say that, oh, well, this is Homo erectus, this is Homo habilis, this is Homo sapien. Like, that was not a thing.
Yeah.
So how are you overlaying our modern day understanding of the origins of humanity on top of this story from 2,000 years ago and say it's pointing to the origins of humans out of Africa 50,000 years ago?
Yeah, I was trying to overlay. I've admitted before. I'm trying to make sense of this because stories come from somewhere, right? And this is meant to be an origin story. So I was just seeing the reality of what could be real in that story that would amount to that story.
I mean, I would
Where
rather
could
find an
the
origin story actually out of a tribe of Africa, maybe close to the area that humans actually evolved from. This one from a Mesopotamian group of people, I'm not following it. Not saying, again, it's not saying that you
that's
can
fine.
hold that belief system, but it's not making any logical sense
It
to
was
me.
just a concept. I was just seeing where the dots joined. So if it's not a physical tree, then it would make more sense than it being a physical tree. When he says you've now eaten off the tree, and that makes more sense because now you can see that their behaviors change permanently because two different types of people have interbred, and then the protecting of a tree that has more power, who has infinite life, that would be a reason why they would then kick them out of the garden to protect the royal bloodline or a royal tree. Him kicking them out for an imaginary tree with superpowers, then I'd have to ask, where is this tree now?
How many
You know?
presuppositions can you spot in your story?
Yeah, there is a lot, but if I stick to the story, there's more because I have to say, where is this tree now? Where is the snake who can talk?
Well, the problem is
Where
that
is
why are you accepting any? Like, I don't. Are you
This is why I don't
claiming?
believe in any of them. I started off saying I don't believe in any of it, but
I mean,
I
but
believe that
it's an
stories
etiological
come from
tale.
somewhere.
It's an etiological tale that's talking about answering the questions of why we don't have eternal life, why people die, why snakes don't have legs, why women have pain during childbirth. It's explaining the switch over from matriarchal societies and egalitarian societies to patriarchal structures. It's explaining the evolution going from hunter-gatherers to pastoralists to agriculturalists, why we went from being naked to using leaves as clothing to using animal hair as clothing, animal skin as clothing. It's explaining the evolution of time. The tree of life is to say this is why we don't have eternal life. This is why we die, because we don't have access to it. That's all it is an etiology. That's it.
So what's the snake then?
It's the serpent in the garden. It represents wisdom. That word in Hebrew is ram. It represents critical thinking, rational thinking, a sensible mind. It's the human that questions, right? that goes against the patriarchal structure. And then the nakedness of them in the garden, that word there again is arumim. It is an idiom. It's a literary device that's used in this story. Represents humans who lack that wisdom, and they don't have shame for it, right? And in first century Rome, the early followers of Jesus, of this cult, were required to lack wisdom. They did not recruit people who had been educated, people who were wise, who were curious, who questioned. They actually kept them out of the cult. They only actively sought out people who had not been schooled, who could not read, who were thieves, like they were criminals. They intentionally set these people out, and they told them to come in all confidence. And we can read that in Origen's book against Celsus, written in 248 AD. Conversations that they had with early followers of Christianity. And so a lot of the, like, we cannot forget that there are redactions and interpolations written back into the text. We can see the different authors based on the names that they use for the god, based on the how they whether they use the tetragrammaton when they're meaning God, or whether they use Elohim, whether they refer to the Sabbath. We can tell who the authors are because each book now has multiple authors. It's not just one author anymore. And it's the focus of each one is to teach or share a specific theology. And so they would change the stories over time, right? But they would only change small parts of it, and they wouldn't go back and edit other parts for consistency, which is why you see different things, not being cohesive. Like, does that make sense? Like, it's Genesis 2 is just an etiological tale.
Okay, because I picked up a snake from the Egyptian, because they know in the Egyptian, on their head attire, they always have a serpent. So I kind of guessed that was conscience that they saw.
Which represents wisdom, right?
Yeah.
And in antiquity, snakes were a big part of many nations, not just Egypt. It represented wisdom in a lot of nations back then. But the story is a fictional story that says this is why snakes don't have legs. This is why, and it still puts the serpent with that the concept of being wise, of representing a wise conscience, right? Which is why I asked the question: why would a God convince humans, the humans that it created, not to gain that wise conscience? Keep in mind, throughout this whole entire story, the God is telling the Israelites, don't do what the other nations did. Don't follow their ways. Don't follow their statutes. But then he goes and they actually set their kingdoms up just like theirs, right? The laws, the Mosaic law is influenced by Babylon, by the Code of Hammurabi. A lot of the ordinance and statutes are mimicking Egypt. Why he's saying don't learn from Egypt, right? Like the culture is Canaanite. They literally say don't be like them, but they go and they build just like these nations. But it's like a brainwashing, like with the Christian God. I don't know any other way to explain it, but Genesis 2 is an etiology.
Yeah, I picked up that the snake was to do with conscience and stuff. That's why I thought that the whispering in the air was this temptation, and that's what kind of led me down my path. I
What
was trying
whispering in
to
the
figure
ear?
out the placement. So I was thinking that because their behavior is noted to have changed between the first time that God walked in the garden and the second time, I thought, well, for a behavior to change permanently from a fruit, then that seemed to me like I was trying to figure out what kind of fruit that would be. And then I was looking at the tree, and that's where I got to. Like I kind of thought,
Hold on for a sec. Damaged disco. I think your brain is also damaged. Like you need to stop just fucking listening to people on TikTok. I understand. Yes, AI does use a lot of water, but so does the fucking TikTok account that you have on your phone. So does the phone that you use, the bank account,
yeah,
the digital bank accounts that you have. The
yeah, yeah,
whatever. Not you. The ever whatever. Digital products that you use, your email accounts, your Cash App accounts, any
yeah.
motherfucking thing. Not you. I'm not talking to you. Anything that has to do with data, damage disco. You are using water because they all are housed in data centers. And somebody got on here and told y'all that because Elon Musk is doing some fuck shit in Memphis, that means that AI is bad everywhere. You are using water right now sitting on TikTok because your TikTok account is housed in a fucking data center. Y'all need to stop spreading fucking misinformation. Spread the right information. What Musk is doing in Memphis is fucked up. And it is unethical practices and it needs to stop. But y'all are all using fucking data centers right now. And multiple places in your life. Sorry, go ahead, 110.
No, I lost my train of thought. It's fine. It's fine. I think I was starting with the serpent. So I was like there and the tree and the fruit and seeing where trying to triangulate because I know that there's truth behind most stories that people have kept throughout them with them throughout time. So even though the Bible isn't, I don't believe in it. I believe that there's some parts in there that might have some truth. So I was trying to see the truth in the origin story. So that's what kind of led me to the serpent. I was like, I've seen it in Egyptian imagery. I've seen it like as on their forehead. So I know that many ancient kind of believed that every creature was kind of an evolution of the snake, and that the snake was represented wisdom. And so I was like, okay, that makes sense. Like, if the serpent whispers in their ear, maybe it's not that there's a serpent there. Maybe it's that
But
the
it
serpent
can't.
within
It,
them or their
yeah.
consciousness is kind
Hold
of
on.
tempting them.
You gotta pause. So
Hmm.
it can't be an origin story if you say it was what 6,000, 8,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago,
For the
and
Bible,
the
it's about
modern.
2,500, is it?
Okay,
Yeah.
and modern humans evolve. Modern humans. This isn't even
Yeah.
going all the way back
Modern
to the
humans are
first
300,000
Homo.
years.
Modern humans 1.9 to 300,000. Yes,
Yeah.
1.9 million to 300,000. So it can't be an origin story if this is
But
if our evolution
mhm.
predates that.
Yeah. Because
You missed it by a few thousand years,
I was thinking
and
that
I'm being facetious.
the modern human in this text was actually the person referred to as the god, and that's why I said that there's a people who believe that they were gods, like, and I used the Egyptians, but also in Mesopotamia, the Sumerians believed that they were gods, right? So there are people throughout time who were Homo sapiens who believed that they were gods, and if a more ancient type of human was coming into Homo sapiens through proximity, then they would, in their origin story, witness that they would kind of account that they walked with gods, because that would be how the Egyptians or the Mesopotamians would talk to them. They would say, "Hey, we are gods." So
So what
in the
about the
Bible,
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Yeah, so in the Bible, it would be the account of the Abrahamic people coming into contact with, so with the then gods, in quotes, at the time. And that would be why he would say, I'm going to kick you out of this land, wherever that land is, lest you get the tree of forever life, which a lot of these gods, in quotes, believed that they had through their technology. So it was like, you've already got sentience, now let me kind of push you back before you get even more.
So
So
the
that makes
the tree of life
oh,
was
sorry,
in the Sumerian text. The tree of life was for humans too, not the gods. The gods were already immortal. But what about Genesis 1? Genesis 1 is a separate, is intended to
yeah,
be a separate origin story. So like,
yeah,
what about Genesis 1?
because it mentions the creation there of man, right?
It mentions the creation of they them, but that's where you see the Elohim in Genesis 1. So like, why did you skip Genesis 1, or do you think that they are
No,
cohesive? So what? Concurrent.
I think that Genesis 1 is the part where every type of man is, so the Homo sapien would be in Genesis 1, but there are hominin that it coexisted with Homo sapien. So, for example, the Neanderthal and Homo sapien timelines crossed because because Neanderthals go back about 150,000 years, isn't it? That we find the earliest Neanderthals, right? So their timelines crossed paths as well. So if there were a type of account written by Neanderthals as they became more human, or more Homo sapien, they might talk about the Homo sapiens as being godlike because they could do more. They could think, they could reason better. So they might say, oh, yeah, these gods walked with us, So in the Bible, it gives an account of walking next to gods,
But
So
but I'm asking about Genesis 1. Where did they walk with a God in Genesis 1?
in the garden,
No, in Genesis
it count.
1.
Oh no, in Genesis 1, it's just a creation story, isn't it? It's just like he made.
It's a separate creation story. It's not. That's
Yeah,
why I asked. Like, are you seeing Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 as running concurrent, as the same creation story? Like, it starts in Genesis 1 and then Genesis 2 gives a detailed breakdown, or are you recognizing that they're two different creation stories? Is my question.
I'm seeing them as both of them are true. So if according to the book, so I'm seeing it as he creates everything, but not all. He doesn't create all humans in one state. Just
So
so
you
like
think that
even now,
they have something to do with each other? Is my question.
I
It,
think that they are similar species. Just like how you have lots of different types of cats that exist.
what is
He
okay?
he he he, he creates lots of different types of humans all in one go. So that's the Genesis. That's the Genesis 1. He says he creates man.
Right, and then you think Genesis 2 happened later and it's a different species of people, is what you think.
I think that man in the Genesis 1 is the broad sense of the word, like as if you're saying hominin. And I think that Genesis 2 is the Homo sapien, i.e., the one who's more sentient, and another hominin who's less sentient.
Yeah, so there is a interpretation by some of the monarchs that do this, and they say that the first group of people were the what they call the Bushmen, or the San people,
Mm,
and they call them the ignorant race, right?
mm,
And then they say that Adam and Eve are the Europeans and the more advanced race of humans. There is a
mm,
book called Beyond the Veil, where a prince paid a historian to kind of try to trace his lineage back to Jesus, because whoever
mm,
lineage goes back to Jesus controls the throne in England or some shit. but they
Mm.
they have a very racist interpretation of Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, which is somewhat similar to what you're doing. But the reality is that Genesis 1 was written by the Israelites in the north who were polytheistic, and this is their idea of how the divine, what they considered the divine, created
Mm.
the earth and the stars and the heavens and the people and the animals. And then Genesis 2 was written, Genesis 2 was actually written first, and it was written by the monotheistic followers of Yahweh and the Israelite cult in the South. And
Yeah,
this was
yeah.
their way of saying that this is how their God created the earth and created mankind. The serpent
Mm.
in this narrative actually represents the Philistine nations, right? It represents
Mm.
it actually represents like the seed of the serpent is the Philistine nations that go against Israel. It represents women who go against Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I mean, people have different, like all kinds of different interpretations. But
Yeah,
looking at,
yeah.
if we look at textual, like, and this is why the classes that we're doing on the Saturday Sub Only Lives is so that we can look at like the history behind the text, textual criticism, linguistics,
Mm.
things like that, so that we can get a more accurate understanding
Yeah.
of the text. But there is a book called Beyond the Veil. Is it called Beyond the Veil? No, the Holy Veil, something like that. It's
Okay.
in my
Okay.
Discord. It's in my Discord, but it's a very racist ass book, and
Mm.
the Dutch monarchy, the Dutch family, kings, whatever they're called. They're trying to connect their lineage to Jesus because they believe that they're supposed to be the ones sitting on the throne in
Because I've always
England.
wondered how that link works as well, like how the European kings and queens came about.
It's whoever
Because I've always
whoever
come.
can trace
Yeah.
their lineage back to Jesus. That's how they do it.
Yeah, yeah. So, so it was more like for discussion because I don't know where it matches up, but I'm just trying to. This is what I think from when I read the text. So yeah, I'm completely wrong. And in my placement, it probably is somewhere in Mesopotamia, if there's any truth to it. But I'm trying to piece together like what could be the reality that would make that story, and it would make sense when reading it. Like where is the truth in that story? That's kind of my, because I know that many people carry their history like orally, so I'm trying to see like, I know that bits change when people tell the story, parts of the story change from generation to generation. So I'm like, I've looked at that story and I'm like, it doesn't have to be entirely fiction. Like a tree could exist, temptation could exist that would lead a man to eat of a forbidden fruit.
But if you're determining what represents what, then who's the author? And how do you test to determine whether or not it's true? Like
So
putting things together or arranging them in a way that matches more of your mental aesthetic. I think that's cool, but you're
yeah,
saying that I want to pick up pieces of truth. How do you know this is truth? How do you know this is the actual origin of humanity? Because everything that we know and can demonstrate doesn't point to this story at all.
that was my challenge in GPT. I was like, if this is true, where is this, and what were the timelines, and who were the people? So it was more that I was looking at what's there and saying, okay, if I had to do a Google search throughout the whole of humanity, when is there a people who would be, one would call themselves a god, the other people would be a different type from the first people and would change over time in a meaningful way that you'd know that they are more sentient.
What was going on
And
in
then
Korea when this story was written?
what was going on in Korea?
Mhm.
I don't follow. Tell me, explain,
Well,
please.
my point is that people were there. People were all over this globe when this story was written. So I'm just kind of curious to know how it could be, to Selena's point earlier, how could this be the even the pieces of an origin story when it doesn't, when it wasn't written anywhere near the actual origin of human beings?
It doesn't have to be origin of human beings in general. I'm trying to look at just the story that's in the Bible. So if there are two people that have come into proximity that make that story true somewhere. So in the Bible, it looks like it's in Mesopotamia somewhere. Then I was trying to figure out who those two people were. Which one of those people were calling themselves the gods? And is that the explanation behind the fruit and the forbidden fruit and the trees? So I went off on a tangent and somehow thought it was Egypt because of the direct imagery with the gods, with the serpents, the tree of life, being the pyramids and the pyramid technology that they believed were like gave them infinite life. But yeah, you've pointed out correctly that it couldn't be in Africa, so that theory is busted. So if I had to stick to somewhere in Mesopotamia, I had to figure out like what would that possibly mean. But I was trying to stick to the story and figure out where is the truth in it. Like what would give me that story in that place.
Why are you assuming that there's truth in it though? I guess maybe that's the question I'm asking. Because this to me, listening to you speak through this exercise is kind of like listening to believers tell us who the prophecy in Isaiah is representing in our modern times. Like you're just picking, like they pick a nation, oh, this is actually Iran, or this is Babylon, or this is whoever. Like I grew up in a religion that relied heavily on the modern day interpretations of biblical prophecies to substantiate that we were living in the last days, and this is what this
Yeah, I've heard
geopolitical move
similar.
means. Like that's what it feels like in listening to it, because you're determining who represents what. You're determining what the snake means. You're determining these things. All of these ideas are coming from your mind, and that doesn't necessarily point to them being true unless you can
Yeah,
demonstrate to us how they are.
yeah. I was sharing the concepts that I thought through. But yeah, you're right. There are those concepts that were in my mind. So they're not true, or they're not like bona fide facts that I can say. I've pulled out some dates and hard figures and said that can back it up. I was putting it out there. It's like this is what I believe that the story could be talking about, and that's how I started it off, isn't it? Like I said, this is what I believe that the story could be talking about. If I had backed up dates, then I would have come in stronger. But yeah, I agree with you guys. It couldn't be Africa. There's lots of holes in the theory. So yeah, it was just more like to share like and answer the question, I guess, that you in the prompt.
Did you ever answer why, like whether it was protection or control?
Yeah, I said it was control.
Oh, okay.
He basically he's trying to control their behavior. He did it first through a threat, so that was the controlling nature of the threat. He later decided not to follow through with the threat and was more sympathetic, but it's actually a control thing.
I don't see a
Where
threat
do you
here.
see? Yeah, I don't see a threat either, or sympathy.
Yeah, we said that earlier. We saw none of that.
Yeah, he's not saying I'm going to kill you and then changes his mind later. That's not what happens. He lies. He says if you eat it, it's going to kill you. Like you're going to die. And it was just fruit.
Yeah, but he didn't say how they're gonna die. He just said you will surely die.
He said eating the fruit. He didn't
It's the
say
trigger.
I'm
He
going
says,
to kill you. He didn't say I'm going to kill you. That's like saying the serpent knew that he would give them mercy. Because the serpent
but
says
he
you're
says,
not going to die when you eat this fruit. What's going to happen when you eat the fruit is your eyes are going to be open. And you're going to realize you were lied to.
it's like in is it Gilgamesh where the person couldn't look back and
No,
she didn't look and
no,
turned into
that's
salt.
Lot. That's the same
Lot.
book.
Yeah, in there, they were told not to look back, but we didn't know who was going to kill them. But the volcano ash killed them. So it's like
What? Wait, what story are you talking about?
the story. There's a story where I can't remember who was told not to look back, and they did,
That's
and they
lied.
turned.
But
They
that,
That's why.
she just turned into salt. It didn't say if you look back, I'm gonna
turned
kill
into
you.
salt.
It doesn't. Where's the threat? If you look back, I'm gonna kill you. Where's the threat at in that story?
No,
So what are you talking about?
I'm
He
I'm,
literally
I'm
said,
saying that we can compare the
"No,
two.
we
He doesn't
can't."
say
Did she
God.
know
God
that she
doesn't.
was
God,
gonna be turned to salt if she looked
no,
back? Right. He warned them. He says, "If you eat the fruit, you will die." That's like telling your child, if you eat a banana, it's gonna kill you, and make your child scared of bananas. He didn't say if you look back you'll die. He didn't tell them that. So she was not warned of that. It's not the same.
in that story, what was they told? In the story where the person turned to salt, what were they told when they were
They were
running?
told to just leave and
And
not
not
to.
to look back, right?
Right, but where was the warning? Where was the warning? If you look back,
But
this is going to happen.
exactly. So he doesn't have to tell them how they're going to die. He just says,
Did he
"Don't look
tell them
back,"
they
right?
would die? Where is the
He doesn't
warning
even have
that
to
you
tell
would
them that.
die? So there's no warning. It's not analogous.
Exactly.
It's not the same.
So
It's not the
okay,
same.
what I'm saying is that he doesn't have to say. He doesn't have to explain fully. He just says, "Don't do this."
Yes, he
But in
does. For you to say that he showed sympathy, for you to say that he warned
in
them, she was not told that if you look back you would die. Neither was Lot.
and in the Genesis, he says, "Don't eat of the fruit, or you'll surely die."
He says he says the day you eat of it you will die,
Yeah,
and they
I'm
didn't die,
paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing.
and they did not
Yeah,
die. He didn't say I'm
but
going to
he
kill you, and the serpent said you will not die. The day you eat of it, your eyes will be opened. So what you're saying is that the serpent knew that the God was going to show sympathy? That the God wasn't going to kill them and he was going to show sympathy?
but we've already worked out the serpent is like
No.
wisdom, right?
It doesn't matter if the serpent is wisdom. You're saying that wisdom and knowing the future are two different things. You're saying that the serpent knew that the God wasn't going to kill them, that the God was going to show sympathy.
I don't fully believe that there was a serpent, but I think that God
Okay, I can't
showed
do
them
this.
sympathy.
The serpent is
I
in the
believe that the God
story.
showed them sympathy.
No, you're not going to be able to do this. Like this, there is a serpent in that story. There is a serpent says words in that story. Serpent does things in that story. If the God is a character in that story, and you're going to keep the God's character in that story, then you have to keep the serpent's character in that story. And the serpent says, "You will not die. The day you eat, your eyes will be open." The God says,
Okay.
"You will die the day you eat of it."
If we keep the serpent in the story, then the serpent represents their
I don't care what it
their
represents. I'm just talking about what it
conscience.
said. I don't care what it represents. We're
Yeah.
not going back into that. All I'm talking about is the fact that the serpent said, "You will not die." The God said, "You will die the day that you eat." So what you are saying is that the serpent knew that the God was going to show sympathy.
Yeah, the serpent tempted them anyway. So the serpent's saying the serpent has its own agenda.
I
So
didn't
maybe the
ask you
serpent
that.
doesn't
You're
even
saying,
know.
did the God know that did the serpent know that God was going to show sympathy? Like you're kind of
I
like
don't think the
skating away
serpent I
from
don't
this
think
the
the
same way
serpent
a
would know.
believer do. What?
I think the serpent's gonna do what a serpent's gonna do.
No,
So the
that's
serpent's
not.
gonna
That's not
make
what I
them
asked you. Did the serpent know that the God was going to show sympathy?
the serpent didn't know. He didn't
Exactly.
know.
So you can't say that the God changed his mind, didn't kill them, and show sympathy. It makes no sense.
But the God said what he said, right? He said you will surely
He
die.
lied,
And
and he lied. He told a lie. It's just like in the Adapa and Ea story. In the
but
Mesopotamian
he's
narrative, Ea lies to Adapa to keep him from getting eternal life. Yahweh lies to the humans to keep them from getting the knowledge of good and evil. And when the humans disobey, he takes eternal life away from them, because the ingredients to becoming a god, or knowing that you are a god, is recognizing you have the image, you have the knowledge, and then you have eternal life, immortality. And
But
each of these stories, the gods are preventing the humans from leveling up to that. That's you'll notice
it's,
that in the you'll notice that theme in the ancient Near Eastern stories.
I mean, is changing your mind the same as lying?
He didn't change his mind. If he changed his mind, then that means the serpent knew he was gonna change his mind.
But the serpent doesn't know what God knows.
Exactly. So the serpent, so he didn't change his mind. That's the point.
That's why this story that you're trying to spin does not work.
Only God knows what God's going to do, right?
Are you serious? Are you sure you are a non-believer? Because
So,
I like what?
So then
What
the,
the
the
no? Are you
serpent.
sure you are a non-believer? Because what the fuck? What kind of non-believer says only God knows what God's gonna do? Like, stop that.
No, I mean, yeah, I'm a non-believer. I'm a non-believer. I'm just saying that if we stick to it as being a story,
no, like there's first off, there's
the
nothing in that
the
story that
snakes.
says that this God was all knowing. There's nothing in that story that says this God knows what this God's going to do. Absolutely
Yeah,
nothing. And the story says that the God told them they would die the same day. That's what the story says. They did not die the same day. The story said they would die a physical death. That did not happen. The God told a lie. The story was written influenced off of Babylonian traditions. In the Babylonian traditions, the God lies to the humans to keep the humans
but then that's good, right?
reaching godlike status.
But isn't that good? Because if he told the truth, they'd be dead. So if God wasn't
how
lying,
is
they
it
should
good to
be dead.
lie to keep
But isn't
people
it better?
ignorant?
Like, if okay, if
How
you're
is
Adam
it
and
good?
Eve,
How is it good? Hold on, no,
I'm
no,
so,
no, no,
why
no, no. Wait.
is this the second believer that's come up here tonight and lied about being a non-believer? Because I don't know what the hell is happening right now.
I'm not a
Yeah,
believer. I'm not a believer. I'm
You
but
saying.
hold
look
on.
like a believer.
How you do your critical thinking or your creative license with the story cries believer. But how is it good to lie to someone to keep them stupid, to keep them ignorant, to keep them from knowing that anything you could be doing to them could be evil or it could be good? They had no idea what was happening
Yeah,
based on evil or good because they were ignorant. They were stupid on
yeah.
purpose. So how is it good?
Okay, if he tells them that they can't eat of the tree because he doesn't want them to eat the tree, it's the same as like if you tell a toddler, don't touch the fire, you'll get a hiding, you know.
No, no,
But
no,
if
no,
then
no.
if
That's
then
no,
the toddler
no.
does what you
That's
told
not
them
the
not to
same
do,
thing.
you've done your best. You don't have
I
to
swear
That's
he's
give
not
them the
giving
the
a
same
hiding.
Christian
thing.
argument right now. Is he not?
Yeah,
Yep.
the toddler thing, but it's not the same thing. If I tell a toddler not to touch fire, it's because I don't want them to hurt themselves.
Yeah, but you might back
It,
it up with
it's
something that they've never touched fire before. So you might say,
It
if you
doesn't
touch the
matter.
fire, I'll give you a beating,
It
and
doesn't
then
matter. That's a punishment, not a consequence. Like, why are we doing this? This makes absolutely no sense. Touching fire, the consequence of touching fire is not a hiding, as you say. It's being burned by the fire because
yeah,
it's
true.
dangerous.
But to a toddler who's never been burnt, you have to kind of give them a fear in some way.
No,
So
you
if you
don't.
if you
You
just say
tell
don't
them
touch the
the
fire,
truth. You tell them the truth.
yeah, you can
What
say it will
you're
hurt.
positing is you lie to them like God did to Adam and Eve. You
Yeah, you
tell
could you
them
could tell them
the
that it's,
truth.
it's going to
You
hurt a
said,
lot.
hey, if you touch this fire, it's going to hurt you. You're going to get burned. You're not going to like it. It's not saying, hey, if you eat this fruit from this tree, you will surely die. And then knowing that they will not surely die, that the actual thing that's going to happen is not going to harm them, but it will help them be knowledgeable of what's going on around them. Like, that's not the same thing. They're not analogous. They do
Mm.
not comport with reality, to steal Fee's term that I love so much. Why are we doing this?
I don't know. I think
Why are you doing
it's a
this?
control thing. It's a control thing for some reason. I
It's a
don't know what the
control thing
reason
for
is.
you.
I'm just not for me. I'm just theorizing, kind of playing devil's advocate in quotes. Like it's me. I'm just here to learn. Here to learn. I don't think that's our story. I don't think that's. I don't believe in the book because I don't believe that's my story or my ancestors' story. That book's about the Middle Eastern people's story. It's like the other Abrahamic faiths. So I don't believe that my people are in that book. So I can't believe in that faith.
Well, you try to put the garden in Africa. Like that's you do remember that's where you started, right?
Yeah, I started there because of the origins, the Exodus. I mean, because of Genesis 1.
I don't
And
need a story to be situated in Africa if I don't believe it's true. What is the point of trying to marry these ideas if you don't believe they're true?
because the serpent imagery, and I know that the Egyptians had that same serpent imagery, and in the Garden of Eden, the serpent spoke to them, their consciousness. So that snake represents the consciousness spoke to them. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. But as you said before, you can't just move places and events, even if you're searching. So it was a bad strategy. So I admit I chose a bad strategy to kind of line up my theory.
I don't think it was only a bad strategy. I think your framework is a little faulty as well.
Okay,
Because
I'll take that.
when you're looking for truth, like when you're trying to identify things that, as Selena says, comports with reality, you have to not only identify your presuppositions, but you have to be willing to put them aside. And the number of presuppositions that you have to hold on to try to fit this story in together and cobble it together in the way that you have, it's chock full of presuppositions. So if you are looking for what we now can demonstrate to be true, then you've got to be willing to put those things down. And it sounds like you're fighting for them to be true as opposed
No,
to
I've put them down. I admitted it before. I think you're right. It's probably more likely that if there was any truth, it would be in Mesopotamia.
All right. Do you have anything else? I'm over here stimming.
I wonder why.
I'm rubbing my legs.
You say what?
I'm rubbing my legs.
Like
That's mine. I'm rubbing my legs, y'all are.
I thought this was like a friendly discussion. You could kind of expand on your own viewpoints and say what you think in accordance with
we
this
did
statement.
that.
I've come up.
We did that.
I've come up
We
here, and you guys are like brought out like all this kind of bring this evidence and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, whoa, like it's not what I thought it was. So I thought,
What?
my theory.
What the fuck did you expect us to do? To just let you just talk and say incorrect shit?
No, I mean everybody was saying what they believed. Like the person before me
No,
said,
this isn't
oh,
a
yeah,
just say.
when I was growing
No,
up,
that's not what this is.
I said when I was growing up, we believed this, and I was like, okay, here, let me tell you guys what I believe.
No, we didn't. No, that's not what this is.
Yeah.
No, we
exactly
don't
why-
allow misinformation to just fly.
I wasn't
in
trying to
this
say
thing.
it like it's a gospel. I was just trying to say here's
But
what I think so
not.
far.
But that's not what this is, right? Like if you say something, right, and you present it as factual, like what did you expect us to do? Just sit there and not say anything?
I was just saying.
You were.
I was saying like here's what I believe. It could be like it looks like something like this from my reading of it.
And we asked you,
what I
how
kinda
did you
think.
know that? And you couldn't articulate that. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you're right because I'm still working on it. I'm still kind of looking into it, like to see how there could be truth in it.
Well, then hold on for a second. Then you are quite a dumb motherfucker, Tanya. You know that? Like you would be a dumb motherfucker to sit here and listen to me spread misinformation. And then Tanya, you've never come on my stage to correct the misinformation you claim I spread. Hit request. Bring your resources, Tanya. Bring your resources and debunk the misinformation you say I spread. Don't get scared. Surely you're not somebody that just talks shit in the chat. And surely, Tanya, you're not going to let me call your ass out. You're not just going to be a keyboard warrior, are ya? You're not going to let me call you out, are ya? And not say shit. Surely you're not that.
If you're having a discussion, so imagine if you say, if I say exactly what I said, so I say, oh yeah, I believe it's here, and then somebody goes, oh, it couldn't have been in Egypt, it must be in Mesopotamia, and then we go, okay, let's say it's Mesopotamia, and then we explore the same idea. So we go, okay, so in Mesopotamia, there's people who think they're God, and then 1 minute somebody says, okay, well, there's these people over here, you know, then we can actually, if we keep fluid and we keep our minds open, we can make mistakes. So my original mistake
We're
would
not
be
talking
in
about.
Egypt.
I don't
But
know what
now,
you're talking about. Like, you're
what
like
I'm
y'all
saying
brought
is,
all this evidence. Like we weren't supposed to bring resources, or
no, what I'm
like
saying
what are
is
you talking
that
about?
what I'm saying is that we can, if we had a fluid conversation that's moving, okay, it's not these people, it's these people. Okay, it's not over here, it's over here. Then we might even just amongst us arrive at something that we have to look into. Like we've got
You
something like,
did. You just didn't
But
bring
we
anything
told
for
you
us to look
that.
into. You
Right.
have something to look into because we brought evidence, because we questioned you. You just didn't enlighten
yeah,
us. You didn't bring anything that enlightened us, that made us want to go
okay,
research something. That's on you. That's not on us. We
okay, sorry
gave you
guys.
our knowledge. You can't blame us for the fact that you didn't provide anything new to us. We
Okay,
study.
yeah,
Like,
sorry.
that's not our fault.
I'll come to your Discord group and I'll study it more.
Yeah, like we
You
treated you
gotta
with
pay for that, bro.
respect. Like we didn't, like, what?
And I also don't think that, trying to figure out the location of the Garden of Eden is a search for truth, right? Like to Thinker's point, like this is a research lab. If you're going to claim a thing or even posit an idea, like I always say, break this for me. Like this is what I'm thinking. Tell me where my gaps are. Show me my blind spots, because there's always something that I could miss. But if I'm bringing just this idea of, oh, I've put this together and then this could mean that and then also that could mean this, then we've stepped into the world of fan fiction and we're no longer truth seeking. Those are two completely different things. And if that's what you think we're doing, that's not what we're doing. We're not fan fictioning. That's not the point here. If you're going to posit something means something or something represents a thing, you've got to show us how you know that. That's all we're asking for. And if there's anybody in the audience, Tanya included, that feels as though we've said something that we can't demonstrate, come up here and show us where we went wrong.
Just want to let you
We'll
know,
show our
not
work.
that
We don't
Bible
need you to show
Jason from
yours.
YouTube said, just that they wanted to let you know that
Oh,
they also think that the story you gave was garbage about the tree being bloodline. I'm just passing a
yeah,
message along from somebody on YouTube, from a nerd on YouTube.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I speak to something real quick, Thinker? There's somebody that's, I don't know who this is, passersby. For you to claim that I'm arrogant, that would mean that you would have to know me, which you don't. My confidence in the things that I know is not arrogance, and I'm not required to accept the limitations that you placed on yourself. That's not my responsibility. So no, it's not arrogance, but it is confidence in the things that I know because I put a whole lot of effort into ensuring that they are correct before I say them.
Oh,
Just
I'm
want to
pretty
clarify
sure
that.
when they get up here, they're going to act arrogant with all ignorance.
Arrogant.
Yeah. They be arrogantly ignorant. We literally had somebody come up here tonight, Fee, who said that the more he grows, he said, I used to be wise, and the more I grow in Jesus, the dumber I get, and that's what Jesus wants. And he was dead ass serious.
Are you fucking
I
kidding
thought
me?
that was a dream.
I ended up preaching to his ass about, he was dead ass serious.
Sorry.
He said, I used to be wise. I used to be wise. But he said that's not what Jesus wants. And he's supposed to lean on Jesus, and Jesus protects him. And the more he grows in Jesus, the dumber he becomes. And that is what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, and I mean it's interesting how they they claim that Jesus, I'm sorry, they call us arrogant or ego driven or whatever, but then they're proud of their ignorance. And I kind of feel like there's got to be a middle ground somewhere. I don't want to be stupid. I think stupidity does not help anybody. It harms me, it harms the people around me. So I don't want to be dumb. But the opposite of that is not arrogance. I think the middle ground is being willing to say, yeah, I've studied this, I understand this, but I'm open to be corrected. Tell me where I'm wrong. Show me how I'm wrong. But I think what they want is to have this facade of humility so that they are prostrate to Jesus at all times and constantly in this subservient position. And I'm going to tell you all day, every day, no, fuck that. You can have that if it makes you feel good. Go off, King. But you are not putting that on me.
But what I actually think what it is that they feel some type of way about how we enunciate our words, how we articulate, right? And the confidence that we have. And it makes them feel small. Like they've been taught to be humble. They've been taught to be meek, right? They don't know how to show up in there and feel comfortable in their skin in that way without it being about Jesus. And to them, it looks like arrogance because they don't know how to not have this humble suit that they're supposed to wear all the fucking time. You know what I'm saying? Even though they don't see, like, there's nothing arrogant about you at all. And for someone to, I could understand why a motherfucker would call my ass arrogant. You know what I'm saying? Like, because of my how animated I come across, and I'll cuss a motherfucker out in a minute, right? And I'll highlight some dumb shit a motherfucker say in a minute, and I will fucking roast that shit. I could understand how somebody might tag me and say that I'm arrogant, but to tag you and say that you're arrogant, as poised as you are, right? As respectful as you are, like, it's your confidence, it's that when you speak, your authority and your confidence and your knowledge that makes them feel small because they've been told to be humble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and thank you for saying that. And I don't think yours is arrogant either. Like we constantly talk about the fact that we are looking to learn. We want to learn. But I agree with you. I think they're not accustomed to people saying, again, truth is not something that the vast majority of people have a close relationship with in our society. And when people are willing to say what they say directly, people assume it is arrogance or ego, especially if it's a woman. Like, we are naturally supposed to be malleable and moving to accommodate other people. And when we stand firmly in what we know and what we understand and what we believe, then they take that to be arrogance. And it's just simply not.
They want us to accept the BS that they spoon feed us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, let me go ahead and put some syrup on that so I can call it pancakes. No. I know it's BS and I don't like the way it tastes, so stop trying to put it in my mouth.
Exactly. One thing, I'm gonna take you down. I thought we said bye.
Sure.
Thank you for so much for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the morning. Okay. All right. Okay. I forgot he was on stage.
You too. Sorry about it.
Can we bring? Is Tanya in the request? Did Tanya request? Finally.
She said she was leaving.
I didn't see her.
Oh, she
Yeah,
left after talking shit.
Mm-hmm. Passersby is in the request.
You can bring him up. Like, this is the crazy shit. Don't talk shit in the chat and then fucking leave when I read your comment because you typed it for me. Right? You typed it for me. That's crazy.
Did they bounce out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I added them and they bounced out. That's wild. They were in the request.
They in the comments talking about you added them and then kicked them out. The same
Nobody
thing.
kicked you
That's
out.
the same thing K2 did earlier.
Yeah, I was about to say K2 did that earlier. Wow, y'all are so weak. Let me see. I think K2 back in the request. He may what's the passers by may not have enough people to go live. Wow,
How
nobody want
many?
to connect.
How many do you need? Because passersby is saying they're trying to join now. How many folks do you need to follow you to go live now? I thought they changed that.
TikTok is like that's gorgeous. They're all over the place with it because some people can get up here with one follower.
Look at thinking her heart.
Yeah. Where?
Oh, Pastor Brian only has one follower?
I don't know what they. I don't really see them no more.
They in the comments. If you only got one follower, I don't think you can come on stage. But he said, well, it allowed him to request, though. He should have been able to come on stage.
Yeah.
He said
He
he
was in
only
the
just
request.
joined TikTok with a T. Like, I'm concerned now. Because what do you mean to join TikTok?
Usually when they loud like that in the
TikTok's
chat, they come up, they're going to be ignorant as fuck.
Yep.
Like, just think about it. Like, normally, a person who is knowledgeable, they observe. They observe.
Yeah.
You know, these loud motherfuckers in the chat.
K2 left. Well, none of them. Is that Linda? I don't think Linda came on purpose. Linda.
Yeah, she ain't up there. Linda knocked out.
Ooh. Yeah, let me. So, let me hurry in there.
Look, while we find somebody, let me see. Can y'all hear this?
The higher you go in Jesus, and where there once was a time where if you told your child that you're God, and that you and God grow together in dumbness, and the dumber you become, the higher you go in Jesus, and where there once was a time where if you told your child, don't you cross that street without me. And if your child decides to step their foot in the street, you would run out and you would grab them to protect them, because keeping them safe from harm meant protection to you as a wise human. But the more you grew in Jesus, the more you realized that you needed to be like your God in the garden. And once he says a thing, if you step out and you disobey, I'm not going to protect you. I'm going to watch you mess up. So now that you are one with Jesus,
I didn't want to go hush.
if your child steps out in the street after you tell them not to, God has a purpose, and that purpose includes her getting hit by the car. And so you realized that it is not your place to step in the way. You realize that that child is supposed to go to heaven that day. And that's what Dumber and Dumber says. Do I understand you correctly? Did I get you right? 100%. I just want to make sure I did.
He said 100. He kept saying, well, remember. He said,
like the deconstructing guy.
He said, remember.
That is insane.
He said 100%. Like, what? Wow. Yeah, I did make him apologize for gaslighting us, because he was gaslighting like a motherfucker. He said this motherfucker said he drunk gasoline more than once, and God protected him from getting poisoned.
Yeah. He is a goddamn lie.
Man, I went the fuck off on his ass for that shit. Like, what?
He just lies so easily.
And then said, this type of information He said this type of information is not for intelligent people like you. He said this type of information is for people. What did he say for people who lack wisdom? He said only people who
Yeah.
lack wisdom can understand this. That's what he said.
People who lack
And I
wisdom
was,
can under.
yeah, I was wide awake for that part.
Yeah. I said, do you realize what you just said?
Wow.
He was saying he used to be wise, but I thought he said he used to be white. I said, you used to be white?
Nico's like, what the Michael Jackson is going on here?
Then we had a guy up here. After that, motherfucker, the one that said that he ate, that he drunk gasoline. Then we had a dumb fuck up here talking about he don't know if Adam and Eve had pain receptors before they ate from the fruit, and he don't,
Yeah.
and then he don't, it's not, he don't know how they got them after. Like when I tell you, we had back to back to back to back, confidently ignorant motherfuckers.
Wow.
Proclaiming their ignorance tonight. Not ashamed of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Yahweh wants, right? Like that's what fits his framework best, because he didn't want you to be able to think. He didn't want you to be able to know what was right or wrong. He just wanted you to do what he wanted you to do. And I guess he's getting what he wants in that regard.
Yeah. And honestly, that's like what I'm trying to get them to talk to me about. Like, why would your God want that? But we can't fucking get to that. We can't get to that part of the conversation because we keep getting, they just want to get stuck on the word lie. They want to get stuck on what knowledge of good and evil is. Whether Adam and Eve could hit each other in the garden or not. Like, just stupid shit. Like, we can't ever get to why. And maybe it's set up that way. Maybe he made sure they were so fucking dumb that we could never get to what the fuck they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, because it creates quite a bit of insulation. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you can't get to what needs to be discussed because you're wading through all of the nonsense.
yeah. Yeah.
None of these people want to connect. Hold on. Okay, they're back.
Oh, there we go. Finally. Can you hear me? There we go. Right. Okay. Finally joined. So that Michael Jackson thing was pretty funny, by the way. That did make me laugh. Can you hear me?
What topic do you want to talk about, pastors?
Who said
Which
something about
topic
Michael
do you want?
Jackson? I'm confused.
All right. Yeah. You
I
can hear me
did.
now. Okay. Well, it's your room, so I'll just kind of jump in the conversation. The reason I said what I said was
No,
in the
she asked you to
comment.
pick a topic.
Pick a topic, honey.
You want me to pick a topic?
Off the post.
Well, okay. So
Why is
alternate
there a
on it.
picture of Michael Jackson in the invite box?
You know what?
Was that?
Okay, all right. So we'll choose the alternative topic of is Jesus the problem or solution for humanity? But let me just first say, to Fee, the reason I said what I said.
No.
Right.
Talk about the topic.
Okay.
Talk about the topic.
Fine. Okay. Fine. So, do you guys want to get the conversation going, or do you want me to?
You can start.
Okay. So the short version is Jesus is the solution. That's the very short answer. So I mean to actually expand on that would really come down to things like in the Old Testament, which would be Moses, Noah in particular. It's essentially a cleansing. It's a salvation. And it's a renewing of the status of sin, essentially.
What
So
question are you answering?
Sorry, is the alternative one of is Jesus the problem or solution for humanity?
Okay, what does humanity have to do with the days of Moses?
Well, okay, let's talk about actually Noah, because that's probably more important. So if you look at the
It's
Old
not.
Testament,
It's
it
not.
is. Do you see what I mean, though? This is what I was saying to you before. You're trying to dominate the conversation. You're asking a question, but
No.
then when I'm trying,
The
yes,
the topic is about humanity, and we're gonna keep your ass on topic. The topic is about humanity. Is he
and
the
if you actually,
solution or the problem
I've
for
already said this is a
humanity?
solution.
Noah is a fucking character in the book. We asked about
Yeah,
humanity, humanity,
right.
humanity,
But
humanity,
yeah, just
humanity,
because you talk over me doesn't make you right.
humanity. Either deal with the topic or jump the fuck down.
Okay, but if
That's
you let me
pastors.
talk, I will explain exactly why
We
I'm
don't want
saying
to.
it.
I don't give a damn about Noah.
Okay,
Is
And
he
so
pastors,
the problem or solution for humanity? Go ahead, Fee.
solution,
yeah,
solution.
pastors, hang on just a second. And that's literally what I was about to say before you just went off the rails like that. We are talking about the problems of humanity. So if you want to know what particular problems we're talking about, is the ones that we deal with today. I really don't care what Noah dealt with the number of animals he had to put on an ark or anything like that. I'm talking about children today who are hungry. I'm talking about people who are not safe around pastors. I'm talking about women who are being abused. I'm talking about the problems of the humanity that we experience today. How is Jesus a solution to that?
Well, I agree with you, but the main problem, well, it's a problem. It's a beautiful thing. It's a blessing as much as it is a disguise, which is free will. That's really what it comes down to. Ultimately, is free will. So you
How
can
is he
say,
the solution?
how is he the solution? Because he is the Redeemer. So Jesus Christ is the Redeemer. But it's human. It's our choice as humanity
So he does
to.
nothing.
Well, no, he doesn't do nothing at all,
How
does
is he
he?
the solution to world hunger?
You're talking very black and white
How
about a
is he the
topic that
solution to
has many
cancer?
grey.
How is he the solution to cancer?
But again, you're talking black and white about something that has many grey areas.
Oh,
And
well, give me one of the gray areas. How is he the solution to it? To even just one area?
but again, though, this is the bit that you're not getting. This comes down to free will, which
I
means we
don't.
have.
So how is he the
have to
solution to
choose.
free will?
There is no solution to free will.
So there's no solution. So he's not the solution then.
No, again, you're talking over, but you're not listening. This is the
Hey,
problem.
the question is, how is he the solution? You said he's the solution. How?
Because you said humanity in the generic term, not as in humanity's problems in everyday life.
Problem, the word problem is in the fucking question. Is Jesus the problem or the solution for humanity? Humanity is the human race. There is no humanity after death. Humanity is the human race. How is Jesus the fucking problem? I mean, how is he the solution to the human race, to humanity today?
Okay. But just because you talk
How is
louder
he? I'm gonna say it one more motherfucking time, and you can either engage with the topic that we are fucking talking about, or you can get the fuck down. How is he the fucking How is he the solution to humanity today?
But this is what I'm trying
How
to
is
tell
he the
you.
solution to humanity today?
What is the problem with humanity today?
Cancer, war, genocide, raping of children, the fucking Epstein list, beating children, homelessness. I mean, you name it.
Okay,
Flint
I agree.
still don't have clean water.
Okay, I agree with you on that aspect, but the solution is the world on. After this life. Okay, so
That's not a
humanity in
solution.
itself.
Sorry.
That's not a solution. That's kicking the can down the road. That's not a. And see, pastors, hang on a second. Just
Okay.
let me see if I can level set, because this isn't gonna go nowhere very
It's
fast.
not going anywhere because I don't get a chance to speak. But go ahead.
Well, when you do speak, you don't speak on what we're talking about, and that's part of the problem. And when we try to redirect you or get you in line with what that topic actually is, you call us arrogant or whatever it is you're saying. The issue is that you can't posit a
The issue is the
solution.
question.
Can you
The issue
stop?
is the question.
Can you stop? Can you stop? You can't posit a solution that doesn't resolve anything. That's like me giving you antibiotics for a strain that is resistant to that antibiotic. It doesn't resolve a problem. Stop saying it's a solution if it doesn't resolve a problem. If ultimately what you're saying is that we need Jesus now because later the problems will go away, then say that. But you can't say he's a solution to problems that humanity is experiencing now if that solution doesn't come now. That's
Like,
what we're talking about.
basically, the solution wouldn't even be Jesus. Basically, what he's saying the solution would just be die, bitch.
Exactly. Because we've got to wait until after we're dead to experience a solution, he's not solving
Well,
shit right now.
well, you could also consider it in a different way that the life we're living now is just temporary. You could consider it a pre-life, if you will, in order to get to the next actual real life. So if you considered it in the aspect of that, then maybe it'll change your perspective.
Well, you'd have to demonstrate there is a next life, which you can't do. The only thing that I know we get is this life. So if this life isn't that important, then why does your eternal salvation hinge on it? You can't say that it's pointless and also the very thing that grants you access to eternal life at the same time. That doesn't make sense.
Sister, do you walk in faith or not?
No, absolutely not.
So
Absolutely not.
your life is essentially based on logic and reasoning with something that has no logic and reason in its entirety. So
What has no logic and reason in its entirety? What does that even mean?
So what it means
That
is
he dumb.
you see the world very much in a logical, very literal sense, in something that is beyond logic and reason.
Then
So
show me.
faith.
He said he dumb.
Like the thing
No,
is,
I'm
like
not dumb. It's just that the fact that you don't see
I
any
don't
other
see
point
what's
of view
not
except
there.
your own.
I don't see what's not there, and that's the problem. You
Okay,
do realize that's what you're saying.
so if a tree
exactly what
falls
you
down
said.
millions of miles away from where you live, does it mean it didn't happen? No, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. You just didn't see
Does
it.
it fucking
But
affect
we
her?
know what it.
Is it gonna affect her if a fucking tree falls a million miles away from where the fuck she is right now? What the fuck does that
You're
fucking
missing the
tree
point.
fall? No, I'm not. What the
You are.
fuck? No, I'm not. What the fuck does that tree have to do with fees right now?
Because it means that things can happen even if you
But
don't see it.
does it affect fee? Does it
Maybe
affect her life?
it could be a chain
D-
of events that do affect fee. You don't know
yeah,
that.
explain it. How? A million miles away. How the fuck does that gonna affect fee?
As an example, it could be a tree that falls down that sets off a chain of events which leads to someone coming to visit fee for whatever reason.
A million fucking miles away.
You're taking the question literally.
You
It could be a
literally said
mile.
no. Stop saying stupid
could be-
shit. You stop
No.
saying stupid shit. You asked
You're the
her
one
a
being
little stop.
stupid.
You asked her a literal fucking question. You asked her a literal
didn't
stop.
happen.
You asked her a literal question.
Stop. The point was,
Stop. You asked her a literal question. A tree fucking falling a million miles away that she can't fucking hear and doesn't know, fail. If it's not affecting her reality, if it's not fucking affecting her life, why the fuck should she give a fuck about? What she is saying she gives a fuck about is what the fuck she can see, what the fuck she can experience, what the fuck she knows. And what we know is that there is a lot of hunger on this planet. We know that there's a lot of genocides. We know that there are a lot of people going homeless. We know that there is a belief that there is an all-powerful God that you're about to try to fucking convince us that is somewhere where that fucking tree fell a million miles away that can do something about the shit that's in our reality. And that's what the fuck we don't see. That's what the fuck we don't see. And then you want to try to tell us that we're supposed to dedicate our reality to this imaginary fucking tree and wait until we die to get the benefits of the bullshit that we experience while we are alive. No, motherfucker. Is Jesus the solution to this reality? Is what I'm asking you. Is he the problem or is he the solution? Because if you cannot say that he is the fucking solution in this reality, then he is the problem. He is the problem.
Now you can speak.
my bad, I didn't realize I was on mute. Okay, so what I was trying to say to you is it doesn't matter if it's a million miles away, it doesn't matter if it's around the corner. Things happen that you cannot see or perceive. Yes,
I've
would you
already
agree with
fucking
that?
addressed that shit. Unless you can show me how your God, unless you can show me how your God affects the fucking reality that we experience today, he is the problem. You talking to us about some bullshit that you believe happens after we die? It's like that fucking tree a million miles away. It does not affect my reality. Is he the solution to the fucking life, the reality that I see today? Does he have impact on that in a positive way to where he can solve this shit that we are experiencing? Or is he the cause of it? Talk about that shit. Y'all motherfuckers always want to get out of the middle and go to the outside, to afterlife, to before life, before creation. Bitch, you fucking live in reality. Stay right the fuck here and show me what impact your Jesus actually have here. Because this is the life you're going to tell me to fucking give up for his
I
ass.
hear you.
This is the life
I
you're going to
hear
tell me
you.
to give up for your Jesus. You better show me how his ass can fucking impact that shit.
Okay. Well, have you finished? Yeah. Okay. So, as I've said before, I want to answer your question, but it's a complicated question in the sense of it's not a yes or no answer. Okay. I think that's fair enough.
Didn't
Okay.
ask you for no
Just
fucking yes or no
bear
answer.
with me a second.
I didn't ask you for no yes
Well,
or no
the
answer.
answer. Well, you kind of did, but okay.
What?
The
No.
answer is
What is
yes.
the question I asked you? No. What question did I ask you that
Show
was a
your
yes or
work.
no?
That's not yes or no.
What did I ask you that was yes or
Well, you
no?
asked is the solution or the problem,
You already said
and
solution. I said how. You already said he is the solution, and I said show me how he is the solution in this reality. I didn't ask you no fucking yes or no question.
So the way, okay, fair enough. So the way you're seeing things is you're focusing on the bad things on the world, yes? So cancer, rape, murder, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I agree. It's horrific. I hate it. I hate it every day. It makes me sick, okay? It's disgusting. The problem is goes beyond whether he's the problem or solution. And the problem, initially at least, is the fact that humans have free will, which basically creates a world of essentially chaos because people can choose whatever they want to do. And with that in mind, the world, so God, in my view, is not a dictator. Okay, he doesn't choose. We're not robots. You can choose to kick me from this chat, for example, and you can choose to keep me here. That's your
See, you
choice.
can cut
You
his
have
ass
that
off
choice.
anytime he want to. I'll be right back because this is bullshit. I'll be right back.
Because, Pastor, like, who gave us free will? Which is
God,
apparently
God,
this
God.
agent of chaos. God gave us free will, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I gave you something and I knew that thing because you believe God is omniscient as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if God gave us something that he knew was going to cause chaos, do you think God wanted chaos?
It was never about causing chaos. What it was
That
about
wasn't my
was,
question. My question
but
was not what it was about. That
I
wasn't.
understand the question, but there's a reason I'm saying this. So just hear me out. So if, for example, I want you to love me, okay, I cannot force you to love me. I cannot do that. It has to be of your free will, and it has to be of your choice. So if God did not give us free will, we would essentially be robots walking the plains of the earth. There would be nothing godly. There'd be nothing godly. There'd be no choice. There would be. It would literally be like robots walking Earth. So there would be no point. There'd be no love. There'd be no choice, and there'd be no freedom.
Do you
So
think, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Do you
okay,
think that's the scenario God wanted?
it was never about a scenario per se. It was about giving us that gift.
That's not my question. Do you think God wants us to have that gift or not have that gift? Because right now what you're saying,
Absolutely, yes.
he wants us to have it.
Yes.
Why did he create us without it? And actually forbid us from getting to the point of being able to use it. Because the issue is you're saying that God gave us something he doesn't want us to use. And you
I never
call
said
it
that.
free. Does God want us to use our free will?
Yes.
But he only wants us to use it in one direction?
Well, I mean, that again strips back more layers, which is basically there's good and evil in the world.
No, it doesn't.
And
Nope. Stay right. Stay
well,
right here. Stay right
okay.
here. What you're, I don't know why you're missing this, but you keep jumping around from topics when we get you to trying to keep you on one track.
Because it's a complex answer to.
It's not a complex answer, especially when I haven't even asked the question. It makes no sense for God to give us something that he 100% knows is going to cause chaos and then say God doesn't want chaos. That does not make sense. If I gave my child a paintball gun and I'm like, I gave it to them in the house and I told them that they are free to use it, but I don't want paint on my walls, then I'm a fucking idiot. Because why would I give them something, tell them to use it, and not want the results of what they use it for or of how they use it when I know full well how they're going to use it? These logical entailments that y'all like to leapfrog over are the very reasons why we don't believe any of this stuff makes sense or any of this story is true. You like to posit it or frame it as though it's a deficiency in us or a lack of willingness to consider whatever. But the moment you tell me that my downfall is not believing shit I can't see, measure, test, or demonstrate, I don't know how far this conversation can go.
I mean, the fact of the matter is him, by him saying that it's because humans have free will, he is admitting that his Jesus can't do anything against the free will humans have, that his Jesus is powerful.
No.
Then tell me, how is he the solution to the shit? Free
Well,
will is
let
a
me first
problem.
answer.
Free will is a problem. So tell me, how is he the solution?
It's not a problem. So let me answer what
I'm
Fee
sorry,
just
you
said.
said
Let me
free
answer
will
what
is the cause. You said free will is the cause of the stuff that I named. So if
Let
free
me answer
will,
what Fee
so how is he the solution?
Fee-
No, how is Jesus the solution?
Stop shouting.
How
Let's
is
talk
Jesus that?
normal.
Well, then
Sound
fucking
weird.
answer the fucking
Speak
question.
normal.
How is Jesus the solution?
Well, I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna
No,
answer
you're gonna
Fee's
answer
question
me.
first.
You're gonna answer me. How is he the solution? If
I'm
free
not gonna
will
answer
is
you
the
because
problem, then you can get the fuck off my stage, motherfucker. If you're not gonna answer my question, you can get the fuck down.
I will answer your question. But
Answer
Fee
it.
just asked me
How is he
something
the
important.
solution? How is he the solution? If
Are you
free
more
will,
important than
if free
Fee?
will
What
is
you
the
telling me?
cause, if free will is the cause, either free will is whooping your Jesus ass, and he can't do anything because of free will.
Okay. Fee just said if she
Answer
gives your
the
child
fucking
paint, yeah,
question, or I'm gonna take your ass
I am.
down. How is
Take
he
my
the
ass down
solution?
because you're an
Okay,
idiot.
all right, bye. Jesus couldn't even help you with that. How the hell you gonna blame free will? You say free will is the cause of cancer. Free will is the cause of war. Free will, free will, free will. You are admitting that your Jesus can't do anything because of free will. So he is not the fucking solution.
He's not even the solution to the problem that he identified. Like, I could see him not being the solution to the problem we identified, but he's not even the solution to the problem you say is the problem. That makes no sense.
He ain't even the problem for his own motherfucker. Jesus ain't even the fucking solution for my ass. Motherfucker can't even pray to Jesus and make me keep your ass on stage so you can even talk about his ass. I don't debate, dumb fuck. I don't debate. And you motherfuckers can't debate or fucking discuss. Y'all are stupid as fuck. And then y'all think like somebody gonna sit here. Like, I don't have patience. I don't have patience to listen to you talk about shit, one, that I'm not interested in. I'm not interested in you talk about fucking afterlife. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking listen to you talk about it. I'm not gonna fucking entertain it because I don't give a fuck about it. If you can't talk about one of these topics, don't bring your ass up here. Because I'm not gonna let you wander off and talk about what the fuck you want to talk about. I don't give a fuck about your fucking fantasy. You say what?
Oh, I thought I invited. I thought I added somebody, but I see there's somebody's up here.
Fantastic. Pick a topic. Pick a topic. You gonna talk shit in the chat and then pretend like you're not there? What about me too?
You're wrestling with principalities.
Selena.
You gonna pick a topic? Huh? You gonna pick a topic? Y'all be talking shit than a motherfucker. Then I bring y'all on stage. Y'all fucking freeze the fuck up. Scary ass.
I came off mute and she dropped me. Y'all see that, right?
Okay.
Yo, what's up?
Pick a topic.
Yeah. I will engage with you only if we listen to each other.
Then get your ass down. Hey, motherfucker, you ain't giving me no marriage proposal. You came on my motherfucking stage. Nope. I don't know who the fuck you think you talking to. Then get the fuck down. Then get the fuck down. Then get down. Then get the fuck down.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Bye. Bye, bitch. I don't debate, motherfucker. But you don't come up in here trying to give me rules. Get the fuck down with your scary ass.
No.
Either pick a topic or shut the fuck up. Pick a fucking topic.
Listen,
if you fucking want to talk, you're right. You're right. You're fucking right.
No,
but it's got your ass scared. But it's got your ass scared.
Yeah.
It's got your ass scared, don't it?
Scared of what?
Pick a fucking topic. Pick a fucking then go marry somebody. Go talk to your fucking wife, bitch. I'm not here to fucking have a relationship with your ass. Pick a fucking topic or get the fuck down.
You've got issues and
okay, cool.
Relax.
Okay, cool. Pick a topic. Pick a topic or get the fuck off my stage.
Sure. What topic?
They're on the screen. They're on the fucking screen. They're on. You know how to take your motherfucking ass down, bitch. Ain't nobody finna do the work for you. The fuck?
Relax, young lady.
Hey, you scary little motherfucker. Hey, you scary little motherfucker. First off, you tell me not to cuss, I'ma say fuckity fuck, and I'ma get close to the mic and I'ma say that shit in your ear to make your motherfucking ass nut, bitch. Pick a fucking topic. Pick a fucking topic or get the fuck down. You don't run shit. You don't fucking run me. You don't fucking run me with your scary little bitch ass. Pick a topic. Or get the fuck off my stage. And I'm not taking you down. You got to figure that shit out. You got to figure that shit out yourself. You got to figure out how to get down yourself.
You think I don't know how to get down?
Then get the fuck down. Stop fucking whining.
No, I'm not gonna get down.
Then pick a fucking topic. Pick a topic.
Listen, I want to pick a topic.
Then do it. Then do it, bitch. Then do it.
Relax.
Stop fucking whining. Relax. Pick a fucking topic.
I'm not whining.
Pick a topic then. Then pick a fucking topic, you insecure, whiny ass man.
Listen.
Pick a topic. Pick a topic, little whiner.
I'm not speaking.
Pick a topic, Oscar Whiner. Pick a topic.
How old are you?
Pick a topic, Oscar Whiner. Pick a topic. Pick a topic. God
Relax.
damn.
How old are you?
You're an insecure ass man. No. You are an insecure ass man. God damn. You insecure as fuck. You are insecure as fuck. Pick a fucking topic, bitch. Pick a topic.
Why are you muting me? Why are you
Because
muting me?
you are wasting everybody's motherfucking time with your scary ass. You could have been picked the topic. We could have been
Scary ass,
in a
relax.
conversation. Yeah,
Let's
you
talk,
scary as
grow
fuck.
up, and
You are
we can
scary.
have
You ain't.
conversations.
Hey, nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna change about who the fuck I am. Nothing's gonna change about how the fuck I talk. Okay? Nothing's gonna fucking change. You can either pick a topic or you can keep fucking whining. You can either pick a fucking topic or keep fucking whining. Pick a fucking topic. Pick a topic. I'm gonna count to 5. 1, 2, 3.
Oh Lord.
Pick a topic. Which one do you want to discuss?
He a punk for real.
All right, bye, bitch.
Yo, hello? You can hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, you gotta come back tonight, okay?
Huh?
Come back tonight when we have 18 and up. Right now it's 21 and up, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Very respectful. Wow.
See how respectful
Did not
you are?
expect that.
Oh my gosh, that was so refreshing.
Yeah. Remember his name so when Maddie comes back. What was his name? What was I can't remember. What was his name? Do y'all remember his name? That way when tonight we make sure that we let him up.
Hi. Sorry.
Sabatos?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Good morning.
Good morning. How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 18.
18. You got to come back tonight, okay?
Oh.
Yeah.
No,
No, come back tonight, okay? We have 18 and up tonight, okay?
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Okay.
All right. Yo, right now it is 21 and up. 18 and up is tonight when we have Maddie's Hour. Look at all these 18-year-olds and watch when we have Maddie's Hour tonight. We're going to be like, where are the 18-year-olds at?
Exactly.
The crazy part about passerby being back in the fucking request box, y'all must think I'm fucking playing with y'all. If I cuss your motherfucking ass out, that's what the fuck I mean. And then if you fucking leave because I cuss your ass out, don't get your ass back in my request box. I don't care about your whiny ass shit. I don't. And when I tell you I don't care about your whining, I don't fucking care about your whining. Don't get back in my request box. If you cannot talk about these topics up here, don't get back in my request box.
And I also think like a marker of wanting to engage in an actual conversation is coming up here and doing so. Like you come up here trying to control the narrative, trying to tell Thinker you're not going to speak to her. Like that's just not how you wouldn't go into anybody's house doing that. So don't come into her space doing that.
Hello?
Exactly. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 11.
Oh, no, baby. No, ma'am. You can't be on. You can't.
Sweetie.
You can't come in here, okay?
Oh, no, I'm being
No,
careful.
no.
Like, I'm
Oh,
not
no,
trying to be
no,
jealous.
ma'am. No. What? No, ma'am. What?
So they being careful. No, boo-boo.
Oh, hell no.
This is not careful. This is not careful.
Mm-mm.
Whew.
If you request one more time, I'm gonna block your ass, passerby. And you just fucking got that TikTok account. I don't know how long it took for your ass to get 5 fucking followers for you to get on stage. But you request again, I'm gonna fucking block you.
Are you talking about me?
No, not you, Luppa. Talking about passersby, whatever the fuck his name is. How are you?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Were you the one that typed that I was spreading misinformation? Was that you? No, that was Tanya.
No.
That was Tanya. My bad. I bet it was something you said in the request.
It was about ChatGPT, but we don't have to talk about that if you don't want me to
No,
address the topic first.
yeah, no, because were you talking to me or them when I was about the Chat GPT, the person on stage?
I was talking about them because he said that he got the idea of where the location would be from ChatGPT.
Yeah, I realized that
So
after the fact, after I had went off, and because I thought you was talking to me, because the when I the your comment came up while I was talking, and I thought you were talking. I mean, after I had said what I said to him, and so I thought you was responding to me. So I apologize. And then when I heard him say, I wasn't in here when he originally said what he said about ChatGPT, but after I said what I said about ChatGPT, a little bit later he mentioned ChatGPT that he had used, and I well, damn, was she talking to
yeah,
me or
that whole
him?
thing was crazy.
Yeah, yeah. So I apologize.
You're fine. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I was just going to come up and talk about the topic for a little while. I wasn't even going to try and address that. I respectfully, I think what you're doing is good because I have a very Christian mother and I can't pull her away from the religion. Like having that conversation like in the generation above you is damn near impossible.
Yeah, yeah. Which topic did you want to discuss? The
We could just do the first one. I mostly agree, so it's not going to be that hefty. Did God lie about Adam and Eve? Lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them? And I do think that he lied simply because of what you said before, where they touched the apple, they ate of the apple, they certainly didn't die on that day. And another tidbit that I had thought about was the fact that Eve never bore children, to my understanding, in the Garden of Eden. There were other people on the earth when they got there, but I wasn't sure in the text where they had children before they were kicked out or sin entered the world, so to speak.
yeah, absolutely. There, some people say she did, and that this is where the other kids came from. But there was this pastor. What's his name? The one that started that shit with my family. What's his name? Pastor Jake John. Pastor. What's his name?
Jake? Is
The
it Jake?
yeah, the one
The
that
the
went and
one
found
with
my
the
brother and shit.
yeah, that's doing the feed the people
Yeah.
the program thing.
Oh, he ain't doing that no more.
No,
My
not
brother
Jamal
dropped
Bryant.
it. My brother dropped that ass.
Okay.
Did y'all
Not Jamal
see?
Bryant,
Did
y'all.
y'all see?
I saw it.
Okay, thank you. Um, but this pastor believes that Adam and Eve had kids in the garden, and then those kids were sent out in the wilderness, and then they populated the wilderness. This is what this pastor believes. But I think the text, because it's not consecutive, right? Like it's not meant to be read consecutive. It literally is saying that there were other humans already out in the world. And I think with that being said, it really does give the oh goodness, it really does give the impression or the understanding that they're being brainwashed and kept inside this cage, because the garden is an enclosed structure. All right. And so if there are people outside in already in the wilderness and they're eating bread, right? Because he tells Adam, "You're gonna eat bread. You're gonna work by the sweat of your brow. You're gonna eat bread." And I was thinking to myself, well, who the hell is Adam gonna work for? Who is he gonna have to pay, to live if he's the only human? You know what I'm saying? How is that? How is that a punishment if nobody's cracking a whip on Adam?
Right. And if I didn't answer the question before, it was strictly to control them because like I can't think of any other reason to like protect them if he planted the tree in the garden. The snake was also there in the garden. It feels like very much like a test of obedience, which is like a constant theme throughout the Bible. He just sets these tests like we're lab rats or something to comply by faith, like not with knowing anything, just strictly by faith.
Yeah. Do you actually think that it was a test?
I somewhat do because it's kind of like a temptation sort of a thing, and he wanted to see if they didn't have like good or evil, a conception of that thing, if they would still do that said thing. And a lot of people in the Bible, sometimes they argue yes and no if he's omniscient or if he knows everything. But if he did in fact know everything, then that has to be a test to me.
But if he knows, then why would he test him? Don't he already know the answer?
Well, in the Bible, I don't believe in that, but in the Bible, it does say, I guess, like when they hid from him, he said, "Who told you?" So that would bring like some confusion, like he didn't know what was going to happen or who told them.
So you don't believe that he's all knowing? Then
I I wouldn't believe so if I did believe in it, because knowing all of this, I would have to be okay with knowing that he would do horrible things to people, just like in the story of Job. You can do just about everything right and vilify him, well, not vilify, but hoist him high and still be tested by him in some way.
okay, and you said the reason why you believe that he told them not to eat from the tree was so that he could test to see if they had a level of evilness in them to disobey. Is that
Right, if possibly sin could be born out of itself rather than him placing it in front of them or something.
but say that again? If sin could be go ahead, Fee.
Like if they could create sin themselves as humans, as opposed to like him enforcing, like, okay, you have sinned. Even that part confuses me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Go
I'm
ahead,
not
Fee.
following that. Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm not following that part either. I was just gonna see if you could run it again to see if I could track.
Yeah, okay, so if it was a test and he didn't exactly know, that's the framework we're using, or if he did know.
Well, your framework, like according to you, he's not all knowing, so it would be your framework, right?
Okay, yeah, I don't believe in the whole rigmarole, I'm not gonna lie, but if he wasn't all knowing and he wanted to test them, it would be a test to see what they would do, because as already stated, the snake is there. So he wanted to test possibly if sin could be made not by his own hands, but by the hands of the humans. Does that make a little bit more sense?
It, I get what you're saying, but so why would he be testing to see if sin could be made by humans and not him? Like, was there ever an expectation for sin to be made by him? For him to be
I
testing that?
I he already made like the tree of good and evil, and I would think that sin is this more sinister concept. But then again, like I'm still like I'm not too into it to argue the ins and outs of how that would be. I don't have an answer for that exclusively as to why he would do something like that.
Wouldn't he still be the orchestrator of sin if he put the tree there to see if humans would create sin? He is still by proxy creating the sin.
That's true. Absolutely.
Yeah. So when you say that he wants to control them, what is it like? What do you think he wanted to do with humans that didn't have knowledge of good and evil?
Well, I think of it in the concept of like how he wants people to be today, like Jesus looking for not net well ignorant people or people that are like sheep, more so to just have like obedient worshipers who don't know good or evil, so whatever he does is inconsequential and they don't have any moral framework to judge him.
Yeah, and then do you see the God in this book as anything in society at all, or like I know you say you don't believe. What to you? What's the significance of this story existing and being pushed the way into the like the minds of people and being indoctrinated into it? Like, why do you think it is? used
Um,
and indoctrinated.
well, honestly, I think that the thought of dying itself is like very scary for people. So to have something that came before the knowledge of when we existed and then afterwards when we perish comforts people in a way where it helps them cope with, it helps them cope with the end, so to speak. Because that's what I see of, especially the Christians in that I've dealt with. They are very, very afraid to pass on. They just think they can't even conceptualize that it would just be black or anything like that. There has to be something at the end. Otherwise, they think the life that they're living is inconsequential. Like, there's no need to be good at all, like if you just can make it to the end portion. So they just end up missing their whole lives because they want to get to the end part where they're happy in heaven with people.
Wait, so you think you're saying that the purpose of the story is to help people deal with grief after death? Is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
essentially deal with grief and like maybe teach some small allegories about like Jesus's teachings was like, help thy neighbor and be kind and all that other good stuff that he was saying. So it was kind of just meant as not like a rule book, but a guidebook, so to speak, or something.
I don't know. I don't necessarily. I do think that people who are afraid of death hold on to this God because it does give them some solace, because Christianity does, teach about life after death. But I think when this text was written, there wasn't a concept of life after death, right?
Mm.
And so I think there, for me, it seemed like there would have to be a different reason for this specific story to exist, and then for it to, I see it serving a different purpose in society, right? So I think the reason that he didn't want them to eat from that tree is from like what we've seen. I don't know how long you've been in the live, but what we've seen tonight, a lot of misogynistic religious men who have given their minds to this deity, right? But in reality, it's not actually a god. And in my eyes, it's to a system, and that is the system of patriarchy. And then there is a group of what you would call the Elohim, but actually the elite that runs that system, that tells them what's good and what's bad, right? And they listen to that voice. And so, but having conversations with us like this, or reading text outside of the King James Bible, would be learning, like going against the God, and acquiring wisdom that would then help them to see what the system is doing, what the beast is doing, and be able to say, nope, that's immoral, I'm not doing that. Or I don't believe a God said that. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, why should I rule over a woman, or why should a woman rule over me, or whatever, right? Being able to question it. And I think that beast that in that story doesn't want humans to question it because of that, because it's what's controlling the majority of people today.
I get that. I can see that, honestly. I don't have any particular belief that I subscribe to. I just like to, gather information. So I like to listen. I like to engage sometimes. Um, so it's just like the Bible itself. I definitely understand that being used for patriarchy because men are closer to God. God is a male. And it's even said that, a woman couldn't even be a pastor. I think they can nowadays, but that's very, very small, like sects of religion where you can do that. And I do subscribe to the idea that I don't believe that a creator could even be male because the first like person that you would come from would be a female.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But the system of patriarchy, like we can see what's happening in America today, also all over the world, where a lot of women, due to patriarchal structures, never really got full autonomy, right? And then in America, we can see how they're spending a lot of money to try to restore patriarchal norms and reinforce male domination, even creating whole and entire new translations of Bibles that reinforce it. And it's to stump out like they would rather have you ignorant and not have this knowledge of what is considered morally good and morally evil, not understanding that prior to this it was matriarchal and it was bilateral, and people worked as a community, and not there isn't a God that's saying to rule over one another. But they're spending a lot of money to try to force us back into that, or to maintain that across different countries. Have you noticed that?
Very much. Like the movements over there in the Asian cultures, the declining birth rates in every country. It's becoming a more apparent thing that we're having a disconnect. But there's a lot more religious people that have come into faith, like in the Abrahamic religion specifically, like whether they be Muslim or Jewish or Christian, they kind of filter into these, groups, and unfortunately, they don't connect well with the women outside. But it tends to be the case that they want women outside the religion and convert them in some way. I can't tell you how many times I've been approached by heavily Christian men, and I'm like, ooh, baby, we not gonna get along. We sure not.
Yeah, I saw
It's
a comment where somebody said, I can't date religious men," and then they had the little emoji with the throw up thing, and I was like, damn.
it's not that bad because some of them look nice, but I'm telling
I
you,
mean, looking
it's
nice,
gonna
but
come out somewhere.
yeah.
Can't do it.
Looking nice ain't got shit to do with it. It's how, like, it's the shit that come out your mouth, how you treat me. Like, I should not have to cuss a motherfucker out, especially if you claiming to be the salt of the earth and have access to a God that gives you the power to be morally superior, right? To not do any harm, to bring peace on the earth, goodwill towards men, and all this good shit. But then I gotta cuss your motherfucking ass out because you disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? And like that, and it's 9 times out of 10, it's always religious men who get up here and disrespect me in this space, and or the women in this space. It's always a religious man. And like I have Christian brothers in my family, and they're not disrespectful like that, right? Like it wasn't until I started getting on TikTok and I'm like, these motherfuckers is crazy. Like there's no way now. I've never in my life dated a religious man, ever, and I don't ever plan on
Mm, I feel that. I honestly, it's an acquired taste. You got to be in it to win it. That's all I think about that. You just got to be in there to mess with that type of a guy.
it.
But
I was raised in
that's good
church. My
though.
daddy was a pastor. I was raised in church. Everybody in my family married somebody in church. I did not. My dad is a pastor. My mom was a evangelist. We was in church 6 days a fucking week. Not my ass.
Girl. Well, that's all I had to say. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I don't want to hold you guys up too long. I'm gonna have to get up for work in another hour. So I appreciate y'all for having me on. Faye, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name. It's Con. Love you, girls. Y'all are funny.
Thank you. Have a good
Have a good
day.
one.
Thank you, Thayer.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
You're welcome. Bye. Yeah, ain't no way in hell my ass finna fuck with a religious dude. I cannot.
Oh, absolutely the fuck not. And they're gonna say that it has everything to do with Jesus, and it doesn't. It has everything to do with the mentality that is required for this type of religion to take root.
Yep.
And if that's the soil that creates your mind, I don't want to grow anything in it or be anywhere near it, because it says a lot about you and who you are as a person, how you see other people, the positioning that you feel that you have. And all of that is inherently baked into Christianity. So absolutely the fuck not.
Yeah, they feel like they have the authority. Like, you are harmful as fuck, just like your God. And then they act like you're not supposed to not want to get harmed. That's the crazy thing.
Right? Like,
You-
self-preservation is weird to them.
It's-
Like, you do realize that I'm supposed to not want you to just be like an asshole to me, right? You do know that.
Jesus will protect you.
From you?
It's-
Nigga, what are we talking about?
L? L? Jesus Christ. It is so cold in here. JC? Julius Caesar? Look. Okay. Kenneth, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I don't like this new wait in line shit. Trish?
Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Have a good day. Okay.
Hey, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
Did you change your name?
Yeah, I had to infiltrate somebody else's life.
Oh. What's up?
Nothing much. So I wanted to it's something I want to talk about, like the first topic. Did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or to control them? Definitely to control them. My perspective, and it's something I've been saying for a little while, that they were never intended to live forever to begin with. And he really just told them that they were going to unalive from eating the tree of the knowledge of good and evil as a fear tactic, right? And then the way I understand the story, then the serpent comes along and essentially becomes a whistleblower, like, hey, this is what's actually going to happen. Because to me, within the confines of saying that, Yahweh is allegedly all-knowing, it doesn't make any sense for him to put them in the garden knowing full well they're going to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and then still put the tree of life in there, right? It doesn't make any sense. Like, you knew they were going to do this and you still put the tree in there just to turn around and say, now let's forth the man put forth his hand and eat of the tree of life and live forever. Neither of those things add up to me, right? That doesn't say you actually knew everything. That doesn't say that you're actually all powerful. And I think, like, I ask like Christians and stuff all the time, if God knew they were going to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil to begin with, why did he put the tree of life in the garden anyways? And if they were meant to live forever, why again was the tree of not why if they were meant to live forever, why did he put the tree of life in the garden anyways, if they were already created to live forever? And I don't ever get like a straight direct answer from them. And I try to point out the fact that if you look at everything the serpent said came true. Meaning then that if they were slated to, die or whatever after on the same day they ate of it, that would have definitely happened. Like, they try to say that it's like a spiritual, death or whatever, right? But when you look at the way the story is written, it says that the Lord blew the breath of life on Adam, and Adam became a living soul. Meaning that if they were to die spiritually, they would have died physically, because it was the Spirit of God that made them a living soul to begin with. So, I'm sorry, I've been doing a lot of talking. So yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, he lied to control them. It was a fear tactic, and we see the same thing today. People will fearmonger you to try and keep you ignorant, and try to hide the truth from you. And God is that exact same type of person.
I'm interested in asking you a couple of questions, like because I know you talk a lot about the patriarchy when you come up. What are some of the fear tactics that you, if the God was the patriarchal system, right? So if I'm putting in the terms of this story, in the story, the God is the patriarchy, that system, that structure, that beast, and Adam would be represented a representation of course, religious men or just men in society. Period. What type of lies would you say the patriarchy or this beast, this God, told the men to keep them from knowledge of the wisdom of matriarchal systems, or working with their partner instead of believing that they're dominant. You know what I'm saying? Like they have to dominate them or dominate the world. What lies? What do you think this patriarchal God made men afraid of to keep them in this garden, in this cage, in this garden? Does my question make sense? Do you understand what I'm asking?
I think so. You're pretty much asking what type of propaganda would God have to feed to man in order to make him think or make him fear like women being over him or something like that?
Somewhat, but like to keep them within this patriarchal system. So the patriarchal system would be the garden, right? The enclosure. So the don't eat from the tree or you'll die is what kept them in the garden so long, right? Without and then they get kicked out of the garden once they realize it's just fucking fruit, right?
Right.
That they have been lied to. What do you think, if I had to lay over on top the patriarchal system in this garden and Eve story, what has the God lied to men about to keep them in this patriarchal system so long? Is that a better way of asking?
Maybe I think I could try and answer it. I think one of the things that we could definitely consider like us being lied to is like our importance, right? Especially when it comes to like creation. We think that we were created first, and then we think that woman came from us. So much in the scripture, especially when you get to the New Testament, I think asserts that, well, since men were first and women were created from us, that we're supposed to have dominion because we're older, right? And then I think that has us overestimating our value because we think that like men walk around every day saying, "Oh, well, we carry seeds in our sack," right? And it's because of the Greek word is sperma, which means seed. But if we're gonna be 100% honest, it makes more sense for women to actually be the seed carriers and we be the actual fertilizers. So I think that's one of the lies, like when it comes to the creation of humans. And I think it's not necessarily even just something that quote unquote, God necessarily told us, but we actually see it in the way that, God in the Bible creates, right? He created man from dust on his own. There was no feminine aspect. There was no goddess. There was no female deity involved, right? And then lo and behold, we get to the whole New Testament, right? And we see God doing things on his own, right? He didn't like he just went and just uh pretty much just created Jesus. Like he could have did the same thing, but then we see him actually having to use a woman now, and it's like you could create a human or whatever before, like on your own, but now you have to actually use a woman to do it now, and then it's like now we have we've had so much propaganda that tries to like minimize the actual importance of women, right? Um, like I said, with reproduction, right? We've also had so much propaganda that has minimized the role of women in like politics and even in religion, in the home, in economics, and society in general. And one of those things that we've always based it on, we base it on the fact, oh, well, since men are physically stronger, that means we get to be on top, right? And if you look at the way that the God is actually shown or depicted, he's done a lot of things such as destroy, such as create on his own without the help of, women or whatever. And the way we try to, I think that affects us because we try to put the onus of authority and leadership on ourselves. And as a result, we don't want to acknowledge the actual intellectual like contributions of women. We don't want to acknowledge you all's intuition. We don't want to acknowledge you all's like emotional intelligence, actual intelligence, and anything that could actually benefit you all outside of being in benefit to us. We want to discredit because it doesn't actually serve the purpose of quote unquote being our helpmeet. I think part of the other indoctrination is thinking that you all were here specifically to benefit us, right? And that relegates you all to literally a place of like second best, right? We were God's first creation. We were good. We were the ones that he thought of first. And then he thought about women as an afterthought. He's like, you know what? Maybe this nigga ain't gonna be good on here by himself. So let me give him a plaything. Let me give him his own little personal fidget spinner to occupy him, right? And I think you see that throughout history. We relegate women to just something that, to satisfy us when we're bored, satisfy us, or to cure our loneliness. We use women to cure, to cure our emotional distress or our emotional, like, you get what I'm saying?
I do.
Is
So
that answering the question?
it does. So it sounds like the fear is not being first. Like because I'm trying to identify what the fear is, right? Because in the garden, the fear was the fruit. The fruit is what they feared. The fear grew from don't eat it to don't even touch it, right? So it just fear typically grows. And so I'm trying to identify what is it that men are afraid of. Is
I
it
think it's the
being
fall.
second? Is it not matter? Is it not being important enough? Like what is it that y'all have been told that isn't necessarily true, but y'all fear the hell out of it?
I think, okay, so that question I think is kind of two things, right? I think it's the fall, right? We have all this expectation, we have this entitlement, right? And it's predicated on a bunch of lies and falsehoods, essentially. And I think essentially what it is, we fear like the fall, like we're supposed to be up here and to have all that, like maybe pulled from underneath us and to be falling face flat. I think that's what a lot of us fear. I think that's one
What is it that
aspect
you
of
think
it.
the fall would do to you? What's the
Like
result of the fall?
the ego, pretty much like the ego death, right? The like the built like I guess what I'm trying to say is like the building up to the expectation, right? And then the disappointment, which would be kind of like the ego death or maybe the pride death or whatever, right? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, we don't want to experience that, which is why I think a lot of us struggle with accountability and acknowledging like the messed up shit we've done or acknowledging the truth.
But would you compare that to someone having a fear of like clowns, and then something that like they end up engaging with clowns and they're like, oh shit, it's just a clown. Like I was scared for nothing. Would you compare that ego death with that? Or so I'm looking for something that would be compared with like an irrational fear of something, and then once you engage with it and you realize that it was a lie, like kind of like the fruit in the garden, right? They were told that the fruit would make them die, and then don't touch it, don't eat it, and then Eve touches it and she examines it and she's like, damn, this looks just like the rest of the fruit we eat. I like the fact that this today makes me look like I'm in the fucking garden. Like, hey, this look like the regular food. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
but and then she eats it, right? And then she's like, nothing happened. So she's like, God damn it, it's just fucking fruit. It's just fruit. Like, it was a lie. I was scared for nothing, the panic for nothing. And then you feel shame. Like, God damn it, I can't believe I sat in this fucking garden all this time. Scared of this fucking whatever the hell this is got us in this garden. You know what I'm saying? And then she gives it to Adam and he eats it and nothing happens. And he's like, God damn, this motherfucker done locked us, kept us in this fucking cage this whole fucking time. Like, what is it that it could be comparable to that when it comes to the thing that men or even some women fear who have internalized misogyny and who uphold this patriarchal structure, what is it that you think it's comparable to, that to what the fruit was in the garden, or what a clown would be to somebody who has what is the irrational fear of clowns?
Phobia.
Clown phobia? Is that what it's called?
I don't know. The only thing, I don't know, like the only thing that I could think as of right now is the embarrassment or the shame, right? The that's associated with like actually the ego death, right? Having your pride be dashed to the ground and destroyed, as far as man goes, or as far as the reason, like why we would. The only
So
thing
would
that I
that be
could think
like
that could be
ego
compared to
phobia or
that.
something?
I don't think it's necessarily the fear of the ego, but I think it's the
Well,
understanding that
that's
if
what I'm
you're
looking for,
wrong.
like a phobia. Like it has to be something that they've been lied to about. Right? That's what I'm asking about. What have you been lied to about that you fear? Or like have you deconstructed from the patriarchy, or are you still?
I am doing I do try to be, me personally, I try to be conscientious about making sure that I don't do things that enable it or feed into it, right? And to the point now I'm actively trying to do things to like decenter my own ego, which is why I'm focusing on ego. Because I realized a couple of weeks ago that the actual quote unquote red pill is for men to decenter our ego. That's, I think, a majority of the issues in society are rooted in the fact that we buy into things that feed or stroke our ego. Um, so that's why my answer has been primarily centered on that. Um, so yeah, I think, don't get me wrong, I'm a man, so there are things that I do that can and probably will be misogynistic, but I do often try to deconstruct from that. And still a work in progress oftentimes. So that's what I'm trying to think. What would be something that we fear, right? The only thing that I can think of, and what I've seen in myself, going back to when I was trying to, hold on to the religion, and what I've seen in other men, even outside of religion, a lot of us don't want to let go of things that placate or that like cater to our ego. And acknowledging that, like we weren't first, or acknowledging that things don't have to go our way, or acknowledging that things that serve or cater to or that placate our ego, um, that those things are not inherently right, or that those things are not the way that things have to go, right? Um, I think that's, for a lot of us, I think that's what a lot of us fear. We fear the actual,
Like, do you think you would have an
like
aha
the lack of.
moment? Do you think acknowledging your ego would be like, oh man, I don't know what, I was protecting my ego for nothing, or because I don't know that fits the irrational fear, because a lot of us, even women, deal with ego issues. And I do agree with you. I do agree with you that a lot of men protect patriarchal ideals because of their ego, but I don't think that's what's holding the majority of men inside the patriarchy garden, if that makes sense. I think there is a fear. Also, with Switch kind of said something like a fear of not being valuable. I think inadequacy, maybe.
I think it's relevance.
Yeah.
I think it's a fear of a lack of relevance. Bash kind of touched on this in his live yesterday about how we all want what we want to matter. And I liked how he framed that. And I think that throughout all of, well, not all of recorded history, but throughout the recorded history that the vast majority of us have access to, we see societal structures that are vertical. We see the powerful telling the powerless what to do. And we see those who are in positions of power being able to have access to things that those not in power don't have access to. And I think that zeitgeist in the mind of men, specifically in our day and age, where this Abrahamic religion and others, honestly, have done such a great job at convincing us that women are subordinate to men, I think it's giving up that one last thing, that one last ladder step, if you will. It's just, I think it
conceptualizing that is terrifying for them, because if not for this vertical structure, where does their power come from? I think it's relevance. I think in the world that we live in, the way to be relevant is to rule over someone. That's the narrative that we've been taught. I don't for 1 second think it's true, because we have egalitarian societies that flourished prior to this Abrahamic religion being forced upon so many people and shedding blood all over the planet. But I think that's most of it at its core, because we have to think about it from an evolutionary perspective. What benefit does it serve? And whatever that benefit is, what's the threat to that benefit? And I think it's relevance in the hierarchical structure that we have in society today.
So I definitely don't disagree with that. I think that's kind of what we're seeing a lot of men, even now, kind of not finding our purpose or whatever, right? And I think, and hearing you say that, it kind of made me think, right? Like, we're seeing a lot of men essentially feel like they're useless because there are standards that were set for manhood and masculinity that a lot of us are not appealing to for various reasons, right? And you see the kind of the disconnect, right? Or you see the like the identity crisis almost between what our predecessors have said manhood and masculinity is, and today the fact that a lot of men are realizing, hey, this is not me. And if I'm a man and I'm not appealing to manhood, then what does that say about myself? And I think maybe within that little identity dilemma or whatever, it might be the answer to the question you're asking. Think of what men actually fear. Um, the standard, right, is right here. And the fact that I, as a man, and I'm measuring up to this standard, and I'm essentially in this box, right? I can't measure up to this standard. I'm in this box and I'm trying to fit within this box, right? But it's not working. And now that I'm not measuring up as I think I need to be, or society says I need to be, or as other men say I need to be, now I feel as if I'm feeling some type of what's the word I'm looking for? Angst, right? Because I'm trying to do this. I'm feeling anxiety because I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to be this, and I'm not doing this for whatever reason. And I think that there's like fear there, right? A lot of men are disgruntled with their status in the world because they're not appealing to manhood. They're not doing the things that they feel like men should be doing, or they even feel like adults should be doing. And I think that type of that type of disconnect between trying to acquiesce to like the standard of masculinity, that I think that is blows to our ego, but not in the way that it should be, right? Instead of us realizing that, hey, maybe we as men need to recalibrate the standards of manhood and masculinity, we continue to try to fit in that box, knowing we don't fit into it, and it causes that type of dysfunction that we see all the time. And I think whenever we actually look at like this religion, right? It says that man is supposed to be over women and stuff, right? Women are supposed to be submitting to us, right? And even for men like me that are not religious, I do think that those type of sentiments, oftentimes, they still permeate a lot of our beings. Even men that are not religious, they'll still say things about, oh, well, when you're the right type of man, women will submit to you. Never really questioning, well, why should women have to submit to you at all? And I think a lot of us still live in that box, right? I think that's why a lot of us still have the type of issues that we do. We think men are supposed to be inherent leaders. And they'll say, and a lot of when you ask them, they'll say, oh, well, because men are stronger, men are more logical. These are things that we've been told about men, but if they really line up with how men actually act on a day-to-day basis. And I think a lot of men are feeling this like dilemma, not really acknowledging it, but a lot of us are experiencing this dilemma and we don't have the words to put it to, right? We don't have the real rhetoric to actually put it to. And instead of us doing the actual introspection and evaluating where these things are coming from, right? We look at a very surface level. We'll say, oh, well, this is what women want. And men are trying to do what women want. And that's why, a lot of us are feeling this way. But the standards that allegedly women try to project on us, those things are determined by other men. And I think it's similar to how God allegedly made these standards for men, right? Or in the Bible, right? It says that men are supposed to be in the head and women are supposed to be submissive to us the same way that God is. I think it's right there. The fact when it says in the New Testament that Christ is supposed to be submissive to God in the same way that man is supposed to be over woman and women are supposed to be submissive to man. I think that as oppressive as it is to women, I think that puts an image in our head that we can't fulfill, that we can't measure up to, that we can't live up to, right? And not only for the religious man, a lot of us think that that's our nature, to be in like a position of authority, right? They think it's natural for the male or for the man to be in positions of authority over other people, women specifically, right? And a lot of us, we don't deserve that. We not supposed to be getting that. We don't actually do things to actually deserve those things. Not saying that we deserve it, but you know what I'm saying. Or what I mean is that we don't do things to actually elicit these type of responses or these reactions from women, even if that's what a woman wants to do. We don't actually deserve that, right? And so we grow up and we have these expectations that we don't meet, this entitlement that we're expecting to be met, and it's not being met. And we're like, okay, well, if I'm a man and I'm doing these things, why am I not getting this response? These are the things that are telling me what I'm supposed to get. I'm appealing to these things, and yet I'm not getting the things that it said I'm supposed to be getting.
I think.
And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that if we look at what, like, if we look at the Adam and Eve story in the garden, we can see that if we compare it with deconstruction, right? So we can see that the fear of hell, the fear of, being struck down by the God, lightning coming out, devil chasing you down the street, you losing your job, your car, your house, like, just for questioning. But then when you work past that, you question and you're like, ah, shit, I can't believe I was scared. I can't believe I almost thought I was going blind. I guess what I'm looking for, because like, if it just feels like if we could figure out what that is for this patriarchal beast, like, you know what I'm saying? Does it make sense? I hear you. I hear everything that you're saying, and I hear the inadequacy is something that you fear, but I guess I'm still not hearing the phobia part. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, because
Like the why we fear it, or what it is we actually fear.
Well, the lie, because I think like the story is basically saying, once you realize that you've been lied to, that's where the awareness comes. That's where the awakening happens. That's where the transformation starts taking place. You're no longer naked in conscience, right? You begin to be full and feel like. So if we could identify what the fuck the fear is, the lie, the thing that y'all have been lied to about, that's keeping you stuck in that garden, keeping you scared to question or approach and address. And I honestly, I think it's connecting with your feminine side. If you connect with your feminine side, that means you good. Like, I think it's something like that. There is a fucking phobia that's keeping men in this patriarchal garden. And,
You just said something. Is that it? Like,
I
just
think so. Like, don't be feminine. If you feminine, I think it's femininity. I think it's connecting with the feminine side.
Yeah, the totality of what it means to be human, because you can't just be one side of this, this dual experience. And I wonder if that is the fear.
Tommy J runs a live where he asks people to come up and explain what masculinity is. And it has been a very interesting live to be a part of, because people come up and they say stuff like, oh, strong. Okay, well, are you saying women aren't strong? No. Logical? Are you saying women can't be logical? No. You know what I mean? Like, it's just picking apart the fact that, like, these are arbitrary characteristics given to, like, a box that you're supposed to fit inside of, and you just kind of assign certain characteristics in certain places just to it kind of uphold that thing. I don't even know if necessarily saying embracing femininity, because they're just constructs, right? Like, what does it mean to be feminine? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we
But
should
I think it's construct
frame
that
it
we
in
have.
that binary.
But I think we have to, because that's the only way we know it for now, until we identify what the problem is. Like we know that they're identifying certain characteristics as feminine. Like, I think we have to. I don't think we can just throw out every construct until we like. I think we have work to do before we just be like, oh, that doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But that because
I think. Oh, sorry.
because I think that like, how else do you communicate it to a bunch of misogynistic ass men what it is that they need to what they need to work on, like what they need to question, what they need to face? Because I think the thing that they're scared to face, they've identified it and called it femininity.
I think that actually lines up too, because I noticed that when a lot of men speak about femininity, right, we like to polarize it as something that's soft, submissive, quote unquote, light, right? Something that is essentially always going to be subservient to masculine. But in my like studies, femininity is something that is, and I'm not saying any of these like in a negative way, but femininity is something that is like dark and chaotic. It's something that you don't know, and it's something that you don't broach lightly, right? It's something that is like it's deep. It's something that is um mysterious, I guess. I don't know if I want to use that word, but the point is,
Why do you
I
say
think
that?
well, mysterious
Why do you say it's not something that you just? Why do you say it's like something dark and mysterious? Why is that?
because in my thoughts, right, both masculine is something that's derived from the feminine. But if it's two things that is combined, then it means it has like a lack of balance. There isn't any real boundaries or like any real balance there, right? And so a lack of balance is what normally identified as chaos. It's a combination of two things or more things, right? Light and dark, imbalance and balance, right? So if
Wait, so
femininity
the
is what
masculinity
masculinity,
is light and femininity is dark? Is that what you're saying? That's how it's? I'm just trying to make sure I'm
that's
following you. Is that how it is?
that's how I generally conceive it, right? I see femininity as being the before anything, right? Before there was ever a quote unquote masculine and feminine, or how I see with numbers, right? Before there was ever a one and a two, there would have to be like the combination, right? Before you can have one, there was something
No,
before
yeah, I'm
one.
not. Yeah, I'm not asking like what's first. I'm talking about the dark
Mhm.
light. Is that
Yeah,
when you said it's dark? Like, are you talking about like? Why I'm asking, why are you saying it's dark? And
it's when I say it's dark, it's not as like a negative thing, but because if I remember correct, doesn't light come from darkness, or does darkness come from light? If
oh, you're trying to
I
say from like what birth? Okay, I thought you were saying
right.
like for men, like to approach femininity is dark. Because I know like in this book, the so-called feminine is chaotic, right? Like in the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
Tiamat, when the god is creating out of chaos, it's
Mm-hmm.
the in the Hebrew in the story, the god is wrestling Tiamat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a feminine deity. Like he's wrestling her and he captures her, and he keeps her encaged, and he uses her characteristics and her features to do a bunch of shit in this book. Like her storm is what he fucks Egypt up with. Her darkness, he brings the darkness in Egypt. He wraps himself in her wind when he shows up and to go off on Job.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so that feminine is described as chaotic, and then when we and dark, because like it's a blackness, like the darkness that he uses of her that he brings on Egypt is blacker than blacker than black. Like it's the deafening
Mm-hmm.
darkness.
Malignant almost.
Yeah. And when we look at the way women are talked about in the book, right?
Mm-hmm.
The I wonder if it's that. Like if it's their fear of the feminine, like what they
The
consider to be
unknown.
feminine. Yeah. Because yeah. And not what she can do to them, but what it means for them. Does that make sense?
It does, because again, we men have done this thing where we polarize, right? We like to make it seem like the masculine is discipline, order, balance, and all this other stuff, right? Which I can see to a certain extent, but what we forget is that balance is not the natural order of things. we try to make it seem as if that's the natural or the original order. No, the original order is actually chaos. So for us to acknowledge that hey, there's a part of us that is chaotic that we don't know, right? That we could say is the feminine, right? If we've already been tricked into like looking at the feminine with disdain, and anything that is feminine we don't want to be or we don't want to accept because hey, we're masculine, we're of order, we're of law, and we're of balance, then I could see maybe that's what the lie is. Um, Rejecting the feminine, right? Rejecting the parts of us that are unknown for the parts that are easy, right? The surface level things. Anything deeper, anything that could be appealing to the feminine aspect of existence or the feminine aspect of our beings, we've been taught to reject or we've been taught to resent. Um, and vehemently so, right? We reject femininity. I think that's why a lot of us as men reject femininity in various forms, right? We kind of reject it when it comes from women. If we can't use it or manipulate it to benefit us, we reject it. Um, I think that's why a lot of us reject femininity if we perceive it in other men as well, too. Honestly, I think that's why a lot of us don't like we come out against like, queer men and stuff like that, because how dare you as a man espouse this thing that we've already deemed to be beneath us? It's almost like we consider them to like a traitor almost, right? You get what I'm saying?
That's why I said I
Do you
think.
think it's?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say while you were talking, do you think it's fear of being anything society hasn't given you permission to be? Because everything that you're saying that men are saying is masculinity are the societal approved characteristics. So it's almost like they fear stepping into or exemplifying anything that society hasn't approved of coming from a man. And that's the shit that comes from women. Like, it's this binary that they've created arbitrarily, to Oso's point. Like, all of this shit is just manufactured and made up. But maybe it's that, because the organization and the hierarchy that we experience in society today, we've been told or taught that it has to be this way. Men are in control, men are powerful, men are this, men are that. And I'm wondering if it's that resistance to recognize or lean into any characteristic or adjective that hasn't been approved by society that's okay for a man to exemplify. Because what else is there to fear?
Yeah, like therapy. Well, not all men. It's certain communities. Wait, do all men fear therapy, or is it just the black community?
Um, I think it's a lot of us. We fear that type of introspection, which again is why I think men are actually ones that struggle more with accountability, even more so than women. And I don't disagree. I do think like it's very surface level, right? Like instead of um instead of us doing the extra introspection, right, and becoming more in tune with the other parts of us, right, that you could maybe say is a feminine, we'll rather gravitate towards things that like stroke our ego, right? And that's the thing with the ego. Like it's not very deep, but it's surface level and it's easy to appeal to. And I think that's why we gravitate more towards things that will stroke our ego, more towards things that will like uplift or promote our ego, right? And we won't actually do the introspection, which I think we get we get kind of high off the whole ego trip thing, right? And I think going in that direction, as opposed to like the way I see it is like ego is more so out, and the introspection that we need to like be in touch with the quote unquote feminine is more so inside, right? And we don't do the actual introspection. We do things that are very surface level. We do things that are that just like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like the ego is surface level. It's easy for us to reach. It's easy to appeal to. It's easier to cater to. But the actual introspection that we have to do to learn ourselves as people, not simply just men, but as people or as humans, is oftentimes lost on us because it gets relegated to like women talk or things that women do, right? The emotional aptitude that we would need in order to do that has historically been relegated to women. Like we're told that we're supposed to be logic, and whenever I think that because we've been polarized to being like more logical, a lot of us have developed apathy when it comes to actual emotional intelligence, right? So the amount of emotional introspection that we would need in order to actually acknowledge like the feminine aspect of us or the unknown aspect of us, we put it off to the side, and we gravitate more towards things that stroke our ego, which it's easier. It's like a dopamine hit. It's easier to receive, easier to go with, and it's easier to go with things that affirm our inherent sense of ego and entitlement.
Yeah. I definitely think that it's a topic that I'm probably gonna end up exploring a little bit more. As not to go red pillish, but I think it needs to be named, whatever it is, and to at least help people who are trying to get out of that so-called garden, help them identify it so they can. Because like, how else do we fight? How else do we fight it? Right? We can talk about, because we know that the patriarchy is a big part of the beast that is contributing to a lot of the issues, right? Not just for women, but for all people, right?
Right.
Motherfuckers want to be kings and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we're playing games on Earth. And it may just be small. It may be small and communal, to where, enough communities can form, right? To where you learn how to do it, and then it grows. But I think we have to, I definitely think it needs to be named, at least what the fear is and what the lie is that's keeping people stuck there, afraid of getting in touch with that part of themselves. I don't know, and I might just be thinking out loud. I don't know, but I think there needs to be more conversation around it.
I definitely agree. Yeah, right now, as far as the things that I would say human beings in general, like, are relatively, or can be relatively, like, egotistical, right? But I think it's something that specifically plagues us men, and that is where I've reached so far. Like I said earlier, I think the red pill, as in, like, the actual solution for men, is to decenter things that actually cater to our ego. Which is what I'm about to be, running with as far as my talking points to men and stuff like that too. But for people in general, like, to break out that garden, specifically men, I'm not sure what could be used to actually identify, like, what the fear is. And I guess maybe you said what the fear is, and what was the other thing you said?
Like, what is the lie that creates the fear? Like, what lie are they believing? For example, like, have you heard my song Fruitophobia?
I don't think so, no.
Let me see something. Hold on for a second. I'm gonna play this song right quick.
Yeah, I was waiting for a song all night.
Yeah, but I'm not on the studio, so I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it. Since
I know.
Hold on. Let me see if I can put the YouTube on silent right quick. Let's see.
I can sing it for you.
Fruitophobia.
You got a fruitophobia. Fruitophobia.
Oh, so you missed the motherfucking night, friend. We had a guy up here who said that him and God were Dumb and Dumber. And he said the more he grew in God, he said the more he grows. He said, I used to be wise. And he said, but the more I grow in God, the dumber I get. And that's how God wants you, because you're supposed to lean on him and he will protect you.
Is that the quiet part I hear out loud?
Yep. And he was
Holy shit.
He was 100% for serious. And then he kept saying, remember. Like, I can't even do it. But yeah, he was dead ass. And
That's
then
funny.
I preached his words back to him, and then he wanted to change them.
I mean, it makes sense, because how slow do you have to be to know everything in the entire universe? And the best you can do is sacrifice your son.
Yeah, it's crazy. Never thought I'd hear
I think my
a
favorite
believer
part.
say that. Huh? That him and God are dumber and dumber. I never him and God are dumber and dumber. Huh?
Yeah, that part for sure.
Yeah.
So is God dumb or dumber?
He's dumber. God is dumb. He was dumb. He was dumber and God was dumb. All right, this is fruitophobia. Okay, so in this song, imagine patriarchy being the fruitophobia, the fear, the thing that maybe that'll help you understand what I'm asking.
Because so far I've conceptualized that Eden is the actual ego that people, or ego is the Eden that people be living in, the paradise, right? As long as you in your ego, things are going to.
Except the ego,
It's
except
going to
that
seem like
paradise was
paradise.
created by men. You all see it as paradise, and you're not able to see that we don't, right? Like what you see. Like think about the fact that Adam and Eve. Now I'm like, okay, now I need to play. What if Adam was abusive? Okay, Adam and Eve most likely didn't see paradise as the same, right? Or even see it as how the God saw it. Because one, they were naked and they didn't apparently know, right? They were naked and they had no shame. But as soon as they realized they were lied to, they realized they're naked. They covered themselves up. So what was considered paradise wasn't really paradise. You know what I'm saying? Because once they gained this knowledge, it would have still been paradise, right? That them being naked wouldn't have felt bad if it was actually paradise. Does that make sense? It's like saying ignorance is bliss.
Right.
Right. Like it's okay. Stay in the lie. Stay in the lie. That's the best part. But if it was actual paradise, it would have still been paradise after the fact. And so I think with patriarchy, you all see it as a, men, when I say you all, I'm talking about men. Men see it as a good thing because it's like, if you just submit, if you just obey, it'll be good. We trying to fix the world, but women need to bow down. And it's like, if it was natural, if this is the way it's supposed to be, it would be like that. You know what I'm saying? With it.
Right.
But you all say this paradise. We don't, because we see people constantly trying to take our autonomy away. Right? So Eden is your paradise in here. But the Garden of Eden is your patriarchal belief, your patriarchal structure that you are, that structure that you've been enclosed in by the God of patriarchy. And there is this tree in there that has the truth for you, but you won't go anywhere near the tree. But I can't figure out what that truth, what it is. I can't figure out what lie you've been told. Does that make sense? And I think the only way to figure out what lie y'all have been told is to have conversations. And y'all don't have enough of them regarding this. Does that make sense?
Yes. And I'm trying to think of what that lie could be too, outside of what we've already discussed. Because I really do think there are levels. Like truth is on the spectrum, right? I think there are certain things that are true in certain regards, right? And then conversely, there are other things that are true too. So I think maybe we've already discussed what the truth is, but maybe there is like a depth to it that we haven't reached yet. Maybe.
Yeah. Because I didn't start understanding the Adam and Eve story until we've had thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking conversations about it. And we're like, why y'all want to go to the garden? We always in the fucking garden. But it all started in the garden. The indoctrination started with the fucking garden. So, and they're stuck in the garden because they're afraid to touch the fucking tree. And so, the conversations, like we've got to have conversations about it so we can figure out what the fuck's got them stuck in the patriarchal garden, in the enclosure there.
Maybe it's the promise, kind of like the whole heaven thing, right? The promise of a paradise to come, where for Christians it's walking on streets of gold and a whole new kingdom. For men, I think it's kind of the I think it's kind of like with the whole marriage thing, right? Men created a society where essentially every man would have a chance to have a wife, have kids, and everything, make that appeal to masculinity or manhood. And I think that's like the promise, right? If you do these things or you acquiesce in this system as a man, you'll have you have your bang made, you'll have your children to grow up in control. You'll have these assets, right? And I think that's one of the dangerous things I think that men have done. Speak on this point, making our lineage be a legacy, because legacy from men of means and men in power is literally like a business. It's a country. It's like maybe money or some type of resource that gets passed down to like your family members, right? But men, lo and behold, made children, i.e., a lineage, an actual legacy, which I think makes it easier to be to look at these as actual objects. So when I think the lie, maybe it might be the I think it might be like the environment saying if you do these things and you'll have access to these things and this is what's supposed to make you happy. I don't
Yeah,
know,
but
maybe
that I
that's
don't
not
know,
it. I
because
think that's
there's
a
a
part of it.
threat. Like, think about it. There's a threat. There's a
Mhm.
warning. Like, if that you're gonna die, right?
The
So
bioessentialism thing, maybe.
the what?
Like we don't spread our seed. If we don't do this, then you're just gonna end up not surviving or your seed is gonna die out or whatever, right?
But you think
Which is
that's what's
something I
keeping
be
you in
hearing from
the
men.
garden? You think would that keep you in patriarchy? I don't think so. I don't.
I
Does
mean,
it?
but
Would
I
it?
hear a lot of men say it. I hear a lot of men say it.
Not
Which
having children?
that's well, I ain't gonna say you can be surprised, but a lot of men do say that. They say that's what
Really?
our purpose on here is supposed to be, to spread our seed and to have families and all this other stuff, right? So I don't feel
But
like
that
that should be it.
you think
I
that's
only hear niggas that have a bunch of kids by a bunch of women say that kind of shit.
Well, but think about it. Look at the, not to get political or anything, but well, look at the propaganda we seeing right now, right? This whole family thing, right? They want women to be stuck in the house and be barefoot and pregnant, doing all this other
But is
stuff.
that about
So it's in
children or is that about dominion and submission?
dominion and
Right.
submission.
S-
I think it's about dominion and submission.
But do you think they're okay? Do you think they're God, I feel like what are they afraid of? Like, why are they willing to spend so much? Think about this. They're willing to spend a shitload of money to reposition the patriarchy, put men back where they think men belong, on top, at the top. They're willing to spend a lot of money to get people back in the churches. Why? Rich people spend money on what makes money. Okay, they spend money
Mm.
on power and making more money. They don't blow their shit. They don't, and they're spending money on these two things.
I think it's still knowledge. I think it's just what type of knowledge and who has it. Like it circles back to control. They're going to spend money to prevent accessing the knowledge, or even acknowledging themselves that this structure that we have become used to just simply does not work. The data doesn't support that. So if we can look at information to show that women-led countries fare better, if we look at statistics that that push against this narrative of the nuclear family and things of that nature, it's knowledge that I think they're afraid of people getting access to. Not that they know with any depth what the data says, but they know they want to protect the structure that the data would threaten. I think it circles back to that, because it is that power that they don't want to relinquish.
No, yeah, I agree. But what? Okay, but what are they using to keep people from gaining that knowledge? So in with patriarchy, right? Let's say the knowledge in the patriarchal garden is the knowledge that they would be have more peace, like what the women of Judah said to Jeremiah. We have more success under worshiping the Queen of Heaven and matriarchal. It's in the book, right? Let's say the knowledge and the patriarchal garden is Jeremiah was at 44. And they've been told, don't read Jeremiah 44. Don't go to Jeremiah 44. Matriarchal societies are like, don't go towards that knowledge because XYZ is gonna happen. What's keeping them stuck in that garden away from that knowledge? You see, what are they are using? You know what I'm saying? What are they
I don't,
using
you
to
know
keep
what?
them from going there, from gaining that knowledge, or
I
even
don't
wanting
think
to?
it's so. Maybe let's maybe take a slight pivot. I don't really. I think fear can be a part of it, but I don't necessarily think it's fear.
It has to be, because that's in the plan. He created fear of death to keep them from
Hmm.
going near that tree. And it was the realization that they were lied to that got rid of the fear, that got them out of the grass. It has to be. You guys are y'all scared of something, but I don't know what they're using on y'all. Think about what fear. The fear of hell is what kept people from going against the God, from questioning the God. The fear of being struck down, right? The fear of dying for going against the God. The fear of not being blessed for questioning the God, for questioning faith, right? And then
maybe the fear of revenge.
The fear of revenge from who?
From women.
Y'all fear women trying to get revenge on y'all? Y'all feel that?
Well, imagine if things were to flip and the way I see it, a lot of men, a lot of us are like, we'll talk about it, right? But I think a lot of us have, like, to an extent, have an inherent fear of, like, what if the dynamics flip, right? That's why we don't want women in power, because we think if women get in power, y'all gonna do the same thing that we've been doing to y'all for just as long. So anything that we feel like affirms, like female leadership, or maybe even acknowledging the prevalence of femininity in the things that we do, and even having to acknowledge even the feminine aspect in us, I don't know, maybe I'm on a like a wild goose chase with that one, but
But I think
I
that's a good
think
goose chase. I think it's a good place to start. I really do think we just need to have more conversations about it. And we may not be able to identify. It may take us months to fucking identify it. Because
yeah.
like, seriously, like, there'll be times where, I'm sitting here and we're having conversations, and then we'll go, oh, like, that's what the fuck it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because it takes conversation after conversation after conversation, right? We may not be able to identify it today, but it's something keeping y'all asses in that garden of patriarchy, under that, scared of that God, scared to get, like, it's something keeping y'all in there.
I have one last I have one little theory, but I don't know if it could really correlate, because this is more so theological. What I'm about to point out is more so biological. For men, I also think that, so hear me out on this theory, right? I think that our degenerative Y chromosome, right? I think that in this attempt to, like, reclaim balance or to reach equilibrium, I think we see the effects of that manifest in how we interact with women, like on a larger scale, like in your actual life, right? And I think that kind of influences the way that we view women, even coming up, right? That's why I think we've created these things that affirm our inherent entitlement as men and affirm our ego, because ultimately it kind of allows us to, like, reclaim the genetic material we lost in subjugating women. That sounds kind of rough. That sounds rougher than how I normally word it. But I
Wait,
think
say it
maybe
again
the
for
fear
me.
that we're
Oh, say that part again for me.
I think essentially what I'm saying is, I think we as human males, I think we have almost an inherent inclination to trying to subjugate women, right? And I think it's because we're missing that piece of genetic material from our Y chromosome, the degenerated Y chromosome, manifests itself in actual real life. That's why in various aspects, I think that we'll do things to try and reassert our dominance over women, to try and reclaim that little piece of genetic material that we lost. Now, I think that might be off, but if we're talking about a fear that we can't even name or place, maybe it's linked to that genetic material that we're missing, right? Maybe it's something that is innate that we can't really identify just yet.
I don't know. You were saying that you were like biologically evolved to be these evil,
Devolved.
devolved.
Yeah, I'm saying maybe it's linked to the lack of genetic material we have with the Y chromosome, specifically for males, but I don't know.
I don't know. I think y'all. Are you saying that you don't see how men over time had to be fed this idea that they were dominant and that they controlled women?
I think that's how it came about. Like, when in nature, when creatures are lacking certain things, they will develop other like characteristics to compensate for, it, right? So like a small creature like a poison dart frog, they'll develop poison in order to make up for the fact that they're not the biggest creature.
Now, let me ask you a
So
question.
I think for us, right, one of the ways that manifested for men is that we're physically stronger.
Yeah,
More
but that came later though. You weren't always like that. You evolved.
Also,
well,
those frogs
You
are
weren't
poisonous
always like
because of
that.
what they eat.
well, the point that I'm trying to get to is I think it's possible, right, that maybe that's the influence of it. I don't know for sure. That's just a theory that I have. What was that?
Pressure. I think I don't know. I don't know because I know for a fact that we can pinpoint times in history where this patriarchal mindset was given to men specifically and damn near beat into them. Right? It wasn't natural. So, right? It wasn't natural. And then Sir Francis Bacon was the one who came up with the whole men is the man, the serf man, is that the landlords need to make the man feel like he's the man of his home, even though he's a serf, and even though the landlord controlled his kids, like even though he didn't have control over his own land, he didn't have control of his own kids. Sir Francis Bacon told the landlords to give the man control over his wife, because at first the landlord controlled the wife, the man, and his kids. So he's like, give him control over his wife, let him make decisions over his wife. That way he thinks that, he's the man of his castle, and he does not pay attention to your foot on his neck. And so that was fed to society, right? Like that wasn't natural. That came from the mind of another man.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be like the oversimplification of the world? Like I think that this fruit creates somewhat of a bypass for growth. It's a shortcut, if you will. Like you don't have to, in a world where men lead and women submit, full stop, then there's no need to negotiate. There's no need to adapt. There's no requirement to reflect on who you are as a person. So I'm wondering if the fruit is the shortcut to power as opposed to the earning of it. It's the bypass to give you respect as opposed to you deserving it. Instead of like humility and growth and partnership, which are things that we value in relationships, it offers that instantly by means of control and an oversimplification of what relationship dynamics are. Like I get what you're saying. Like there has to be a benefit of
No,
some
I
sort for
think
them
you're
to.
right. I think you're right. I don't think theirs is a fear. I think theirs might be the shortcut because they were promoted and didn't do shit. I think you might be right. What's keeping them there
That's why I wanted
is
to
the
pivot
shortcut.
earlier, but maybe my pivot would have been different. But that's what I was saying. Maybe we should. I wanted to pivot right quick because I was thinking maybe it's more so like a benefit as opposed to a fear, right? Not necessarily that it's a fear that's keeping us doing it, but we see the benefit in it, and it appeals to us.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's the fucking shortcut.
Patriarchy gives to men what Christianity gives to humans. Like it's a shortcut to being the thing that you're proclaiming you are. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to work yourself into it. You just put it on like a jacket.
And the fear of losing it. Yep, the fear of losing it. And if they lose it, what would happen? What lie were they told if they lose? Okay, hold on. Okay, beforehand, she was the Azair. After he was put over her, oh my God, the fear of losing it. What can happen if they lose it? What is it that they're scared can happen if they? Do they think that the world would collapse? Do they really believe that the system would collapse? That the whole
The
world,
world.
not their power. Do they really believe that the world would end, that they would collapse if they lost it?
I think they do.
Yeah. I think that's why we project so much BS towards women because we rely on y'all to help power our systems. About a month or two ago, I was going back and forth on Twitter with some men's rights activists, right? And they was talking about how if the birth rates continue to fall, women won't have social security or like government programs or something like that in order to fall back on. It was something, right? It wasn't, and it wasn't just like women in America. It was like women all over the world. These governments and these social programs that women rely on will fail, and the poverty will just be ultimately terrible if the birth rates continue to decline. But ultimately, it's still men depending on women to sustain the system that men built. So if women completely opt out, like how a lot of women are doing, don't want to have families, don't want to have children, don't want to be pregnant, all this other stuff, eventually the generations of the people that are alive that are keeping these things in power, they're either gonna, keep on having to work until they unalive, or they're gonna unalive completely, and these things are just gonna crumble. And I think that's what a lot of the men in power actually fear, which is why we as men are trying to make so much legislation, not only to oppress women, but I think that's why there's a stronger return, especially here in the U.S., to try and be more religion and more Bible based. Because if you can back up these things by God, then hey, who else you gonna argue with?
I get why the men in power would, like, they're the God in this scenario. I'm asking why the Adams are keeping it going. They're not really benefiting. Adam wouldn't benefit nothing in that garden except for the shortcut. That's it, right? I'm like to me, the men in power are in the allegory, or they're the God, or they're the ones who have lied to everybody, right? They're the ones that confuse. If you take like the Tower of Babel story, the people were all on one accord, right? They sowed discord to keep them from building cities. Like the city was the them working together, the unity was the threat to the God. And so the God, it was the threat to the God's sovereignty, right? To the God's power. So the God created confusion and changed their language so they don't understand each other. That is what people in power do to make sure they're always able, to influence us and control us, that we don't recognize that the God that we supposedly, that it's just another man, right?
Like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, like reaching God status. In the garden, Adam and Eve get one of the ingredients. The God had to kick them out before they got the third ingredient, which would have made them just like them when they would have reached God status. So he blocks that. He blocks the evolution, the development of humans, right? Because he doesn't want them on the same level as him, right? That threatens his sovereignty.
Was he jealous?
Right, he's a jealous God. In the Noah story, when the sons of God have sex with human women, and then next thing you know, you have demigods. You have half gods, half humans. They've now reached another ingredient, right? So he kills them. Like at this point, they're gods. So he kills them, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna only let them live 120 years." Right? He kills them, and he starts them back over 120 years at most. So anytime humanity in the story reaches they get close to reaching this status of being like God, or recognizing that the God is just another group of powerful humans, something happens, right? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, in the garden, the shortcut is what's keeping most Adams in that patriarchal garden. Is getting something for nothing, because Adam didn't do a damn thing to deserve to be put as ruler over her. But he fears losing that because of maybe his world will fall apart. Maybe the whole world will fall apart.
It's like a guaranteed piece of the pie, though. In patriarchy, even though we Adams are not the ones that stand to benefit the most, a lot of us would probably be satisfied with getting that piece of the pie, right? Um, so even if the ones up top are the ones that are keeping us down, right? I think even if you look in America, I think it's kind of the same thing that we see whenever we talk about the dynamics between the races and between the genders, right? Within the confines of a white supremacist system, of course, white black men don't benefit the most, but within the confines, because it's a patriarchy, we still benefit to be on top of the hierarchy in our own respective communities. So a lot of us would be satisfied with leading the black community, even though it wouldn't necessarily be above like the white man or whatever. Um, and if you hear the way a lot of us talk, you can tell that's really what we think, where think we should be. A lot of us think we should be the leaders of the country.
Hold on. If you were to put,
Oh.
if you were to put yourself in the shoes of the lowest income, unintelligent white male, and the garden is white supremacy. The beast is white supremacy, and it's the garden of white supremacy. What is key, and then the lowest of the low of the white male, it's made all of a sudden you are more superior than the most educated person of color, the most educated black man or black woman, Latino, Asian. All of a sudden you rule over them. You didn't earn it, right? Okay. All right. So that's attractive to them. That keeps them in that garden. But they've been lied to about the superiority. There's a they've been told that people of color want to take their jobs. People of color are out to kill them. People of color want to rape their daughters. That's their fear, right? And then like some of them just like they when they're indoctrinated to that, when they're children, they realize that, oh, my parents lied, my grandparents lied. Like these people of color are fucking amazing, right? So they break out of it. So we can identify what their fears that's keeping them in there, right? What is it with men? Do you see what I'm saying? What is the patriarchy one? So if you could put yourself in, well, not all of us. That's what I said. I mean, we still got people still in church, right? I swear, like the fact that you're sitting here listening to black people and you're so damn dumb that you didn't even fucking get what the fuck I just said. That's what I'm talking about. But if you were to put yourself in the what's his name? If you were to put yourself in Stronghold's position, that's like one of the dumbest white people on earth that believes in white supremacy and racism, right? What do you think it would be that would keep Adams and patriarchal systems the way it's keeping dumbass Stronghold and white supremacy and racism?
I think that it's probably understanding what the people below me would be going through and realizing that that's not me and that I don't have to go through those things. Understanding, I think it comes almost
But you do. That's
with the
the
understanding.
lie. You do go through them. That's the lie. That's the lie. You go through, you experience everything women experience except from giving birth and having a period. You go to work, women go to work to eat. You suffer with sickness, she suffer with sickness. Like their foot is on your neck just like the foot is on her neck. You go through it. It's just a lie. You have the illusion of ruling over her. You don't rule. You don't. Just the same way white people, the lowest of the low white person, goes through the shit. They're being oppressed the same way every other ethnicity. Like that. They're deporting white immigrants too. It's just my microphone went out. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You just sound different.
And also, you're very muted. We can't hear you at all. Your box is lighting up, but we can't hear you.
Hold on, guys. But can you take over this fucking mic? Don't went out.
Yeah. And I agree with what y'all were saying. I'm wondering if it's
kind of to combine what Thinker was saying and what you were saying, Shin, if it's the temptation to control what you fear. Because think about it in the Bible, how Eve is framed as the deceived one. Like how men speak about women being, emotionally unstable and morally weak and,
Gullible.
sexually dangerous. Yeah, all of these negative things. So it's almost as
Hmm.
if the control becomes framed as though it's protection. So this fruit represents the possibility or the temptation to control the very thing that you fear. It's the same way with the analogy that Thinker was just using. Like if you like that, I forget what paper it is or who said it. If you give the lowest white man the idea that he can control a black person, then he feels as though he has power. That fear driven control is the fruit there because you've been told, and I have too. Like we grow up in a society that frames women in a certain way and it frames men in a certain way. It creates this binary that we know is artificial, but it artificially works in the society that has been created by it. So I'm wondering if it's that the control that is needed or wanted because of the fear that's baked in through the framing of who and what we are as people. Because like Thinker was saying with like white people have been told that black people are this, like no they're not. Like they're really not. Like they're, it's some good ones and some bad ones, just like it is in every group of people. That's just how it works. But I think the fact that I don't know, I push back on this concept because nobody can tell me how to relate to another person, and nobody can tell me my experience of another person. So if I have a conversation with Oso and then I have a conversation with Shin and both of y'all are men, that doesn't mean that I'm going to have the same conversation just because y'all are both men. But if you've been told your entire life all women are this, all men are that, to be feminine is this, to be masculine is that, it's this sense of, I think, this sense of control that and certainty that holding on to this ideology gives men. And yes, these senses are false. They're not real in any way, shape, form, or fashion, but they believe it is. I'm wondering if it has more to do with that too.
Yeah, definitely. Like, think about, there was a story that a guy was telling about. He said that a white man, the police was surrounding him and they had their guns pointed at him and everything. And he kept saying, "This nigga gonna kill me. This nigga gonna kill me." And they was like, "What nigger? What nigger you talking about?" It's like the nigger right here. But the man had the knife to his own fucking throat. That in his head, he had the knife to a black man's throat, but there was no black man present. The knife was to his own neck. And then they said it escalated, like he escalated to a gun. And he kept saying, "Get the nigger, the nigger, the nigger." And it was like, "There ain't no nigger. There ain't no nigger." And the man put the gun to his own fucking head and he blew his own head off because he was imagining that a black man was after him because he had been told that black men wanted to kill him. I feel like there is a lie that men have been told to keep them in this patriarchal society the same way white men have been told this lie about black men. Does that make sense? There's an illusion of something that y'all are afraid of.
The illusion of weakness, which I think is convenient. We've always conveniently painted as femininity. Um, yeah, we always try to act as if femininity or the feminine is weak in comparison to the masculine, which I think is also reinforced whenever we try to say, oh, well, the masculine or the men are stronger than women. I think that's one of the things we try to correlate um, to like make that make sense. So I think it's the illusion of being, or the black, like pretty much we don't want to be weak, right? And we've always relegated femininity being like weak. We don't want to be in a position of those that we've seen as inferior, those that we've seen as subhuman, essentially. Um, yeah, I think that's part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. But and I think we just need to keep having conversations Having conversations about it and identify it and call it what it is. The same way we're starting to call, some of the beliefs that believers are afraid of, we're starting to call it what it is, dumb. The things that they say, that's dumb. Because before, I was like, I don't want to call nobody dumb. But I think a lot of people have decided to deconstruct because they don't want to be dumb. They don't want to be classified as dumb. So they're starting to read the Bible. They're starting to hold lives and actually discussing it because they don't want to be classified as dumb. And I think that is symbolic for casting a demon out and when they cast a demon out and they call it for what it is. I think it's symbolic for that. And so you can't cast a demon out unless you can identify it and call it by its name and what it is. I think that's symbolic language. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. And I agree. I think that's why I do find the value, especially you saying that we need to have the conversation. Because I think I really do think that we probably have actually said the answer, but like I said earlier, I think there is probably a depth to it that we haven't explored just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a lot. We just need to keep talking about it, I think. And I think men need to talk about it a lot. I don't think it's going to be a community led by women that's going to identify it. I think it's going to take men to have these conversations and be vulnerable enough to have these conversations to identify it, maybe. I don't know.
I agree with you that it is going to take men to do it. But one thing that men, we acknowledge about men, generally speaking, is that men are predatory. So the notion of being vulnerable with other men, while we can talk about it, I don't think men trust men enough, despite the fact that we do all this circle jerking around other shit, right? But not really around things that actually matter. So, I mean, I definitely agree. It is something that men need to unpack. It's something that men.
Bluetooth connected. Battery full.
You said women have to do it. We are the labor. I don't know. I'm a little conflicted. I don't know that we can, because they have to do the work. Like, it's an intrinsic thing. They have to do the work, but I think we have the foresight and the insight of what they most likely should be identifying or working on. We might be the guide or the wisdom, maybe, because we feel every bit of it. Kind of like with white supremacy and racism and oppression. I don't know. I don't have the answer. That's what all I know is I don't have the answer, but I think I'm starting to see the framework, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Like, I think I can see how they do it. I think I can see what they use. I just don't know how they've structured it, what they've done, if that makes sense. What the East is like with racism. No, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
And that person's irrelevant.
Yeah. What are you talking about? But yeah, Shin, thank you so much for coming up. It was a good conversation. I don't know. I think maybe your Bluetooth. I can't hear you. Are you there?
Sorry, no. I went outside just a minute ago, and I guess my earbuds opened up, and this for like the past, I guess, 30 seconds to a minute, it was actually streaming to my earbuds, so I didn't hear nothing anybody said.
Oh, I was just saying, I don't know. I'm starting to see the structure that they use to keep people encased in their minds in certain constructs and systems, and how those systems are like the God or the beast, and using this Adam and Eve story. But with the patriarchal one, I think all I can see or recognize is the structure, but I don't know what the tools are that they're using. But more conversations is just needed. That's all I was saying. And I was saying thank you so much for coming up. It was a great conversation.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for entertaining my my I guess my foolishness, I guess.
No, you're welcome. You have a good one. It was a good conversation.
You too.
All right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Pinko, what's the title of the document, the study material for the class?
It is. I think it's reading the Bible like a historian. What did I name it? Yeah, reading the Bible like a historian. Yeah, it's right before the Qumran text. Oh, so you good? Did he fall asleep?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He's probably laughing at you saying "come rum."
oh.
Am I right, Oso?
Mm-hmm.
So ridiculous. I don't see it, Pinko.
Hold on, I'm gonna put the link in there, I put the link in the
Discord.
Oh shit, I put it in the wrong place. Hold on. Wait, did I put the? Did I put the?
That makes for the worst pina coladas.
Ew. Who said that?
Yo, twin.
When? Ew. Because when I click the link to the Google Drive, it brings up all of the documents.
There you go. It's on the third row, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, one,
all
two.
in the pictures.
No, it's on row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's on the 7th row.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's titled "Reading the Bible Like a Historian."
Okay, I see it now.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thinker, did you ever get that thing?
Nope. It hasn't come yet.
That's crazy.
Oh, so who's that dude that kept saying he sent a message to you yesterday?
I don't
The
remember.
day before. I was about to ask
That
if you were
was.
him.
I was thinking
That's
about it
crazy. It said
yesterday.
it was delivered.
No, I haven't received it. I was thinking about it yesterday. Huh?
It said it delivered yesterday.
Oh, it might be in my mailbox then. I was thinking about it yesterday. I hadn't got it at that time. But I'll check the mailbox today. Well, I can tell you that a UPS hasn't knocked on my door. FedEx hasn't knocked on my door. So if anything, it might have came with the mail yesterday, and I haven't checked my mail.
Yeah, it's USPS.
Okay, yeah, I haven't checked my mail from yesterday yet. Young. Okay. I don't know what you going through.
That sounded terrible.
Racist, why are you in my request? I swear, like y'all don't like black people, but y'all be all up in our shit. Why are you in my request box? What the fuck do you want? You don't like our asses. Why the fuck are you here? Like, go be hateful somewhere else. We don't give a fuck that you don't like us. Why are you here? I have no desire to argue with your ass. I don't care that you don't like us. Go. Shoo. Go to heaven, go to hell. I don't give a damn.
Go to the second one.
Just go on from here.
Both of them gonna sound horrible as hell. Like, it don't matter to me where the fuck they go.
Yep.
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
go.
but it matters to them.
I think they gonna be shocked on either way. That's what I think. Oh, wrong. I didn't mean to bring you up. If you are a subscriber and you're in the request box, please remember that if you're trying to come up, I need to see that you're in there on purpose for me to bring you up. That's all I see is subscribers or fan club members. Okay, this is an accident.
So what we doing?
Oh goodness. Give me just a second. Hold on. There you go.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead. What'd you say? Oh, my bad.
I'm over here saying, I'm in there.
Like, what?
Got them all kinds of fucked up.
I don't know what the fuck these kids think we about to talk to them about. Like, what? Kenneth, are you?
Interesting comment.
What? Open the school back up?
A little bit further up than that.
Go fix yourself some beans and toast?
One more.
That you're Mobius? This fucking microphone went out again.
In the flesh, baby. I told that man it was AI and I stand by it.
That what was AI? What are you talking about?
When the live started and you were talking about Nelly's picture and I was like, it's AI, don't be fooled.
Oh man.
Wait, so you were interested
It worked, though.
when that guy was saying that he was double.
Nah. I definitely knocked out by then.
Probably who to come up racist.
Did y'all hear Lillian on Sheena's live at all?
Nah.
I didn't hear it after I left. I was before she dropped down.
They got worse.
It did. How the fuck
They got worse. I promise it did. She after she took the friend. Did you hear about the friend she took there to the pastor?
I heard about the friend.
She actually left her teenage daughter with him before.
I think Lillian just be lying. Cause
That's what I said. I said, cause ain't no way.
I told her, I said, if I was standing next to you right now.
Wow.
Yeah, she said that she was calling us horrible people and we're terrible for the way we're judging her.
We're terrible for judging her for leaving her teenage daughter with a person who SA'd her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. She said we're terrible for judging her and God is her judge. And we think we're perfect. And if we... she said, at least I'm here putting my stuff out there for the world to see. Y'all would never do that.
But why does it take perfection to recognize a dangerous move made by a parent that puts their child in a precarious situation? I don't need to be perfect to be able to assess that.
Exactly. And she kept calling the friend beautiful. Yeah, she's a beautiful woman. So any man would look at her the way the pastor did, and any man would do. Yeah, that's yeah.
Does she not know gay men exist?
Thank you. Or men who just are like, she's not my type. Like, but she was 10 toes down, and they were asking her. Zena was asking her, what did the friend say? And she was like, well, she was mad at me and she stopped talking to me, and then months later she forgave me. We're like, what did that conversation sound like, Lillian? She said she knows that I wouldn't be malicious and do anything like that to her. Girl. I was like, before or after she blocked you? Because we could not be friends.
Yeah, I will never understand the defensive positioning of things that are harmful to other people, especially children.
I can't get into my MacBook now. Like the microphone shut off because somehow the password on my MacBook has been changed while I'm sitting here.
What?
Yeah, my account is now locked. The password doesn't work anymore. My MacBook password somehow is just changed while I'm sitting here.
Did Apple have some kind of breach? Because mine did that last week, and I had to do a factory reset in order to get back into mine.
I don't feel like doing no fucking factory reset.
I almost cried, and I hate it. I hate that. Yeah, I had to do a factory reset because there was nothing I did that would open my MacBook.
And it kept saying that your password was wrong and locking you out. That's what's
Yep.
happening right now.
They even changed my my icon picture on mine.
But Mac is supposed to be the hardest thing to fucking breach.
Mm-hmm. I was like, this is not even my It's not even my icon. What even is this?
Wow. Tell you what, everybody bow your head with me. We come against a cyber attack today. Let's just say words at it. Maybe that'll change it.
Right.
Too soon. I'm trying to get results. One time I prayed for Guitar Hero for my birthday and I got it. Clearly prayer works sometimes.
Clearly. Everyone point your hands towards your phones.
It just restarted the computer all by itself just now.
Maybe your FBI agent was on there 15.
What the fuck, bro? I know what's happening. It's typing. And when I hit one key, it's doing it twice. Keys are getting stuck. Yeah, I see what it's doing. What? I don't know. Fuck it. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I'm gonna have to call Apple. Damn.
What does the Dead Sea Scrolls say about this also?
I wouldn't know. That's like that dude that was talking about how, what was it, West? Dumbass talking about, oh yeah, you used to do those deep dives on the Dead Sea Scrolls. No, the fuck I did not.
I mean, Red Sea Scrolls, my bad. You threw me off.
I'm still gonna create a whole ass Google Drive to send it at me. All my research.
That's what I would do.
Pictures from his archaeological dig.
All of it just be 1,000% AI with my face swapped on top of it.
We know how you do.
Hey, nigga, that look like you from 2012.
He buy it.
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
It's in recovery mode. Can y'all hear me?
See?
All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. I don't know what to do.
Some problems are better as a later on problem.
Shit,
You know what I mean?
you know how much shit I got on this computer? Like, I'm freaking the fuck out right now.
I don't mean later on, like days. Like later on, like in a couple hours. Sometimes I know I'm gonna get way too frustrated. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna circle back to the. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna circle back.
Nah, like if I can't get it fixed, I'm gonna have to end the live and call call Apple.
I got Steve Jobs on speed though.
I got way too much shit on this computer, and I haven't packed up with my portable drive. What did that sound?
My son.
Y'all, please don't type in caps in the comments. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But caps in the comments will get you muted. So I don't want you to get muted. So please don't do that. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. What the fuck is Pressure eating? What is he eating?
It's not. It's
He's
just how
not?
his mouth sounds in the morning. Think of picking at you, Bubba. My good boy. His own face is crazy.
My volume has been decrypted. What the fuck does that mean?
What?
My volume? The volume has your volume has been decrypted. What the fuck does that mean?
That's new to me.
I'm gonna have to call Apple. Is that you smacking like that?
That's just him licking his lips or whatever he licks. He's my little fat boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call. Fuck. Y'all, do we have anybody in the guest box?
Dragon G7 Dambala. Pink Pony Daddy. Interesting profile. Dragon, are you in there on purpose? Puppy reminds you of Jurassic Park. What part?
Oh, the person who typed in all caps. Okay, never mind.
Oh, okay.
Are we done for the morning? Anybody else? If not, I'm gonna hop off and call Apple and get this shit fixed, cause goodness gracious. Anybody else?
Going once? Ain't that the worst? You just made your food, you sit down to consume it, and the program over.
You said what?
Ducky said, I just made my egg bites. I said, ain't that the worst?
No. Nobody else? Yep, it was. It was a good live. I guess we're done. We'll see everybody tonight for Maddie's hour. I'm gonna hop off and call Apple and figure out what the fuck is going on with my computer before I lose all my shit and I'm freaking the fuck out. I will see y'all tonight. Love y'all so much. I hope y'all have a great rest of the day. Thank y'all so much for the likes, the shares, and the comments. I think Rhea goes live at 11. Empress goes live at 9, I think, 9 or 10. Be easy. Simmer, dimmer. What's her? I listened to her live a little bit yesterday. Simmer Dimmer, is that her name? Dreamy Simmer, dreamy Simmer, Simmer Dreamy Simmer. That's her name.
Semper Fi, brother.
Yeah. Open Book goes live. Crystal J, Fluff. Who else am I missing? Y'all know Board, Minnie Quan, Sandra. Who else? Who? Dugald. Dugald do political lives though, right? He's not doing deconstruction. If you like politics.
Little mixture, I guess.
Birdie, yeah. I think yeah. So there's should be plenty of lives, but I'll definitely see y'all tonight for Maddie's hour. Appreciate y'all so much. Let me go here and fucking fight with Apple. Figure out what the fuck if I lose my shit. Skeptic gal, yep. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good rest of the day. Appreciate y'all so much.
Bye, much
Y'all,
love.
Bye.